Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Han E, sensing the movement, quickly adjusted his aim and fired. The second bullet from his AK, with its nearly vertical recoil pattern, hit Alexib square in the head, killing him instantly. Without a moment's delay, Han E shifted his crosshairs to Vald, who was right behind Alexib. This time, having learned from his last encounter with Alexib, Han E didn't aim for the head. He kept his crosshair on Vald's chest, but his luck seemed to be running out. At this distance, and after several shots, the AK's bullet trajectory was becoming less predictable. His shot hit Vald in the chest, not the head. With NBK and Alexib down, Vald had a chance. Though his reaction was slower than Han Yi's, he managed to fire a shot. The distance saved Han E from a headshot, but his health dropped to a dangerous 60. Vald's second shot, thanks to his M4A4's faster fire rate, came slightly quicker than Han Yi's. Still, it didn't kill him, leaving Han E at a critical 40 health. Despite being hit twice, Han E remained calm, making a final, precise adjustment to his aim. The AK flashed and a bullet zipped across the B site, finding its mark on Vald's head, ending the gunfight. What seemed like a long and detailed sequence of events unfolded in a mere 2 or 3 seconds. The display of skill was breathtaking. The live audience and commentators watched as Han E single-handedly wiped out OG's B-side defense. Triple kill. He single-handedly wiped out OG's entire B-zone, the commentator yelled. He took down NBK in an instant and then used a textbook spray transfer to kill Alexib and Vald. His gun control and stats are simply too good for the OG players. This is a clinic on how to play. The commentator continued, ISSA and Manchu have already given up on the retake. Vitality's only contribution to this round was throwing a Molotov. OG's reactions were fast, but Han Yi's explosive power is something else. He can create a massive advantage out of nothing. Since Shokes left, Han E has been a flexible player for Vitality, often taking on the role of an entry fragger. He's so versatile he can fill whatever role the team needs. And he's great at it. Whether it's a lurk or a frontline push, he's terrifyingly effective. Coming to Vitality, he's been sniping less because of ZYWU, but don't forget he's a top-tier sniper himself. Online, the chat filled with awe. This gun control is insane. That's got to be 60 meters. I can't even get 2 shots to land in the same spot at that distance, let alone a spray transfer. Unbelievable. I'm not an expert, but this is just awesome. Did you see him fine-tuning his crosshair while he was spraying? I'm in shock. After losing the round, OG's morale was shattered. Alexib was out of ideas. He simply couldn't find a way to counter Han E. Their coach called a tactical timeout to rally the troops, but with an 8 or 9-point deficit on Nuke, they had already given up hope. OG only managed to win one more round after the side switch, thanks to Vald's clutch kills on ZYWU and Han E. On the CT side, Han E single-handedly held the A site, and the final score was a devastating 16-1. Looking at the victory screen, Han E let out a sigh of relief. The win was no surprise. OG's coordination was decent, but they relied too heavily on Vald's individual skill. While Vald was a strong player, he was no match for a team with Han E and ZYW, 2 of the best in the world. Han E took off his headphones and looked up at the trophy in the middle of the venue. The legendary Cologne trophy. He felt one step closer to holding it, but a part of him was still unsure. The memory of F-Zero Rest's words, reality never follows the ideal script, echoed in his mind. This was the beauty and cruelty of esports. Even legends like Nico and Guardian had never won a major. You could never be sure until the final shot. Han E pushed the thoughts aside. What was meant for him would be his. All he could do was focus on the game and fight for every victory. The coach's conspiracy. In the heroic lounge, Coach Hunden watched the OG versus Vitality match with a quiet intensity. As soon as it ended, he opened CSGO, loaded up to _Dust 2, and began typing in console commands. He adjusted the game mode and added 10 bots to simulate a real match. Setting himself as the offensive coach, Hunden should have been limited to his team's first-person perspectives. But with a few more keystrokes, his camera broke free, floating above the middle lane and the bomber site. With a few more clicks, he could move the camera anywhere he wanted on the map. This was a bug he had stumbled upon, a coach spectator bug that gave him a god's-eye view of the map, providing him with a wealth of information about enemy positions and tactics. Seeing Han Yi's outrageous performance in the match, Hunden began to wonder if he had also discovered a similar exploit. Han Yi's tactical restraint and ability to strike at the enemy's weaknesses seemed too good to be true, far beyond what a normal in-game leader should be capable of. It was as if he had read the enemy's mind and was countering them with their own strategies. Hunden concluded that he must be using a more complex in-game bug that wouldn't be detected by official checks. He decided that if things went wrong in their upcoming match, he would report to the authorities, demanding a thorough inspection of his computer, especially the console. If they found a bug, Heroic would win by default. If not, Hunden had a plan for the upcoming online DreamHack tournament. He could use the bug there since coaches were allowed to use computers during online play. He planned to feed his team information constantly, using the bug to his advantage. He figured that with his team getting live info, they would surely beat making him famous as a coach. The players' mindsets. While Hunden was making his plans, Alexib was deep in despair. The 16-1 defeat had completely crushed his morale. Losing both tactically and in terms of individual skill was a bitter pill to swallow, especially at a prestigious event like ESL1 Cologne. He felt a profound sense of helplessness. As the next map, Mirage, his strongest map, was about to begin, he could only hope to play well and leave the tournament without regrets. Meanwhile, in the Vitality Lounge was completely unaware of the drama unfolding. He was focused on his doubt value, which was approaching 10,000, meaning another chance to draw a new talent. Doubt value, 8946, required for lottery, 10,000. He also noted that his accumulated stat points had raised all his attributes to 95. His goal was to get his rifle aim to 100, which he believed would make him a better rifler than Nico. He theorized that if his attributes reached 100, he could kill any enemy who dared to hold a standard position, regardless of whether he was on the attack or defense. Han had also come to realize that his Eye of Death talent wasn't invincible. While it gave him a huge advantage, it couldn't override the game's mechanics. The talent had a fatal flaw. At long distances or when facing multiple targets, the bullet's randomness after the first few shots could make it difficult to win a duel, even with the talent active. But this didn't matter much. With his current skill and with ZYW by his side, they could win nearly any round if he simply got 1 or 2 kills. As he took off his headphones and looked up at the trophy, his thoughts turned to the possibility of winning the Cologne final. The idea made him both excited and nervous. He remembered F-Zero Rest's words, "Reality never follows the ideal script." He knew that in esports, nothing was guaranteed until the very end. He pushed the thoughts away, telling himself to focus on one game at a time. The halftime break ended quickly, and the Vitality and OG players returned to the competition field. When he looked at Alexib, he was surprised to find that Alexib, who had been a little listless just now, was now full of fighting spirit for some reason. The two sides quickly took their seats. Because OG chose the map in Map 2, Mirage, Vitality had the priority to choose the side. Naturally didn't hesitate and directly locked down the defensive side and sent all the OG players to the offensive side. After a short warm-up period, the competition officially began. During the preparation stage, he sensed what was in Alexib's mind and discovered that this time Alexib was not continuing to play unconventional games, which he was not good at. The instructions for this round are very concise and clear, with only 4 words: middle lane default. Hani didn't quite understand the specific meaning of the default in the middle lane, but he could probably guess that the opponent wanted to seize the middle lane. In the Mirage map, the importance of the middle lane is self-evident. Whether it is B small and B2 jointly attacking area B, or A1, 2 and the arch forming a pinch attack, the middle road is needed as support, and the middle road also represents a lot of information. Although he was not short of this information, he was unwilling to let Alexib get it for nothing. So after brief thought, he decided to use the old tactic, which was the 3 pulls in the middle to counter Alexib's default in the middle. Of course, this 3 pull in the middle lane has also been improved. Apex acts as the prop man, deploying smoke and high flash on an arch. Then RPK pushes out from the top of the arch ZYW in VIP and Han EMB form a 4-person linkage. In this way, as long as the OG members dare to leave the bandit's mouth, they will face siege and attack from 3 lines of guns in the first time. As Han gave the order, the countdown above ended. Pistol round. Han immediately rushed to the supermarket and then went all the way to B. After arriving, he took a look at the small map. After finding that all the Vitality members were in place, he gave the order to attack. As a smoke burst from the front of the arch and a high flash flew out from above the arch, Han YW and RPK pulled out at the same time. Once again, the 3-point synchronization of an arch, VIP, and B small was completed. However, Han did not expect that Alexib was also well prepared. He saw a cigarette between the bandit's entrance and the sandbag in the middle lane, perfectly avoiding the gun lines from 3 different positions on Vitality's side. Then there was another high flash in the middle, but this flash grenade was not thrown from the bandit's mouth, but from the direction of A1, a high flash in the middle. Compared to the flash thrown by the bandit, this flash was more concealed and difficult to guard against, especially for RPK. Most of his vision was blocked by the smoke bomb, and he could not see any trace of the flash. In an instant, all 3 players in the middle lane of Vitality were turned white. Alexib noticed this keenly, and he immediately gave an order, and all the OG players near the middle lane rushed out from behind the smoke and launched an attack. RPK, who was completely defeated, realized that the situation was not in his favor and tried to run back into the smoke to retreat, but ZYW and Hai reacted faster than him and retreated earlier, so the OG team could only vent their anger on him. Countless bullets were fired into the smoke. RPK was hit by 2 bullets in an instant, slowing down and unable to move. Then there were waves of bullets. One of them happened to hit his head and took him away smoothly. Mantua killed RPK with Glock. In the first tactical clash between the 2 sides on the Desert City map, Han suffered a rare big loss. He immediately became excited when playing the machine. He never expected that there would be such a reversal. It seems that OG is in a desperate situation and still wants to fight hard. The 2 sides had a wonderful tactical game in the middle lane. Hani used his signature 3-point synchronization, but OG's strategy was also not bad. A 1's flash was a completely unexpected operation. RPK on Vitality's side has been killed and control of the middle lane has been lost. Looking at ZYW and Hai, they probably don't plan to continue to fight for the middle position. Wait, after they retreated to the back point, they came back. Han may originally planned to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he realized something. This seems to be a pistol round? Then he quickly stopped Zaiwa's retreat and called ZYW back to the VIP point. Apex, who was originally throwing props near the platform, took over RPK's position and planned to do another 3-point synchronization. Alexib had no mind-reading ability and no commentary perspective, so he had no idea that the Vitality team, who had just been forced to retreat, had turned back. After he set up his gun near the Costco sandbags for a while, he saw that the enemy did not make any follow-up moves. So Alexib ordered the arch to be pushed forward, and just when the OG team just walked out from behind the cover, the 3 CTs once again pulled out from the same position at the same time. But this time they had no props to cover them. It was just a clean shove by the 3 of them. Logically speaking, their behavior is tantamount to committing suicide, but that is just common sense. The current situation is obviously not in line with common sense. The reason is that among the 3 people pulled out by Vitality, 2 are too accurate and 1 is too accurate. Han E, who was pulled out by B, pressed the left button of the mouse as soon as he saw the OG team, and the crosshair flew towards Vald's head. With a gunshot, Vald was killed instantly. The shot was so fast that it was not until the sound of the headshot came from Vald's headphones that he noticed Han E, who was pulled out from Xiaogan. Next is ZYW in VIP. His pistol skills don't seem as outrageous as Han E, who has hot feel, but he also performs at a super giant level. He peeked from a small distance to first find out the enemy's position, and then fired a preemptive shot. Mancha was easily killed by ZYW. In just one encounter, Vitality used their shooting skills to make up for the numerical disadvantage. Compared to the performance of Han E and ZYW, Apex performed like a normal person. He did not have Zywa's body control, nor Han Yi's amazing marksmanship. After pulling out from the arch, he fired at the surviving Alexib and NBK, trying to kill them, but the 2 reacted first and took him down with 3 shots. But Apex's sacrifice was not meaningless. It gave Han E and ZYW another chance to adjust their gun line. Han E fired another shot and took Alexib away, but ZYW was having a bad start. NBK, the only remaining player on OG's side, performed well. He shot ZYW in the head and forced ZYW back into the depths of VIP. Unfortunately, he was the only one left in OG's mid lane, and he was obviously alone and powerless. Hani took a big step forward, made a high-low move, and took down NBK with a precise bullet. The Emperor of the Pistol Division makes another move. At this moment, it seemed as if Han was telling all the teams in the world that even if you try your best, you may accidentally beat me tactically. But what can you do facing my marksmanship? The player playing the machine naturally noticed Vitality's counterattack. He took a deep breath and shouted. Vitality chose a completely unreasonable style of play. 3 of them directly pulled from the middle lane and destroyed OG with their guns. Even if you can occasionally outsmart Han tactically, it's still difficult to completely defeat this man in a pistol round. He's 2 perverted brothers. The Emperor of the Pistol Division defends his position in a way no one could have imagined. Alexa played what he wanted to play, but faced with such a huge gap, he had no choice but to face the reality of failure. I can only say that the reason we can't beat Hai isn't because Alexib's tactics are bad. It's just that Hai is too strong. This shot killed Vald instantly. Why didn't I understand? Too fast. It's hard to imagine that just half a year ago, Vald was still chasing after Hai, but in just half a year, everything has changed. OG is too dependent on Vald. This is the frustration of not having a superstar. No way. Hai and ZYW are too much for OG. It's like frying fish. Once OG's mid laner collapsed, they only had ISSA left on the field, who was flashing near A1. He had to face 3 Vitality players alone. Not to mention that these 3 players also included Han E and ZYW. In this situation, even if S1 Empel were to play, let alone ISSA, he would not be able to win. Not to mention that ISSA does not have armor yet. When ISSA walked to the vicinity of Area, Hani had already come to the diving platform from Area B, and ZYW also came to the door of VIP. Following Hanyi's order, the 2 of them pulled out together. Although they failed to kill the enemy instantly, for ISSA, everything that happened next was more torturous than a kill. He did not buy armor, so the bullets on his body would cause the screen to shake constantly. With the combined efforts of the 2 USPs, the OG team only saw ISSA's screen shaking nonstop. In this case, let alone hitting Han, E, and ZYW, even seeing where ZYW and Han was a problem. After being beaten for 2 or 3 seconds, ISSA's body softened and he fell to the ground, ending the painful torture. The tactical failure in the pistol round made Han involuntarily sigh. He was worthy of being the best commander in 24 years and could lead the future Na'Vi to play Alexib, known as the world's first Mirage. Even though it is still more than 4 years away from its peak, the opponent has already shown its prowess in the Desert City map. In Hanyi's impression, this is the first time he has suffered such a big tactical setback since he transferred to Vitality. At the same time, it also indirectly proved that Alexib's mid-lane tactics just now were indeed powerful. He was able to rely on tactics to gain a numerical lead despite being at a disadvantage in shooting. However, CSGO is essentially a shooting game. In terms of tactics, during the Dignitas period, he had a lot of advanced tactics, which were much better than Alexib's. But if he met a strong enemy that he couldn't beat with his shooting skills, he would still lose. The former Dignitas is very similar to the current OG. Then in the second round, the Vitality players, who had the advantage in firearms, didn't even bother pretending. Under Hanyi's command, everyone played extremely aggressively, especially Apex, who even rushed into the bandit's house with a hairdryer. The general caught the OG team, who were still acquiescing and talking about tactics, off guard and blew away 3 of them in one breath. Although Apex was killed by ISSA with a pistol in the end, Apex still successfully disrupted OG's rhythm, and the positions of the remaining 2 OG players were exposed. Then the Vitality team rushed forward together and eliminated the remaining 2 OG players in one go. As a result, Alexib had no time to finish explaining the tactics. Alexib had no choice but to choose Rush B in the 3rd round and complete the remaining long gun round tactics. With Han, E, and ZYW there, a comeback in the middle of the game was impossible. Han, E called ZYW to the B area, and with the cooperation of Miss Yuta, who was the main B, the 3 of them had a top-level cooperation and successfully exchanged 2 for 5. Vitality lost 2 pistols and successfully wiped out the 5 OG players who had just started. Then the 2 sides entered the rifle round. Han E threw the MP9 in his hand to Miss Yuta and picked up an M4A for himself. ZYW also took out his sniper rifle. With this configuration, OG lost the spear game unsurprisingly. Then came one game after another, one round after another. The OG players played extremely tenaciously in this game, and Alexib did not give up easily. Even though the later tactics could no longer produce the same effect as in the first game, he still used all the tactics he should have used. By the time the final victory screen appeared on the Vitality team screens, the score was fixed at 16-6. He took off his headphones first, stood up, and led the Vitality team towards OG. The same scene, Alexib looked at Han E with a hint of bitterness in his eyes. He thought he could easily defeat Han E in this competition. But unexpectedly, he suffered another failure, which made him see clearly the gap between the 2 sides. As Alexib passed by Han E, he began to praise him. "That's amazing." Han E was slightly stunned. He obviously didn't expect Alexib to praise him. He put away the smile on his face, thought seriously for a moment, and then spoke. "You too. Of all the leaders I've met, there aren't many who can beat me tactically. As far as I can remember, the last one was GLA 1VE. I'll take that as a compliment. After all, you're comparing me to GLA 1VE. What I want to say is that you're the best commander I've ever met. I feel like you've surpassed GLA 1VE now." "Thanks." The 2 sides didn't have much friendship, and after briefly praising each other, they parted ways. Han E returned to his computer, packed up his mouse and keyboard, and prepared for the next game. ESL Cologne Finals. After returning to his room from the competition venue, Hani lay on the bed and began to watch the game between Heroic and Team A. The result was just as he expected. Heroic defeated Team A and successfully advanced to the finals. It also means that the 2 teams in the finals have been officially determined, Heroic versus Vitality. XDQZ immediately gave Han E the data from his own analyst, and then Han E asked XDQZ to call Apex to his room, and the 3 of them studied together this Heroic and the changes that needed to be made to their defaults. Soon the 3 of them finished watching the demo of the recent Heroic game. One was happy while 2 were worried. The worried ones were naturally Apex and XDQZZ. The 2 of them looked at Heroic's recent performances and tactical coordination and keenly realized that this Heroic team was a bit too strong. Especially when Apex saw KDN's command, He realized that the opponent's command level was not even lower than his. But everything has two sides. While XTQZZ and Apex were amazed by KDN's dynamic defense, he was completely restrained by KDN's dynamic defense. At the last Elisa Invitational, he had already experienced KDN's undeveloped dynamic defense. It can be said that as long as KDN dares to use dynamic defense when playing against he will have to use his brain. As long as you use your brain, there's only one outcome for Heroic, and that is failure. Unless all members of Heroic collectively explode and display their ultimate shooting skills, they may have a chance of defeating this Vitality team. After briefly analyzing tomorrow's enemies, the three of them dispersed. He logged into his facade, ready to continue his solo queue journey. But as soon as he came online, his chat window was bombarded with messages. He looked at the other person's profile picture. A trace of helplessness flashed across his face, and then he opened the chat window. M0 Nisi. Hi. I watched your match today. You played really well. M0 Nisi. I just don't know when I can be your teammate. M0 Nisi. I feel like we'll win all the championships. Don't worry, I can stop using snipers and just use rifles. I won't compete with ZYWU for position. M0 Nisi. Oh, by the way, I won the qualification to participate in the 7th season of BET, and I have a competition to play. Looking at the string of messages sent by M0 Nisi, he scratched his head. Bet? He carefully searched through all his memories about this competition and finally determined that this was probably some niche treasure competition that he didn't know about. Hi, good luck. This competition is quite well known. M0 Nisi. I didn't expect you to know this. I'll work hard. Do you want to play with me today? Obviously, Han Yi's words encouraged M0 Nisi, and he could clearly feel a hint of joy in his tone. He wanted to refuse M0 Nisi's invitation, but when he thought of the other party's pitiful appearance, he couldn't bear it and finally turned it into a sentence on the chat window. Hi, come. The rest of the day was spent in duo queue. During this time, Hani discovered that M0 Nisi was really addicted to the internet and was also a curious baby. He asked various questions one after another, including but not limited to some understandings of the map, how to judge the opponent's position in the game, etc. Some of these questions would take some time to think about before he could answer them, even for him now. After getting a satisfactory answer, M0 Nisi would then ask the next question, and he would think for a moment before answering him. The two of them played and chatted like this, and M0 Nisi also continued to learn the process. The sky gradually darkened. Hani yawned and found that it was already 12 o'clock in the evening, so he said goodbye to M0 Nisi. Although M0 Nisi was reluctant to leave, he also knew that he had a game tomorrow, so it was not easy for him to ask to stay, and he was forced to part with Hani because he usually goes to bed later than ZYWU, so when he plays games late at night, in order not to disturb ZYWU, he never turns on the lights. After turning off the computer, he stretched and looked around, only to discover that there was a bright light not far away. When I walked over, I found that ZYW was not sleeping. Considering the time, it was quite strange. What are you looking at? It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping yet? I'm just thinking about tomorrow's Cologne final. I'm a little excited and can't sleep. After hearing ZYW say this, he realized that ZYW in front of him seemed to have only been in the first-line arena for more than a year, close to 2 years, and was not the legendary player in later generations who had won 20 or 30 MVPs. It is normal to feel nervous. Thanks to Zaiwu's reminder, Han-E realized how important tomorrow's game is. For a moment, Han-E felt excited, and a little worried. He has failed too many times and hopes that tomorrow will have a good ending. Then Han-E simply washed up, lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. But he lay in bed for a long time, tossing and turning, and still couldn't fall asleep. Finally, Han-E simply made up his mind and didn't want to sleep, and just started reading a novel. Time passed by unknowingly, and it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the middle of the night. It was not until this time that Han-E finally felt sleepy, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Han E, who had slept enough, opened his eyes and looked at the sunlight outside the window, shining through the curtains. Then he picked up his phone and looked at the time. It was 8:14. In other words, he had only slept for 4 or 5 hours. He realized that something was wrong, so he quickly closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep again. But after lying in bed for a long time, he gradually realized the reality that he couldn't sleep. All I could think about is the upcoming ESL Cologne finals. He was much more nervous in this final than in the Blast Spring finals. He simply sat up from the bed and looked at ZYW, who was still sleeping beside him, with a hint of envy on his face. Then he ordered a takeaway, and after eating in the hotel lobby, he did not go for exercise. Instead, he sat in a chair and played with his mobile phone to kill time. During this period, he also posted a message in the Vitality group, probably asking those who woke up to reply to him in the group. This group usually releases some important information. Basically, every Vitality member will take a look at this group first when they get up, which is similar to the work group of corporate employees. In addition, the two players of Vitality live together, so even if one of them forgets to read it, the other can notify the other, so there is no possibility that one of them wakes up but does not notice Hanyi's message. However, it took Hanyi half a day to send this message, until after 10 o'clock, before people began to reply to him. It was obvious that no one had a good and peaceful sleep yesterday, which resulted in almost everyone getting up late today. It was not until almost noon that all the Vitality players got up. He called them together for the final training. The game starts at 3 p.m. and adopts a BO5 format, which means that both sides ban one map, and all remaining maps except the banned maps must be played. Heroic he has done some special research on this team. They are also a 6-map team. The only map they don't play is Dust 2, which is the least suitable for dynamic defense. That is to say, in the finals starting this afternoon, Vitality and Heroic will compete on 5 maps except Dust 2 and Train. Whoever wins 3 maps first will win the ESL Cologne Championship. Because the match is a BO5, if we can't win quickly, this match will turn into a test of endurance and will. An hour passed quickly, and the Vitality team conducted a final tactical review. After looking at the time, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, so everyone decided to set off for the competition venue. Along the way, the expressions of the Vitality people were different. Some were worried, some were sad, some were excited. In short, they were varied. Hani looked out the window at the pedestrians coming and going and the sun hanging high in the sky, with only one thought in his mind. A few hours later, I didn't know whether I was holding the trophy with joy and got on the car back to Paris. Still feeling disappointed, he left with regret once again. Just as he was thinking about this, his cell phone suddenly kept ringing. He opened his phone and looked at the 2 blessings sent on it, feeling a little warm in his heart. Mom, the dad and I are cheering you on. Don't feel any pressure, just play well. The son who likes barking dogs. Brother, if it's not for anything else, think about the stickers in our warehouse. I've invested all my recent earnings into buying your stickers. Whether or not I can achieve financial freedom depends entirely on you. He simply replied to his mother and Chu Hao's blessings and chatted for a few more words. Before he knew it, the car arrived at the entrance of the venue and slowly stopped. He was the first to open the car door, got out of the car with his backpack on his back, and then waited for the rest of the Vitality people. Then the 6 of them walked into the venue together. Just as he was about to enter the venue, Han Yi's phone rang again. This time it was the small group that everyone had created during the Rio Major. Rops at ZYW, at hi, I haven't seen the Cologne trophy yet. After the game, bring it to Muz so I can see it. Nico at hi, it's my turn to watch your game. Frozen at ZYW, at hi, come on. He did not rush to reply to the 3 of them. Instead, he looked at ZYW first, motioning him to check his phone first, and then he accepted the blessings of the 3 together with ZYW. He continued to move forward and came to the familiar lounge again. There was still more than an hour before the game officially started. He was not idle, but sat in a chair, recalling the most common tactics used by Heroic in every map and thinking about ways to counter them, trying to find the best solution. It is true that his mind-reading ability allows him to see through the enemy's tactics, but whether he can come up with the most reasonable counter-tactics depends on Han E himself. As the competition approaches, he needs to prepare more thoroughly. Sometimes when he comes up with a good idea, Han E will take out his tactical notebook and write it down to avoid forgetting it when he is too nervous during the game. While he was thinking about it, the clock above the lounge had already pointed to 2:50, and there were only 10 minutes left before the game started. Han E closed his tactical book, stretched out his right hand to rub his forehead to relieve his fatigue, and then looked at the Vitality people around him. "Get ready, brothers." After hearing this, everyone at Vitality nodded and began the final inspection. Because mobile phones had to be handed in for the competition, Han E took a last look at his phone before going on the court and received a final blessing. F0 rest. "We're all in the room watching you play. Don't let us down." "Hi, good." After handing over their phones to the referee, the Vitality team came to the competition venue under the referee's guidance. Because there were no offline audiences, there was no opening ceremony. The photographer only gave a close-up shot of each contestant when they appeared on stage, which boosted the atmosphere of the finals. Then the referee said, "Both coaches and coaches, step out." Han E and XDQZZ looked at each other and took a step forward in tacit understanding. As their opponents, KDAN and Hunden also stepped forward. Both sides had solemn expressions on their faces. They stood on the left and right of the referee, and less than 20 meters in front of them was the ESL Cologne trophy. Han E looked towards the trophy, and he could even clearly see his own reflection on it. He was so close to the trophy, yet seemed so far away. Positive and negative. The referee's words interrupted Han Yi's thoughts. He came back to his senses and looked at Kadian, making a polite gesture. "You first, then I'll go with the front. I think the coin is tails." The referee glanced at the two of them and then spoke. "Heroic front, Vitality back." After saying this, he exerted force with his right hand holding the coin, and the coin flew high into the air, spinning nonstop in the air. Finally, the referee stretched out his hand, held the coin in his hand, and then opened his palm to take a look. "Tails of the coin. I choose Bampic. Heroic, please take the lead in map selection." After hearing this, KDN did not hesitate and decisively removed Dust 2 from the map pool of this competition. Next, it was Han Yi's turn, and he banned the train map. Although his understanding of each map has reached 95 points and all maps are similar to him, other people in Vitality are not very familiar with the train map. Han Yi also doesn't intend to force everyone to practice this map. If nothing unexpected happens, this map will be banned by Han E in the future. The banning of the first two maps was predictable by anyone who had some knowledge of these two teams, and it was not surprising. The next map selection is the real game between the two teams. KDON and Hunden discussed for a moment and chose the Mirage map first. Through Alexib's tactical performance yesterday, KDN saw a possibility of using tactics to defeat Han E on this map. KDN also realized that Han Yi's strategy on this map was no longer far ahead after more than half a year of catching up with everyone. This made him feel that he had a chance to beat Han E on the Mirage map. On the other hand, Han E still followed his own rhythm and chose Nuke, which performed well in the match against OG, as his first map choice. It was obvious that he planned to repeat the tactics he used against OG, taking advantage of the fact that Heroic lacked a star player who could dominate the outside field. Then KDN looked at the remaining 3 maps and thought deeply for a long time. He understood that every choice he made now would affect the final outcome of the game. In the end, KDN chose the Purgatory Town map as the second map he actively selected. Next, it was Han Yi's turn to choose between the Death Mansion and the Death Amusement Park. Han Yi looked at the two maps and asked XDQZZZ for his opinion. The main reason is that Han Yi does not understand the Vitality player's proficiency in the Death Tower map. The root cause is that this map changes frequently and few teams practice it. So Han Yi has never played on this map since joining Vitality. Seeing XDQV nodded, Han Yi understood what he meant and decisively chose the Death Building as his second map. Finally, the Death Amusement Park was left as Figure 5. This concludes the ban pick. 1 ban. Dust 2. 2. Prohibition. Train parking station train. Figure 1. Desert Mirage. Figure 2. Nuke. Figure 3. Inferno. Figure 4. Vertigo. Figure 5. Death Amusement Park Overpass. Hani walked up to KDN and shook hands, and then both sides went their separate ways. After returning to his seat, he put on headphones and simply adjusted the equipment. The ESL Cologne Finals officially begins. Map 1 is Desert City. As Heroic's map pick, he chose to start on the defensive side. Pistol round. When he stood in the police house again, a place he had seen thousands and tens of thousands of times, his breathing became a little rapid. He tried to take a deep breath to keep himself calm, but his hands were still shaking slightly uncontrollably, and the tension made his mind go blank. How do you fight? The voice of Apex came from Han Yi's headphones, asking Han Yi about his battle plan for this round. It was not until this moment that Han Yi woke up from his dream and realized that now was not the time to be dazed. He quickly sensed KDN's combat deployment in this round. Although he was a little late in realizing it and only heard the second half of KDN's plan, Han Yi still relied on the opinions of others to complete the tactics that Heroic would use in this game. Simply put, they planned to imitate Alexib and use Heroic's unique mid-lane tactics, and then rely on this tactic to launch an attack on the 3 points of A1, A2, and the Arch. KDN did not think carefully about this unique tactic in the middle lane. It seems that it was specially prepared for Vitality. He must have practiced it many times recently and has become very proficient in it. He has reached the level where he can execute it without repeated thinking. After learning about KDN's battle plan, it was Han Yi's turn to deploy the battle plan. Ever since his last 3-pull was cracked by Alexib, he began to think over and over again about what went wrong. Finally, Han Yi summarized that it has been more than half a year since he first used the 3-pull tactic in the middle lane. No matter how bad the major teams are, they have ways to restrain it. In addition to this set of tactics, there is a particularly obvious tactical sign, which is the front-top smoke of the Arch. So when the enemy saw this smoke, they all knew that they were going to use the 3-pull tactic again this time. Afterwards, while the 3-pull strategy had not yet taken shape, they took the initiative to use restraining measures to put Vitality into a passive position. Alexib took advantage of this and successfully used tactics to suppress Han Yi in the first game. Now that all the problems have been figured out, Han Yi plans to take advantage of this and play a 2.0 version of the 3-pull in the middle lane. This set of tactics was also specially customized by him for the enemy. It was the kind of tactics that would become ineffective after being used once. It was a trump card that he had kept in his hand, but it wasn't a waste to use it in the ESL Cologne Finals. Apex, let's do what we discussed yesterday. Good. Apex nodded quickly, then set up a smoke screen and flashed. At this time, someone raised a question in the team's voice. Which one? Misuta, RPK, and even ZYW all looked confused. They obviously hadn't heard Han Yi talk about the tactics discussed yesterday. In fact, Han Yi did not tell the other 3 people about it. He only briefly talked about it with Apex. The 2 of them thought it was feasible, so they decided on this tactic. The main reason why I didn't tell the 3 of them was that this tactic was too simple. As long as Apex understood what Han Yi meant, it would be enough. There was no need to waste the time of the other 3 people in Vitality to practice it specifically. As soon as Han Yi spoke and assigned everyone's tasks, everyone in Vitality had a general understanding of this set of tactics. Misuta and RPK, you 2 go to defend areas B and N normally. ZYW, come to the sewer entrance in the middle lane and hold me up. Good. After the Vitality players memorized their tasks for this round and prepared for the countdown to end, the 10 players on the field immediately set off for their respective locations. Han Yi's birth point was relatively far back, so he followed behind ZYW. The 2 went straight to the VIP area at the beginning. Misuta, the main B, opened the VIP door for them, which increased the speed of their entry into the VIP area. Then, ZYW decisively jumped off the VIP, came to the position above the middle sewer exit, and squatted down. Han Yi, who was 1 step behind, quickly quickly followed, stepped on Zywa's head, and completed a double frame above the sewer exit. Then Apex also rushed to the vicinity of the arch. He started with a smoke bomb, threw a smoke bomb in front of the arch, and then threw a high flash above the middle road, trying to create the illusion that they were going to pull 3 times simultaneously. Looking at KDN again, he heard the sound of the smoke and the flash, and a smile appeared on his face. With just a command from him, A1 and Fika launched 2 smoke bombs into the sky at the same time. One landed on the archway, and the other landed on the VIP. In KDN's opinion, once he gives the 2 smoke bombs, the Vitality players will face a choice: to rush out from the smoke bombs and fight with the heroic players, or to give up the control of the middle lane and hand it over to them. If Vitality had chosen the hard-top middle lane, they would have fallen into KDN's trap, because after 2 smokes, A1 stabbed and still had a flash. In this way, the Vitality members who were pulled out from behind the smoke bomb would be in a situation where they had nowhere to hide and had to be dodged. If Vitality gives up the middle lane, KDN could do a lot of things with the middle lane. Although the tactic of deploying 2 smoke bombs and a flash seems a bit luxurious, it is not unacceptable considering that the CT also wasted a smoke bomb and a flash. It can only be said that KDN stood on the 2nd level this time, but Han E stood on the 3rd level. He predicted KDN's tactics in advance and used a trick to lure him into a trap. KDN's 2 smoke bombs had no effect on Vitality's deployment in this game. Han E still stood firmly above the middle sewer exit, which was also the end of B, with only his head exposed, waiting for the heroic people to pull him out from the bandit's mouth. The heroic team didn't let Han E wait long. Soon a flash bomb shot up from A1 and exploded above the middle lane. Then, the heroic people rushed out of the bandit group, as if they had heard the horn of it. Heroic maintained their offensive formation, with B0 RUP leading the charge, followed by Teases, and finally KDN. B0 RUP is also an experienced player. He followed the training of the heroic team at the beginning. After being pulled out from the enemy's mouth, he aimed his crosshairs at the middle lane first. After he was completely pulled out of the bandit's mouth, he aimed his crosshairs at Bishao again and conducted a horizontal search. Just searching for a spot is one thing, but whether you could defeat it is another. After seeing the enemy, Hani decisively pressed the left mouse button and a bullet shot out from the barrel of the USP in his hand. The silencer mechanism of USP caused the heroic team to not hear the sound of Han E firing. From a perspective, they only saw B0 RUP, who was pulled out of the bandit's mouth, fall to the ground in an instant, which looked extremely weird. B0 RUP died suddenly. If I waited for him to report the location and then pulled out to finish him off, it would probably be too late. So as a rifleman, Teases did not wait for B0 RUP to actively report the location. He quickly took a look at the mini-map and noticed that the red dot on the map was at the end of B. Teases decisively pulled out. As Vitality is Heroic's opponent, they naturally studied the entire Vitality team inside and out. This includes watching all the tactics Han E used when he was in Dignitas, so Teases naturally knew about Han Yi's double frame tactic at the sewer entrance. When he moved out to shoot again, he consciously glanced at this position and naturally saw Han E standing upright with half of his head exposed. At the same time, Han E also saw him and fired again. Teases had no time to react and fell to the ground instantly. It was only then that B0 RUP's information finally arrived. Double rack at the sewer entrance. After determining Han Yi's specific position, the hopes of the entire heroic team were placed on KDN. At this time, KDN was not the weakling that he would become in later generations, nor was he the one bullied by the director in Liquid. At this time, KDN was the absolute core of the heroic team. It can be said that before the Snake and Rat team was formed, the reason why Heroic had the strength to win the championship in the first-line arena was largely due to the outstanding performance of KDN. KDN took a deep breath. He knew that his shot was crucial. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he, as the captain, had to shoulder his responsibility. As he was pulled out from the bandit's mouth, the crosshairs that had been pre-aimed already stopped steadily on Han Yi's head. With the pre-aiming and preparation, Even though his usual reaction speed might not be as fast as Han Yi's, this shot was definitely faster than Han Yi's. A shot was fired, and the bullet hit Han Yi's head accurately, shaking his vision and catching him off guard. Han immediately fought back, but from this angle, he couldn't aim properly, and the bullets he fired posed no threat at all, so he made a quick decision. Run. But KDN did not let Han go. He fired another shot and took Han away successfully. Han looked at his slowly falling body, then looked at the second aim that had already lit up. With a blink of his eyes, time returned to before KDN was pulled out. This time he was prepared. Han concentrated and waited for KDN to be pulled out from the bandit's mouth. A few seconds later, KDN arrived as promised. Although it was the same advance warning, the reactions of Han, who was prepared, and Han, who was not prepared were naturally very different. This time, it was Han, who fired the first shot. As a bullet shot out from the gun barrel and accurately pierced KDN's head, it put an end to the battle in the middle lane and also meant that Heroic's tactics were successfully shattered by Han. Scrawny, the English commentator specially invited by ESL Cologne, looked at the screen where both sides were deploying their troops in the middle lane. He had a premonition that a big battle was about to break out here, and his tone became more and more excited. Heroic looked like they were going to go for a mid-lane bomb. They positioned themselves well and did everything they could to give B0 RUP a chance to break through. It's just that their 2 cigarettes were dropped at the Arch and VIP, and High's position was missed. Will this become a foreshadowing for the entire battle? Vitality proactively blocked an archway smoke. The strategy worked. Heroic was deceived by High. They didn't realize they had walked into High's trap. B0 RUP was pulled out from the gangster's mouth. High's reaction was too fast. He didn't even have a chance to engage the gun. T-says, will you help him get revenge? No, he was completely unable to fight against High and failed. Currently, only KDN is left alive in Heroic's mid lane. Can he pull out and save his team? Does KDN understand? Heroic needs you to step up now, he said, pre-aiming and heading out. But he couldn't beat High either. 3 bullets, 3 kills. With his excellent marksmanship, High tore Heroic to pieces in the middle lane. Heroic has fallen completely into High's trap. He is in a position that no one at Heroic expected. He was like an emotionless lion, devouring all enemies who dared to enter his territory in the middle. I guessed correctly that High used the archway cigarette to trick KDN. The double frame and the pistol round. This is High's leadership style, always bold, and no one else can replicate it. You're on the first floor, but I am on the second floor. Hi, I won't make the same mistake twice. Alexa can beat me, but you can't. 1 shot, 1 kill. I'd be surprised if that happened to any player, except Han Sheng in the pistol round. Too strong. 3 heads in 3 shots. Even with KDN's pre-aiming, he still couldn't win. Why are there people in the world who are so strong in pistol games? After the Heroic mid-lane trio was killed, Heroic could be said to have no hope of winning. They only had Stavn, who lost his flash in A1, and Little Nico, who was ready to synchronize in A2. Without the assistance of the Arch, it would not be difficult for the two to break out from A1 and A2, but it would be a fantasy to expect any results. After the two launched the attack, RPK, who was guarding Area A, did not fight directly, but decisively retreated into the police house, waiting for Han, the YW, and Apex to return to defense. Then the 4 of them worked together to kill the remaining 2. During this period, there were no casualties among the 4, only some of the armor was lost. Vitality achieved a 0-to-5 damage ratio in the pistol round, dealing a heavy blow to Heroic. Obviously, no one was killed, which was a bit beyond the expectations of the Heroic people. They had considered the possibility of losing the pistol round before. After all, with Han Yi's current fame as the pistol round king, every professional player in the world has heard of him. Especially among the top players who have played against Han Yi, they all strongly agree with this statement. If who is the best pistol shooter in CSGO today is still controversial, then who is the best pistol shooter in CSGO? The ID High. will probably appear in the minds of all professional players and CSGO players. But knowing is one thing, and experiencing it personally is another. Recalling the experience in the pistol round, KDN felt his scalp tingling. He was too strong. It was also from Han Yi's triple kill that KDN realized the gap in strength between the two sides. He asked himself, if he were replaced by Hai, and both of them stood in the same position, how many hits could he make? After a few seconds of long thinking, KDN came up with the answer. That is, he can only kill one person, and whether he can kill the second person depends entirely on luck. As for killing 3 people, it is completely impossible. At least he can't reach Han Yi's level. And no one in the entire heroic team can perform like Han Yi just did. Thinking of this, KDN felt a little bitter because Vitality has more than one strong player like Hai. There's also ZYW. Although the strength of the other 3 members of Vitality is slightly weaker than that of Heroic, star players like Hai and ZYW can boost the performance of others. This is also the most troublesome point for most first-line teams when facing Vitality, even if your tactics can luckily beat Hai. But facing the combination of Hai and ZYW, who can beat them in shooting skills? Seeing that the countdown was about to end, KDN chose to default in this game and carefully think about the strategy. After hearing KDN's plan, the heroic team dispersed, giving KDN some time to think about tactics. He did not let everyone pick up the hair dryers and chase after Alexib like he did in the last battle. Instead, he chose another way of fighting. He also let everyone in the little bees start to accept it. In Han Yi's opinion, since KDN likes to think, just let him think slowly. He could take this opportunity to test the current tactical reserves of Heroic and listen to more tactics. This is Han Yi's unique advantage. He can use different talents according to different situations to achieve his goals. Even if it is the same talent, the final effect can be different due to different timing of use. After a minute of thinking, KDN came up with what he thought was a perfect battle plan. As a commander recognized by the CS community as both wise and crazy, the tactics he came up with also fit his own personality traits, which was to directly speed up Area A in the next round and launch a fast break. As we all know, in the game CSGO, the side that wins the pistol round is often equipped with 5 MP9S or hair dryers. Doing so can, on the one hand, accumulate economic resources, and on the other hand, allow the winner of the pistol round to gain a gun advantage, and then use the gun advantage to expand the score gap and economic gap. But behind this seemingly beautiful appearance, there are many hidden dangers. 5 pistols and 5 pistols certainly have advantages. But if you use a spear, the disadvantages are also obvious, especially when returning to defense. Take the Mirage map as an example. Once the attacking side occupies area, no matter whether you return to defense from the archway or from the police house, you have to pass through a large vacuum and open area to successfully enter the A bomb site. At this time, if the bandits in the bomb site start to fight back with long guns, the two sides will enter into a gun battle. Since the distance is far and there is no cover, the party holding a pistol or returning to defend will be completely unable to fight. KDN planned to take advantage of this feature and put all of Heroic's strength into the next round, forcing his way into the A bomb site and forcing the little bees to return to defend. In his opinion, as long as the attack speed is fast enough and they can successfully enter the A site before the Vitality players can react, the advantage will naturally come to Heroic's side, and the current score of 2 o'clock will be caught up by Heroic to 2-1. Of course, considering that this was a battle between a long gun and a short gun, KDN also realized what it would mean if the attack failed. So he made preparations for both scenarios and asked Stavn, the strongest rifleman and free agent in the team, to go to Area B alone. The other 4 people will quickly attack Area, otherwise they will be blocked and cannot take it down. Then Stavn could try to break through the B area alone. If he breaks into the B area, all the heroic people will move to B together immediately. Because KDN took a long time to think, his battle plan was naturally extremely detailed, and Han heard all of it word for word. He also became the second person in the entire venue to know Heroic's battle plan. Then, he began to deploy the battle plan for the next round. They might play a fast break in the next inning. Except for Miss Suda, everyone else will defend the quad A with me. They probably don't have enough items. They only have one chance to attack with explosives at most. If they can't take it down, they'll probably move on. You have to be careful at this time. If they can't take down Area A, they'll send someone to try their luck in Area B. So be careful. If you really can't get it working, just throw away your items and delay. I'll have ZYW help you right away. After Han E finished speaking these 4 sentences, Apex opened his eyes wide and stared at Han E with a puzzled look on his face. The meaning was obvious. Why don't you listen to what you were saying? This round hasn't even ended yet, and you're already talking about the next round strategy? Did you also predict the opponent's tactics? Not only Apex, even ZYW, who trusted Han E the most, looked at Han E a few times with the same confused expression on his face. Fortunately, they soon had no time to be confused because Heroic launched an attack. After KDN figured out the strategy for the next round, he called everyone together and launched a rush in Area B. Han also seized the opportunity to return to defense early and cooperated with Misuda to make a lot of money. Then came the third round. In this round, Han did not change guns, but still let the Vitality team use 5 MP9S to fight against the Heroic team's spears. If they win this round, all the survivors can switch to spears and accumulate more economic resources, which will make Vitality's advantage very obvious. If they lose this round, Hani can still let the Vitality players pick up spears in the next round and play a spear game, which can be regarded as a preparation. This was the final of ESL Cologne. Hani played a bit more steadily. If it were a normal game, based on his usual style, he would have used a sniper rifle to help ZYWU in exchange for Saint points. With the arrival of the third game, the strong Heroic team was equipped with 3 AKs and 2 Curries. The money saved from the 2 Curries could give Heroic more props and increase the room for error. Naturally, these 2 guns were also assigned to Kadian, the commander, and Nico, the assistant. Neither of them needs to charge in a battle, so they don't need any very good guns. Instead, having sufficient props is more important to them. Looking at Vitality, Han Yi's tactics had already been explained, so there was nothing much to say now. They waited for the countdown to end, and both sides rushed to Area A at the same time. Without any hesitation, Heroic started attacking as soon as Vitality had just formed its formation. 3 smoke bombs fell on the diving platform, under the diving platform, and the police house respectively, followed by 1 high flash after another. The Vitality people in by couldn't open their eyes. Looking at the positions of Vitality, since it is 4, and naturally no one can stand inside the A site. Among them, RPK and Apex, who were originally the main A and Deputy A. One stood on the short box, and the other stood on the long box. As for ZYW, he followed his own defensive ideas and stood near the arch at the beginning. Now he's been isolated behind the smoke bomb and can't help much for the time being. Hani chose to stay at the police's house because there was no place to stand, and now he is also isolated by the smoke bomb. However, this had limited impact on Hani. His vision was blocked, but his props were still top-notch. The moment Apex and RPK said in the team voice that they were completely defeated, Hani's counterprops were used. He first fired an extremely accurate fire, successfully throwing it at the A1 exit. The Heroic team hurriedly threw cigarettes to put out the fire and accelerated to rush out of A1. But just as he walked out of the smoke, he saw another grenade flying towards him and exploding near A1. In an instant, B0, RUP, and Tisas, who rushed out first, suffered varying degrees of damage. When the 2 were marveling at the perfect timing of the grenade, another flash bomb flew out from the police house. The 2 reacted quickly, turned around immediately, and successfully avoided the flash bomb. At this moment, gunshots were heard near the diving platform, scaring the 2 of them so much that they quickly turned around to look at the diving platform. But they didn't expect that all this was just a small collaboration between ZYW and Han E. When the 2 turned around, Han Yi's second flash bomb just happened to draw a long trajectory, giving them both a complete loss. It's a pity that Heroic had good items and they had flashes covered during this period, which made RPK and Apex dare not pull out easily, and failed to kill the two all-white players. The two sides completed an item exchange. Although Vitality had a disadvantage in firearms, they had a good economy and were more fully prepared with props. After the first round of prop competition, they entered the second round. This time, the initiator of the prop was ZYW near the arch. He decisively threw a flash bomb, which exploded above Area A. Then, the next second, the Vitality players in Area A took the opportunity to pull out from behind the cover, and Han E also rushed out from the smoke of CT and launched an attack on the two people pulled out by Heroic first. At once, 3 gun lines were aimed at B0 RUP and Teases near A1. The two were well prepared. They hid in the bunker in time when they saw the flash bomb, and then chose to pull out at the same time to fight. Among them, B0 RUP was on the platform of A1 because he was the breakthrough player and rushed out first, while Teases, who came in later, stayed under the platform. They cooperated very well, one above and one below, and chose the same target at the same time, which was to attack the short box close by first, the RPK with the greatest threat, and then consider the enemies farther away. This resulted in RPK finding himself being held hostage just as he pulled it out. Facing the firepower of 2 AKs, he had almost no room to resist and was knocked to the ground in an instant. But this action of the two heroic players gave the Vitality players an opportunity. Han E in a long-boxed Apex who rushed out of the smoke saw Teases under the A1 platform at the first time. Han Yi's precise headshot, combined with the firepower of Apex, took down Teases without any danger, and the two sides completed an exchange of heads. Just when the Vitality team was preparing to continue their pursuit and kill B0 RUP, the bad news came, and everyone saw the kill information in the upper right corner. Stavn killed Misuda with a headshot from an AK-47. Since his strength was already inferior to Stavn's, and he was at a disadvantage in terms of guns, Misuda made a positioning mistake and was seized by Stavn, who killed him in Area B. With the fall of Area B, Vitality, which had originally begun to gain the upper hand, suddenly became precarious. KDN immediately took Little Nico and abandoned B0 RUP, who was still struggling on the A1 platform, and moved directly to the B area. In this way, the abandoned B0 RUP only has one thing to do, which is to die as late as possible, preferably until KDN and Nico enter Area B. By then, Vitality will face a 3-on-3 defense. Even as strong as Han, E, and ZYW will have a headache facing such a 3-on-3 situation. Han, he had no choice. He knew that all this was a conspiracy of Heroic, but he still had to follow Heroic's script. From the moment Misuda died in Area B, he had no choice but to kill B0 RUP and then return to defend and fight 3-on-3. Under Han Yi's command, ZYW threw a fire on the A1 platform. Then B0 RUP, who was burned by the fire, was forced to run down from the A1 platform and try to go back into A1. But how could Han E given this chance? He took aim and fired in one go, beheading B0 RUP. Then ZYW and Han E each picked up an AK-47 from the ground. Under Han Yi's command, ZYW and Apex returned to defense from the supermarket, while Han E himself returned to defense from B. The three of them formed a pincer attack on the B site. After about 20 seconds, the heroic bomb was placed and the 3 bandits were in hiding. Among them, Stavn was the first to enter Area B. He chose to hide at the dead spot on the far right of the supermarket window. In this position, he could block the enemies coming out of the supermarket window and the supermarket door at the same time, and he could also cross-fight with his teammates in the B site. It was a good position choice. Little Nico took the initiative to stay on the second floor of B. While guarding the way in, he could also support Stavn and KDN on the sofa from the window. As for KDN, who chose to stay on the sofa directly next to Xiao, if Xiao doesn't come, he can also be pulled out to help Stavn fight the enemies coming out of the supermarket door. The 3 players covered each other and formed a 3-dimensional B-zone defense. Han Yi's offensive tactics seemed cruder than Heroic's. Because too much time had been wasted on the journey from Area A to Area B, He was unable to carefully control Vitality's formation and could only choose to use all his strength to create miracles. After confirming with ZYWU and Apex that they had arrived at the supermarket, Han E gave the order to attack. In a 3-on-3 defense, Han E did not dare to be careless and decisively activated Eye of Death and then pulled out from B. He first glanced at the B2 window, as usual, and after confirming that there was no one there, he pulled the crosshairs further and aimed the crosshairs at the sofa. Then he saw the head of a bandit, who was erecting a small B behind the sofa. In Han Yi's current state, the E asterisk 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 ends KDN reaction was a little too slow for Han E. Han E suddenly stopped and fired a shot. The AK bullet pierced KDN's head with great accuracy. KDN's mouth opened wide when he saw this scene. Because the distance was too far, he couldn't even see Han Yi's character model clearly, and he found himself falling behind the sofa. After he reacted, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and the first words in his mind were, "Is this the reaction a human should have?" After killing the man, Han E did not act rashly, but retreated back to B. He knew that his position was critical. If he died, it would be difficult for ZYWU and Apex in the supermarket to get out. Therefore, Han E must prioritize ensuring his own survival, and then cooperate with ZYWU and Apex to complete this attack. Han E understood this principle, and of course everyone in Heroic understood it too. So after Han E killed KDN with one shot, little Nico on the second floor of B took action. He tried to pull out from the window on the second floor of B and kill Han E. But when he pulled it out, he saw an empty B building with no trace of the enemy at all. It wasn't just Nico who took action. After KDN died, the defensive pressure on Heroic's B zone became enormous. In addition, Nico's action of looking at B's little from the second floor window of B might give the supermarket timing, so Stavn also handed over his only cigarette to the supermarket window. Then Stavn also approached the small archway of B, intending to hold up the small Han E of B together with little Nico. The goal of their action was very clear: to kill Han E first, and then make a cross to deal with ZYWU and Apex coming out of the supermarket. When the two of them were holding up little B, Han E, who possessed the Eye of Death, peeked out again. With the same aiming sequence, Han E first saw little Nico on the second floor of B, and then heard another gunshot. From Xiao Nico's perspective, Han Yi's shot was incredibly fast. Han E had just revealed half of his body when he fired. Then Xiao Nico found that his character had slowly fallen down. So much so that little Nico couldn't tell at all whether Han Yi's shot was a preemptive shot or whether Han Yi's strength had really reached an incredible level. Looking at KDN and little Nico, who died one after another, Stavn was on the verge of collapse. "We agreed to set up guns together. Why are you leaving me one after another?" ZYWU and Apex noticed that Han E had killed 2 people in a row, and they also realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So they immediately rushed out of the supermarket, ready to cooperate with Han E to complete this pincer attack. But then B heard another gunshot, the same peak, and once again it was almost like a premature shot. There was no need for help from others. The last man of Heroic, Stavn, was unable to stop Han Yi's progress. Following the match against Na'Vi, Han E once again demonstrated his peak ability that the world could not understand. It seemed as if killing was so easy for him, and all he had to do was go out and shoot, and then come back. Even though we've seen his triple kill once before, it's still shocking now. With every kill by Han E, the tone of the player playing the machine became higher and higher, and in the end he was almost shouting to explain the game to the audience. Han E, he once again performed this incredible scene. 3 peaks, 3 shots to the head. With this single game, he demonstrated one thing to teams around the world. With his current strength, a kill of this magnitude isn't a one-time occurrence. If he can pull off a move like this twice, it means he'll be there a 3rd and 4th time. It might even become his signature scene in the future. Every time he peaks, it means he's going to take a life from your team. This is truly horrible. The 3 members of Heroic couldn't stop Han. He was simply too strong. so strong that it made heroic despair, so strong that people could only sigh. How can there be such a player in the world? 3 peaks, taking 3 people away. When the heroic team saw Han playing Navi like this before, although it looked shocking enough, they didn't have a deep understanding of it after all. It was not until they became victims just now that they realized how powerless their guns were when facing Han in this state. There was no chance to exchange gunfire at all. Han Yi's movements were so smooth that it even looked as if there was no sudden stop at all. He just pulled out the gun, fired, and then put it back. This was a simple action without any pause in between. But Han Yi's bullet is extremely accurate. The moment it hits your head, it seems like he is telling you that I have actually stopped in an emergency. This style of pulling the gun and then stopping suddenly to find the target is completely unique to Han Yi, and no one else can replicate it all. Of course, in addition to pulling the gun, Han Yi's fighting style is also unique in its viewing value. It's really cool to kill the enemy instantly with a sniper rifle. But who can resist the romance that only riflemen can have, such as peek with a rifle, pull out a shot, and kill the opponent instantly, especially when using a rifle to get a kill streak. This kind of exhilarating feeling is something that snipers cannot experience. This is why, in the game CSGO, the number of people who like rifles is far greater than the number of people who like snipers, and the number of fans of top riflemen is also far higher than the number of fans of top snipers. Things don't stop there. As one of the top CSGO events, ESL Cologne will attract almost all CSGO players around the world who are following the game to watch the event in front of their screens. In Russia, a land with only 1 hour time difference from Germany and full of talents, there are naturally many pairs of young eyes watching the game just now, and Donk is one of them. At the age of 12, Donk is just beginning to show his talent. He followed his brother to participate in a small competition held in Russia. This event has absolutely no reputation at all. It's just like some internet cafe competitions. The prize money is only 5,000 rubles, which is roughly equivalent to 400 yuan. However, consumption in Russia is not cheaper than in Dacia, so you can imagine the scale of this competition. But even so, the young Donk still felt the tense atmosphere of the game and the excitement when he killed the enemy and won, which made him yearn for professional competitions. Although with his current strength, he is still a little far from participating in professional competitions. But unknowingly, he has made this his goal to strive for. There is nothing cooler than playing in the game you love and making money at the same time. With a goal in mind, the next step is to improve your strength. There are 2 ways for Donk to improve his strength. The first one is to play in a ladder, but unfortunately Faceit does not have a server in Russia, and Russia's basic supporting facilities are not very good, and many basic network equipment are several years old. This resulted in Donk's latency remaining high, and his score couldn't be raised, making it difficult for him to play some high-level games and improve himself quickly. The second way is that he will watch some game videos to study the positions of each professional player and learn their playing styles. Among them, his before favorite player was Magisk, also known as the Magic Man. The reason why Donk likes Magisk is very simple. That is, Magisk's playing style is extremely entertaining, and he is also one of the best riflemen in the world. At the same time, Magisk, known as the Positive Boy, is one of the few players who can dissuade his opponents with just an ID. Simply put, these characteristics shown by Magisk are attracting the young Donk, and also make him want to become a player like Magisk, who has powerful frontal firepower and can persuade opponents to retreat with just one ID. But all these were Donk's thoughts and situation half a year ago, and now Donk has met another person whom he wants to be more. When he saw Han, he get a pentakill on Navi at the Major. He realized that Magisk might no longer be his idol. He looked at Han Yi's unparalleled pistol suppression power and the nicknames given to him by various commentators, such as the absolute core of the team, the all-around player, the eternal Mr. Big Scene, and so on. If we were to talk about all these titles, it would take more than a few minutes, and each of them attracted Donk. In addition, the more crucial point is that Han Yi's play is more entertaining, more aggressive, and more individualistic than Magisk's. In comparison, Magisk suddenly doesn't seem so attractive anymore. Han E naturally replaced Magisk and became Donk's most admired person. After having a new idol, Donk began to constantly learn Han Yi's playing style and his game ideas. But Donk found that he couldn't master it all. Han Yi's personal style was too obvious. Besides, because of the network lag, he couldn't do the same peek from small position as Han Yi. In this way, Donk's study came to a standstill for a time, but he did not give up. Instead, he studied repeatedly and finally came up with a new alternative. Compared with Han Yi's small body peek, this plan went to the other extreme, which is to pull people out directly when they meet them. In Donk's opinion, since you can't peek, you might as well not peek. As long as you can fire the first bullet before the enemy and hit them on the head, that's enough. The reason why it turned out like this is because Donk figured out the essence of it all. The reason why Han E is so strong is that he can kill his opponent with one shot to the head. As long as he is fast enough and accurate enough, even S1 Impel will be killed instantly by Han E. Therefore, Donk felt that as long as he pulled fast enough and positioned himself accurately enough, he would be able to do the same as Han E and kill one powerful enemy after another with one shot. Donk's style of play soon proved to be effective, at least for him. After a short period of adaptation, his rank began to improve rapidly. Now he is qualified for FPL, which is a big step towards his professional career. And like most esports teenagers, Donk believes that as long as he keeps working hard, sooner or later he will be able to fight alongside his idol. By then, he hopes to win one championship after another with Han E. At the Navi Youth Training Club, M0 Nisi, who was cheering when he saw Han E get a triple kill, suddenly sneezed without warning. Then, an inexplicable sense of crisis enveloped his whole body. This sense of crisis came so strangely that he couldn't help but think about it carefully. I haven't heard that there will be a new sniper coming to Navi Youth Training soon. But what's going on with this feeling of uneasiness that seems like I'm about to be replaced? Before we knew it, the score was 3 o'clock. Vitality took a 3-point lead in the final. Han, he had to admit that the heroic team was indeed very strong. In order to get these 3 points, he did not have many skills left. Currently, only Death Eye and a number of auxiliary skills can be used. In the next round, KDN did not hesitate too much and decisively ordered the tactics of using smoke to block the police house, the platform, and the bomb site, and then forcibly bury the bomb. But the firepower of the Vitality team was too strong, and they didn't give the heroic team any chance at all. The B0 RUP who planted the bomb was shot to death. After that, the heroic team who tried to pick up the bombs and plant them again couldn't escape the fate of being killed. One after another, they died in the buns, and there was no way to place the buns. The score is 4 o'clock. In this round, KDN still did not choose to start shooting, but chose a half start and then started to default. Han E also played very steadily, and the two sides kept fighting until the 30-second countdown began. KDN suddenly gathered all the heroic members and launched an attack on Area A. Unexpectedly, Han E was well prepared, and the heroic team was like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth and was easily defeated by the Vitality team who had been lying in ambush. The 5.5 people just exchanged for one Apex, allowing Vitality to accumulate another wave of economy. At the end of this round, the score reached 5 o'clock, and both sides also ushered in the second long gun round of the Mirage map. This time, Heroic had accumulated enough money to complete the distribution of 4 AKs and 1 AWP. Then KDN chose the default formation for a long gun game. That is, he and Xiao Nico controlled the middle lane, B0 RUP and Tesis controlled the map at A1 and A2, and Stav went to B2 as a free man. This is also the most commonly used default formation of Heroic. It was not used before because there was no sniper. It was inevitable that it was a bit difficult to control the middle lane. Now with the sniper, there are no such concerns. After learning about Heroic strategy for this game, Han E pondered for a moment and also chose a default strategy. It was still the regular 212 formation, with Misuda alone guarding the B area bomb site. Han E himself planned to go straight to B area at the beginning of the game and have a 2-on-2 fight with VIPs OYW in the middle lane. As for the final A area, Apex is still near the arch, forming a crossfire inside the A site with RPK near the police house. In this game, although Vitality's tactical changes were not big, there were some changes in the firearms. Because he wanted to fight 2 against 2 in the middle lane, ZYW gave his AK to Apex, and then he picked up a sniper rifle himself. In this way, the guns of both sides are the same. There is no such thing as who is better or worse. It all depends on the personal performance of the mid lane players. As the countdown ended, Han E ran through the supermarket and headed straight for Bziao. When we arrived at Bziao, ZYW had also arrived at VIP. But since it is a tacit agreement, both parties have naturally made sufficient preparations. The next second, a VIP cigarette blocked Zaiwa's vision, leaving him no chance to confront the bandit directly. Then there was another flash of light from the bandit's mouth. KDN pulled out the sniper rifle horizontally. He first glanced at the arch and couldn't see the enemy, then moved the crosshairs to B. After learning that ZYW was blocked, Han E did not dare to act rashly, so he had to stop and let Heroic and his men come out from the bandit's mouth. However, letting them out did not mean that Han E would give up control of the middle lane. He took a look at the mini-map and immediately asked ZYW to take a detour to the archway. At the same time, let Apex be prepared, throw a high flash above the arch, and clear the middle lane. After hearing Han Yi's command, ZYW and Apex acted quickly. A few seconds later, the former had reached the near point of the arch. The other person also found the angle on the diving platform, and Han E also got close to the small near point B. Everything was ready, but Han E did not rush to order a counterattack in the middle lane. Instead, he began to eavesdrop on KDN's thoughts. Han E was waiting for the most appropriate moment to launch a counterattack in the middle. Soon, he got what he was waiting for. Because the duration of the mid-lane VIP smoke is limited, KDN must act quickly. He quickly called Stavn, who was near the B2 building, and asked him to walk through the sewer from B2 and come to the middle road. He himself planned to lead little Nico to push forward, intending to control the arch, the bottom of the VIP, and the side of the sewer. In this way, they completely controlled the middle lane. Upon learning that Heroic had taken action, Han E also began his own actions. After he gave the order, a high flash exploded above the middle lane, officially announcing the start of Vitality's counter-clearing. But then, something unexpected happened to Han E. Just 2 seconds after they flashed in the middle lane, Heroic's A1 and A2 duo also took the opportunity to launch an attack. A police cigarette and a jump platform cigarette officially sounded the clarion call for Heroic to attack Area A. All of this was naturally part of KDN's pre-match preparations. He had long discovered that Han E liked to play mid lane to counter-clear, so he specifically explained to the Heroic team what they should do if they encounter counter-clear during the default process. Now is the time for B0, RUP, and Teases to strictly enforce KDN's orders. Han E also quickly realized that everything that was happening before his eyes was probably within Heroic's default system. Then a trace of helplessness flashed across Han Yi's face. As his popularity grew, more and more teams began to study him. It seemed that after this ESL Cologne, he would have to change some of his commanding habits. Heroic's 2 smoke bombs were thrown at the perfect time. A police smoke blocked the entire vision of RPK standing in the police home, and another jump platform smoke also isolated Apex on the jump platform and ZYW in the arch outside the area. But this was not the end. 2 more fires were thrown, one at the VIP door and the other at the archway. The 2 fires burned the entire side of the platform down to the VIP side, completely clearing the last point where the Vitality team could pose a threat to B0, RUP, and Teases. Then B0, RUP, and Teases quickly pulled out from A1 and A2 simultaneously and searched the entire A area. After confirming that there were no Vitality members in the entire A area, B0, RUP, and Teases were also excited. Their established tactics were a great success. The Heroic team discovered early on that the Vitality team liked to defend the back point, so they specially developed this explosive bomb tactic that only required 2 people to complete. If it were any other team, this tactic might not work if there were people in area, but on Vitality's side, except for Han, E, and Zuodawu, the other three players would usually choose an extremely conservative position and would not stand in a conventional gunfighting position such as the bomb site. After discovering this, the heroic people started to think about it. After much thought, they came up with a set of established default tactics, and then today's scene happened. However, when B0 RUP and Teases successfully took control of area, a counterclear in the middle lane also took place at the same time. After a flash, ZYVU and Han E from the arch pulled out at the same time. Their target was very clear. That was KDN and Little Nico at the far point in the middle lane. ZYW pulled out first, then used the right mouse button to aim and the left mouse button to shoot. There are no fancy moves. Everything looked so ordinary, but with a gunshot, Little Nico fell to the ground. ZYW at the arch killed someone, and KDN certainly couldn't let ZYW escape unscathed, so he wanted to snipe back the shot. But Han E and ZYW had already formed a tacit understanding. Just when KDN opened the scope and tried to kill ZYW, Han E suddenly pulled out. His shot was fast and steady, and the bullet hit KDN's eyebrows accurately. However, although Han E was able to kill KDN, he was helpless against Stavn in the sewer. In other words, faced with the sudden gunshots in the sewer, the entire Vitality team was unable to deal with it for a while. Han Yi's position was invisible. ZYW had just fired a shot, and Apex was on the way. Stavn caught this opportunity just right. This also shows the strength of professional teams. Through the exquisite cooperation of several people, even if the shooting skills are not good, they can still achieve a guaranteed effect. As Stavn fired bullets one after another, ZYW had no power to resist the bullets coming from behind and was easily killed by Stavn. Apex, who had previously lost his flash, had also arrived at the archway. He watched ZYW die in front of him and quickly pulled out of the archway, trying to finish off the shot and avenge ZYW. Unfortunately, he failed. His shooting skills were a little weak, and he was unable to defeat Stavn in the gunfight. In the end, Hani pulled it out from B and got the kill. But it was too late. Stavn had already killed 2 people in the middle lane, saving Heroic from the brink of destruction. But for everyone at Vitality, the bad news doesn't end there. On the Heroic side, B0 RUP and Teases in area A saw that the battle in the middle lane was fierce, so they directly placed an A1 package and planned to retreat to A1 for defense after placing the package. Hearing the enemy planting a bomb, RPK wanted to try his luck by hiding in the smoke, but he had just fired a few shots and his position was exposed, and he was immediately faced with Tease's counter-hit. Maybe RPK was too unlucky, or maybe Teases had a good understanding of the angle, and Teases' crosshairs were aimed right at RPK, showing a wave of Danish core technology. At once, countless bullets flew straight towards RPK. By the time RPK realized something was wrong, it was too late. He was knocked to the ground by Teases in an instant. The situation on the field became 2v2. After Han, he came to the arch. He did not take the next step, but called Misuda to join him in defending from the arch. By the time Misuda arrived at the arch, there were still more than 20 seconds before the bomb exploded, which was plenty of time. During this period, Han, he had been trying to sense the inner thoughts of B0, RUP, and Teases. Unfortunately, the two of them only had fragmentary information in their heads. They were all standing there, guarding against the police. This information was not enough to tell them their specific positions. Faced with this situation, Han thought for a moment and asked Misuda to go closer to the platform. Then Han fired a flash, a standard instant flash, and sent Misuda out to observe the information. After such a long time, Heroic's offensive smoke had long dissipated. After flashing away, Misuda pulled out from the diving platform to observe and had a clear view of the situation in Area A. I didn't see anyone. After saying this, Misuda didn't dare to stay any longer and retreated again. Afterwards, Hani moved to the position below the diving platform, and the two of them, one above and one below, pulled out again at the same time. They first took a look at the bomb site, and, after finding no enemy, they looked at A1 together. At this moment, Tesis, who had been hiding behind a short box, seized the timing sharply and pulled out decisively from behind the cover. Then he looked at Misuda on the diving platform and used his skills again to shoot him in the head with a precise bullet. As the future main members of Heroic, Tesis and Stavn both played brilliantly in this round. And Tesis controlled his position very well. He used the cover behind a short box to shoot low and high to kill Misuda. However, he could not see Tesis because of the angle. After all these operations, the bomb's time has come to the last 10 seconds. He knows clearly that if he wants to win in the current situation, he must fight quickly and decisively. So he no longer hesitated and decisively pressed forward from the A site, but B0RUP on the A1 platform and Tesis in the short box heard Hanyi's footsteps, and they were not afraid. They chose to pull out in pairs and gave him enough respect. Hanyi's reaction was also extremely fast. Facing the two people pulling out at the same time, he killed Tesis with one shot, and then he swept and shifted towards B0RUP. It's a pity that this was a simultaneous intersection of two people. No matter how fast Hanyi's reaction was, he couldn't change the firing rate of the AK bullets. If B0RUP didn't make any mistakes, this double kill would be too difficult even for Han-E at the moment. After a few shots between the two sides, B0RUP won a thrilling victory. Han-E, the man who killed from B area to A area, finally fell. The moment they saw Han-E fall, the Heroic team erupted in huge cheers, so loud that even the Vitality team could hear them clearly. The director also gave a close-up at the first moment, showing that all the Heroic players raised their hands high, their faces flushed, celebrating this hard-earned victory. It's not their fault. Since the start of Cologne, Han-Yi's strength has reached a higher level. Except for Na'Vi winning a few games, most teams were suppressed the rest of the time. In addition, at the beginning of the game, the strength and unstoppable momentum displayed by the Vitality team put a lot of pressure on the Heroic team. Now this hard-earned victory is certainly worth celebrating, and it undoubtedly adds a lot of suspense to the game. The score between the two sides was 5-1. Facing Heroic, who seemed to be gaining momentum, Han-E decisively called Vitality's first tactical pause of the game. He did this for two reasons. One was to cool down the hot-tempered Heroic players. Secondly, Han-E himself needs some time to think and plan new tactics. Because Han-E realized that KDN's command was quite difficult for him. As a pioneer of dynamic defense, KDN is a standard academic commander. Logically, Han-E is not afraid of this kind of commander, but this Heroic team commanded by KDN is a little different. The most important point of the concept of dynamic defense is to move, but if every movement requires a command, the workload will be too heavy and everyone will be dizzy and easily make mistakes. This also creates a characteristic, that is, this Heroic has a large number of established ones, and once an action is launched, it is likely to adopt a multi-point and multi-line simultaneous combat method. For example, in the last game, when they were fighting in the middle lane, they found an opportunity in area, so they might open up a second battlefield and put pressure on the Vitality team at the same time. Based on this, Han-E called a tactical timeout to think about how to break the situation. While Han-E was thinking carefully, KDN gradually calmed down from his joy and began to think about the strategy for this game. For most commanders, the same tactic is rarely used twice in the same game. The reason is very simple. It is probably similar to rock, scissors, and paper. If you use the same method every time and people figure out the pattern, it will be impossible for you to win. So this time, KDN decided to change his playing style and prepare a default that is biased towards Area B. Since it is the default, even if we are preparing to attack Area B, Area A will not be given up. This time, the player that KDN left behind to control the map at A1 was not Stavn, but B0RUP, who was the breakthrough player. Stavn, who was originally a free man, took on the position of a breakthrough player in the B zone by default this time. In addition, in the most important mid lane, KDN was quite satisfied with his performance in the previous game. He and Xiao Nico still controlled the map together. After listening to KDN's deployment for this round, Han E also thought of the tactics for this round. He asked Apex, who was the deputy A, to go to the B area to help Masuda defend the B point. The A area was left for RPK to defend alone, and ZYW would still fight with him for the middle lane. But this time, Han E and Zaiwa's positions changed. First, Han E asked ZYW not to go to VIP anymore, but to go to the archway at the beginning and snipe the bandit's mouth. Considering that the sniper from the bandit's mouth might arrive faster than ZYW, Han Yi's position also changed. He no longer went to B2, but to the archway, throwing a high flash in the middle lane to ensure that ZYW could successfully grab the gun position. After that, Han E himself prepared to pull up from the middle lane to attack the bandit's mouth. If the heroic people dare to fight him, Han E will compete with them to see who is better. If the heroic people don't dare to fight, it will just fulfill Han Yi's wish. Han Yi's tactical goal in this round was very clear, which was to learn from the mistakes of the previous game and not give heroic players the opportunity to synchronize their moves in the middle lane. As long as Han Yi's tactics succeed, he can force the 4 heroic players on the B area side to be trapped near B2 and the sewer. In this way, Han E can completely divide the battlefield. At that time, Han E only needs to deal with the B0 RUP on the single A side of heroic first, and then call RPK to the middle lane, and ZYW goes to the B area to participate in the defense. In this way, Vitality's defense became indestructible, and the remaining 4 people of heroic could only stay in B2 and the sewer, like a turtle in a jar, unable to get in or out. Afterwards, the Vitality team waited for a suitable opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop. After the commanders on both sides finished thinking about the tactics and issued their respective orders, the countdown ended and the 10 people rushed out at the first opportunity. The most eye-catching pair in the whole venue was ZYW and Han E, and the director also gave Han E a shot in a tacit understanding. From Han Yi's perspective, his crosshairs once again showed his signature movement, shaking back and forth towards the sky while running. But this shaking did not last long. As ZYW stepped into the arch with his front foot, Han Yi's flash flew out of his hand. ZYW, who was a little ahead, also stopped in his tracks when he was about to walk out of the archway. He didn't pull out his gun quickly until he heard the flash. Then he raised the scope and fired a shot at KDN, who was covering his eyes and trying to escape. This wave of exquisite cooperation stunned KDN. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out why these 2 people were so brave. How dare you pull me like this with just a flash? But what made him most angry was that he couldn't hold it back. The cooperation between these 2 people, seeing his commander killed, little Nico behind KDN had no intention of finishing off the attack. Although Xiao Nico's ID is the same as that of a certain nightclub prince, their abilities are worlds apart. Xiao Nico's performance can only be regarded as not dragging the team down. If you compare him with a superstar like ZYW, he will definitely not be able to compare. So he turned around and went straight to the 2nd floor of the bandit building to meet up with his teammates. ZYW fought for a while at the archway, and when he found that no more people were coming out from the opposite gang, he reported this information to Han E. After Han E knew about it, he asked ZYW to move from the left side of the arch to the right side and help him build the sewer straight. After ZYW completed the position exchange, Han E began to act. He went straight in and pushed up from the middle. 5 against 4, any experienced player can detect the problem with this kind of forward pressure. The player playing the machine also saw it this way. When he saw Han E gain an advantage through tactics and continue to press forward, he realized some problems. I was a bit too risky this time. To be honest, they could have been more cautious with 5 against 4. There's no need to be so aggressive. After he finished speaking, he thought about it and added, I can only say that this is high style. He just loves to do things that are often not understood. This kind of adventurous spirit is hard to find in other players. Han E walked forward, checked the bandit's entrance, and after confirming that there was no one there, he walked all the way to the bandit's house, intending to get behind B0 RUP and kill him through the bandit's house. Although he knew that there were more people in the B2 building and the benefits of going around would be greater, facing a team like Heroic, they would not leave anyone to guard the B2 building when they knew that the middle lane was out of control. So going around and killing B0RUP was the correct answer. Han, he followed his own ideas and quickly arrived near the bandit's house. But he stopped there and did not move, with no intention of going deeper into A1. When the audience saw this scene, they were all confused. The audience and commentators, from a god's perspective, saw that little Nico, who had just retreated from the middle lane, was now standing on the second floor of the bandit group. A1's B0RUP had leaned back and seemed ready to retreat from A1 at any time. It can be said that both the audience and the commentators felt that Han Yi's position was terrible and he could be caught in a situation where he was attacked from both sides at any time. They didn't quite understand why Han Yi chose such a position. But Han Yi knew clearly that he would not be caught in a pincer attack. KDN didn't even realize that he would be able to take over so quickly. As for little Nico, he would soon leave from the second floor of the bandits and go to the second floor of B to meet up with others. A1's B0RUP will come over, but I am not inferior to him in a gunfight. It can be said that the situation was under Han Yi's control. He could even find time to command RPK and ZYW, letting RPK evacuate from the police house and go to the archway to defend the sewer, replacing Zywa's position, and letting ZYW go to Area B to participate in the defense of Area B. When the Vitality team took action, the Heroic team, who received orders from KDN, also began to act. Upon hearing the order, B0RUP decisively turned his gun around and began to retreat from A1. While retreating, he also glanced at the small map. With just one glance, he keenly realized that there was a high possibility of timing in the middle lane. So he adjusted his sights, aimed at the side of the bandit's mouth, and slowly moved towards the bandit's house step by step along the slope. Then he saw that on his right, there was a CT squatting on a trash can, waiting for a long time. A precise headshot frightened B0RUP. He wanted to fight back immediately, but Han, he didn't give him time to react. He fired a second bullet and took his head. As soon as B0RUP died, Han immediately turned around and set the bandit on the second floor on fire, then quickly ran towards B0RUP's body and replaced the AK that fell on the ground with the M4 in his hand. Then, before Han could go back to the second floor to kill the bandits, Heroic's attack on the B area began. Han heard the gunshots in Area B and immediately went back to support, but it was obvious that he underestimated the Vitality team. With Zywa's help, Vitality's B zone is no longer a loophole. There was a burst of rapid gunfire, and the two sides exchanged 1 for 3 in Area B. With the sacrifice of Misuda, the 3 Heroic members were killed collectively. They had no way to deploy and were completely blocked inside Building B2. It can be said that Han Yi's tactics this time were a great success. In the following time, the two sides fought back and forth in this battle. By the time the sides changed sides at halftime, the total score of the first half had reached 10-5. In the second half, the sides were swapped, and Han Yi also came to the offensive side. With the score between the two sides at this level, it can be said that the pistol round is crucial. Han Yi still looked at Misuda, who was also very conscious. After the smoke flashed, he took the initiative to hand over the P250 to Han Yi. Then Han Yi listened carefully to KDN's tactics for this round. This time, KDN chose a default opening of 212. As for dynamic counterclearing, he needed to collect some information before considering the next move. After learning about KDN's idea, Han Yi looked at his remaining Eye of Death and chose the simplest and pure CS, breaking all the methods with one force. Rush B, let's fly to the second floor. After hearing Han Yi's tactics for this game, Apex's face showed a little more smile. Although it was not Purgatory Town, he inexplicably felt that the tactic of flying to the second floor was very useful. As the countdown ended, everyone in Vitality ran towards Area B together. This time, Han Yi fell into second place. Ahead of him was Apex, behind him was ZYW, then RPK, and finally Misuda. They quickly passed through the second floor of the bandit's house and came to the kitchen. Misuda stayed where he was and threw a cigarette out of the supermarket window. Then he waited until everyone passed through the kitchen and threw another high flash. Hearing the countless footsteps and offensive props in the B area, Stavn, who was in charge of B, immediately informed the heroic team of the news that Vitality was attacking the B area, and they also launched a counter-defense immediately. Tisas at B also stopped pushing forward and immediately turned back to cooperate with Stavn on the sofa at B area to launch a cross-attack on the second floor of B. Under normal circumstances, the main player A of a team is much stronger than the main player B. The reason is that area is generally a large area, and the influence it can cause on the game is greater. Adhering to the concept of the strong getting more work, most teams will intentionally or unintentionally arrange their strongest players to Area A. But this heroic team is different. Their B zone duo is much stronger than the A zone duo. Whether it is Stavn as the main B or Tisas as the secondary B, they are both top star players in the future arena. The former even once possessed top strength. Looking at Heroic's A zone, although B0 RUP and Zioniko are also young people, their strength is undoubtedly inferior to the two in front. Later, Xiao Nico was replaced by Refresh Xiaohei, and B0 RUP was replaced by Stush Warlock. After replacing the two, it is obvious that the strength of Team X has increased visibly. After Jabby replaces Refresh, the well-known Snake and Rat Brothers Team X will officially appear in front of the public. After that, they occupied the throne of the world's #1 team for 5 consecutive months, becoming another super strong team after the 22-year phase. Their dominance lasted until 2023, when they were defeated by Vitality, which had Magisk and a 5-star general. Heroic then declined, and what followed was a story of the two Snakes and Rats joining forces to kick out KDN. So for the current heroic team, their zone is much easier to beat than their B zone. But this is exactly why Han E chose to attack Area B. His Eye of Death can only last for 10 seconds, and he wants to kill Stavn and Tisas within these 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the remaining Little Nico and B0 RUP were no longer a concern. As the smoke bomb exploded in the supermarket window, the Vitality team no longer waited and quickly rushed out from the B2 floor. Stavn, who was standing on the sofa, was the first to move. He saw the Apex who was rushing in first, and he immediately controlled the crosshairs and fired at the Apex. Because he was affected by the flashbang before, his shot was a little off target and only hit Apex's chest, knocking his character model unconscious. Stavn made a mistake and failed to achieve this instant kill, but that doesn't mean Han E behind Apex will make a mistake. After seeing Apex being shot and slowed down, Han E realized that Stavn was hiding behind the sofa. He decisively activated the Eye of Death and then pulled out horizontally. He saw Stavn behind the sofa at a glance. Before, Stavn only missed the head and missed the headshot position. After he fired the shot, he realized his mistake and immediately tried to hide back in the sofa, waiting for Tisas support, and wanted to make a cross in the B area. When Hani pulled him out, Stavn's head had been exposed, but only his scalp was left. It was no exaggeration to say that the character model would completely disappear behind the cover of the sofa in the next second. In the current situation, it can be said that no matter which player in the world except Hani comes, he will not be able to kill Stavn. I could only watch Stavn hide back in the sofa, and then take the cross attack from Heroic. But the person standing on the B2 floor now happened to be Han E. This scalp is more than enough for Han E. He fired decisively. The shot was so fast that it was ridiculous and unbelievable. The P250 bullet flew through the sky and accurately hit the only remaining scalp of Stavn. This piece of scalp is so small that viewers watching the live broadcast of the game on their mobile phones can't even see this piece of Stavn's scalp. They only saw Han E fire a shot at the back of the sofa, and thought that Han E fired a preemptive shot at the air. It was not until the screams of the people playing the machine were heard that they realized that Han Yi's shot just now did not miss the target, but hit Stavn's head accurately. This scene shocked Not only the commentator playing on the machine and the audience watching the game, but also Stavn, who was the first player to fight against Vitality. Hunden was naturally watching Stavn's screen the whole time, so he also noticed Han Yi's terrifying shot. One of them is the coach of Team X, and the other is a professional player. Naturally, their understanding of the game is much stronger than that of ordinary players. They know clearly where their brains will fail and where their scalps will fail. So naturally, one can almost guess how terrifying the shot Han Yi just fired was. The two looked at each other and saw deep shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. This also made Hunden more convinced of one thing. That is, there is definitely something wrong with Han Yi. When I played Navi before, I must have missed something and didn't check it. Then Hunden seemed to remember something and quickly turned his head to look at Tissa's first-person perspective. After Stavn fell, Tissa's would definitely be Han Yi's next target. Then, when Hunden was watching Tissa's first-person perspective, he also saw the extremely terrifying shooting skills displayed by Han Yi, or to be more precise, pre-shooting. Han Yi seemed to know Tissa's position clearly and pulled out from B2, firing a preemptive shot. It hit Tissa's head very accurately, killing him instantly. Tissa's looked at his fallen figure. A trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. He just wanted to ask one question. How do I fight this? Then he looked at Hunden, spread his hands, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Faced with this series of unreasonable shooting skills, Hunden, combined with the viewing bug he had accidentally discovered before, became more and more convinced that Han Yi also mastered some unknown bug. At the very least, this bug allows Han Yi to clearly know the positions of all the heroic players. There's no doubt about that. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, immediately adjusted the voice channel of the microphone, and spoke. I request to check the other command's computer again. Hearing Hunden's report, the referee was obviously stunned. To be honest, they had never done such a precedent in IM Cologne before to repeatedly check a player's computer, and they certainly couldn't start such a precedent, so he chose to refuse without thinking. We have already conducted a comprehensive search of player high and found nothing suspicious. Seeing the referee's refusal, Hunden calmed down. He now directly said again that there was a problem with Han Yi's computer, which obviously seemed to be questioning the official ESL Cologne, making the other party feel embarrassed, so he simply changed his statement to a high EQ one. I suspect High is using some undiscovered bug. You should check his game settings and console. Bug. After hearing Hunden's new statement, the referee hesitated for a moment, thinking about the fact that they had only checked Han Yi's plugins before and they had not conducted any detailed inspection on the BUG. Thinking of this, the referee was a little undecided for a moment. Could it be that they really missed something? However, repeatedly checking a player's computer is not a good idea, no matter how you talk about it. Besides, if they check every time a player makes a highlight, how can a game go on? You have to know that FPS and MOBA games are different. The former is very dependent on the feel of the game. To what extent is this specific? That is, when someone makes a highlight play, you can often see the other side directly call a tactical timeout. Even if there is no special strategy, this tactical pause must be used in order to cool down the opponent's explosive touch. There are also players who dominate the first half, and then after a short intermission, they are like a completely different person in the second half, and no one can kill them. This is also because the halftime break destroyed the touch. The feeling of touch is something illusory, yet it exists in reality. The referee was a little hesitant. He couldn't help but think of the worst-case scenario. What if they started checking Han Yi's computer again and made a big fuss about it? After the inspection, Han Yi's computer still had no problems. Targeting the same player twice in a row, the rhythm was easily brought up. By then, it is very likely that the reputation of their ESL Cologne event will be affected. But if they blatantly ignored Hunden's report, the referee was worried that he would go out and say something wrong, which would also affect the reputation of ESL Cologne. All I can say is that this kind of problem has no solution. As the organizers, they value their reputation more than anything else. After all, only with a good reputation can more teams be attracted to participate. With more well-known teams, they can better promote their events and have more and better investors. This is a positive cycle of esports. For example, the reason why India cannot hold esport competitions is because they have held a competition before. Later, the organizer ran away and sent people to steal the contestants' things, which made the event notorious. So much so that later, many teams decided not to go at all when they heard that it was an Indian competition. Therefore, word of mouth and reputation are crucial for an event organizer. It can be said that from the moment Hundin filed the complaint, the current situation was no longer something he, a referee, could decide. After realizing this, he immediately reported it to the senior leadership. When Hundin reported, the pistol round had quietly ended. After Heroic lost its two main players, Stavn and Tesis, although the remaining people put up a tenacious resistance, they were still defeated by the attack of Vitality. Because he needed to consult his superiors, the referee called a technical timeout, stopped the second round of the second half, and informed the players on the field that they needed to wait for about a minute, but he did not say why. He could only roughly guess that it might be another director failure. So he simply used this time to start thinking about some tactical details and strive to make the tactics perfect. The current score between the two sides has reached 11-5. Vitality's first victory in the Cologne finals seems to be just around the corner. Time passed little by little, and soon more than 30 seconds had passed. The ESL Cologne organizers also responded quickly. In just 30 seconds, they came up with a way to divert the conflict. Soon, the referee's voice sounded in Han Yi's headphones. "Hi, our heroic coach Hundin is reporting you for using a malicious bug, which caused unfairness in the game. Would it be convenient for us to check your computer again? Of course, you can also choose to refuse, and we will check your computer after the game. If you choose to allow us to review it now, we hope that if there are any negative voices online, you can stand up and speak for us, saying that we are not targeting you and that everything is done with your consent." That's right, this was the answer that the organizers of ESL Cologne came up with, shifting the problem from the conflict between themselves and Han E to the conflict between Hundin and Han E. They also gently reminded Han E that it was time for them to check, but they would not force Han E. If this incident causes some trouble, remember to say a few words for them. Naturally, the referee's words were not spoken to Han E alone, but were spoken in the voice channel within the Vitality team. So it was not only Han E who heard his words, but also other people in Vitality. Even though the ESL official said these words very tactfully and appropriately, it still made people feel uncomfortable. Angry expressions appeared on their faces, just when the Vitality people were about to blame the ESL organizers. Hani spoke before everyone else, but his voice sounded a little strange, as if he was forcibly suppressing his emotions and not letting them burst out. "You guys check it out. I have no objection." Seeing Han E like this, the people in Vitality, while admiring Han Yi's sensible attitude, were also unwilling to let Han E endure this grievance, and they all spoke up. "Why don't we wait until the game is over?" "That's right. There's no need to let them do these things. Let's do it after the game." Listening to the words of the Vitality people, Han E still shook his head. "Fine. Check must check. If it really doesn't work, I'll pay for the inspection. I just want to prove my innocence." Hearing Han Yi's words, it seemed as if everyone in Vitality saw the story of an innocent player who was repeatedly slandered and reported, but had to keep proving his innocence. For a moment, they seemed to empathize with Han E and couldn't help but ask the organizer, should good people be pointed at guns? Even the referee couldn't help but speak after hearing what Hani said. "If it doesn't work, start the game normally. After the game, we will check it slowly." Han E waved his hand and said stubbornly, "After the game, some things may be hard to explain. On the road to growth, you are bound to face many doubts. I have understood this truth since before I set foot on the professional arena. You can check it out. I believe you can prove my innocence, and then I will shut Hundin up. By the way, you'll let the audience see this process, right?" "Yes, we will broadcast the entire event live." "Then I'm fine. Go ahead and check it out." "Okay, I'll get the technicians up right away." Hearing that Han E was still thinking about them at this time, the referee finally couldn't help but praise Han E in his heart. "Look what a nice guy." In contrast, Hundin only causes them trouble. After obtaining Han Yi's consent, all the contestants noticed one thing. The 1-minute countdown on the screen was suddenly extended to 60 minutes. At the same time, the staff present heard the organizers' explanation for the suspension through their headphones. Heroic team coach Hunden reported high for maliciously using cheats, so the game needs to be interrupted for an inspection. When some uninformed ESL staff heard this explanation, they had only one reaction. Coming again? Didn't you check it once before? Didn't High's innocence get proven last time? Or is High really open? They all thought so. Not to mention the audience who were sitting in front of their computers watching the game. It is outrageous enough to have 2 tests for one game. If the 2 tests are on the same person, it is even more outrageous. For a while, there were all kinds of comments in the barrage. It's not fair. This is clearly a deliberate targeting. From now on, whenever Vitality has an advantage, ESL officials will do something disgusting like this. Will this tournament still be played? This time, High is probably finished. It's true that ESL officials didn't catch him the first time, but the problem is this is the second time. They must have some speculation or evidence before they dare to do this. Why not just default on Heroic as the champion? It's obvious that ESL officials are deliberately creating a deity. Chapter 6. The Final Judgment of the Korean People. The barrage of filial sons. Please stop savoring it. It's obvious you've been caught. While the comments were being discussed in the comments forum, ESL officials were naturally unwilling to help Heroic bear this firepower, and soon a line of small English words appeared on each stream to explain. The general meaning is that this time, it was because Hunden reported that High might have used a malicious bug, which caused High to know everyone's location in advance. So this inspection within the game was carried out. The specific details have nothing to do with ESL officials. They conducted the second search after obtaining the consent of player Han E, and it was not intentional targeting. When the audience saw this line of small words, they started arguing again. For a moment, the barrage was divided into 2 factions, and the upper half of the screen was directly used by them as a battlefield. The pro-Korean faction and the anti-Korean faction argued with each other, and neither of them would give in. Korean livestock will die. It's such an obvious misleading mentality. Can't you see it? Come on, Hanshunga. I'm impressed. I thought you guys had some brains. Considering the Koreans' usual tactics, I told you it's impossible for anyone to achieve this level. If you can't beat them, just say the other side opened it. This Hunden is quite interesting. Hanshung? Han Beast. Stop barking like a dog. Last time, a bunch of people accused Hanshung of cheating, but what happened? Isn't Hanshung still fine now? It's funny, just give the command and it's open. This level of command hasn't been unlocked yet. No wonder I can always come up with a strategy that suppresses the opponent. It turns out I'm using a serious bug. While everyone was arguing, ESL's official technicians once again appeared behind Han Yi and also started a live broadcast to check Han Yi's computer. They first opened the playback and watched from the point where Han Yi started debugging the equipment and then replicated Han Yi's operation step by step on Zaiwa's computer to see if they could find any malicious bugs. But the result was naturally a failure. No malicious bugs were found at all. During this period, they also asked Hunden to try it himself. After discovering that no bugs could be found, Hunden asked to watch the game replay to see if he could find the problem. But this involves tactics and team voice, so it's not convenient for Hunden to watch it. But considering that there might be something they couldn't discover, after asking Hunden to go back, the staff began to listen to Vitality's team voice, and then analyzed it in combination with Han Yi's first-person perspective to see if there was anything that they hadn't discovered before. You may not know this after seeing it, but after seeing it, it completely cleared Han Yi of any possibility of cheating, because they discovered a magical thing. That is, when Han Yi gave orders, there were many times when his speed of giving orders was even faster than that of the commander on the opposite side. Often, when the opposing commander is still explaining the tactics, Han Yi has already arranged the tactics. This further clears Han Yi of suspicion. After all, no plug-in or malicious bug in the world can do this. First predict the opponent's tactics, and then implement a tactic to restrain the opponent's tactics. So, to sum up, this all points in one direction. Han Yi is innocent. He did not use any cheats or exploit any malicious bugs. The reason his command and shooting skills seemed abnormal was simply because he was simply strong. This inspection was obviously much faster than the last one. After all, from the moment he watched the video and heard the team's voice, he had been clear of suspicion. After ESL officials informed Hunden of the result, he was completely dumbfounded. Seeing that he didn't believe it, ESL officials had no choice. After all, they couldn't let Hunden listen to this kind of team voice chat on the spot. I could only ask Han Yi's opinion after the game, and then consider whether to release this voice message to prove Han Yi's innocence and my own credibility. After confirming that Han Yi was innocent, ESL officials immediately prepared two plans to deal with this situation. The best solution is to release Han Yi's game voice and screen with the consent of the Vitality Club to help confirm that Han Yi is indeed innocent and to prove that the ESL officials did not cover up Han Yi's behavior. They believe that when most players see Han Yi's amazing command, except for a very small number of hardcore black and conspiracy theorists, most of the remaining rational players should understand that Han Yi is not a cheat. In addition to this optimal solution, there is another way to solve the problem, which is for the ESL officials to pretend to be dead and leave everything to the Vitality officials to handle public relations. After all, if a player is troubled by such a large number of doubts for a long time, it will inevitably affect his performance, and the Vitality Club cannot turn a blind eye. But the incident happened in their ESL game after all. If they did nothing, they might be able to avoid the audience's anger, but the impression they left in the players' minds would not be so good. The ESL management felt a headache when they thought that all the hard work over the years might be ruined by a wrong word or a wrong thing. It seemed that the ID high represented endless troubles. However, they were not in constant pain. After a brief period of pain, they were greeted with joy because they noticed that the number of viewers of their games had increased instead of decreased since the suspension of the games. Although the situation has not fully fermented due to the short suspension time and cannot be compared with the match between Vitality and Na'Vi, the number of spectators this time has also created a new high in recent times. Excluding the broadcast, the number of people in the official live broadcast room has reached 870,000. If all the anchors are counted, the estimated number of viewers may reach 2 to 3 million. It can be said that ESL Cologne took this opportunity to promote itself in the player community. Considering that the suspension time was almost up, ESL executives informed the referee that the game could continue. As the game continued, this notice reached everyone's ears. The first person to react was not the protagonist of this incident, Han Yi, nor the whistleblower, Hunden, but Apex. Apex was the first one to stand up angrily, pulling his microphone upwards. Then he raised his middle finger with a red face and shouted, You're resorting to these shady tactics when you can't win. You don't even care about your dignity anymore. If you have as much time, can't you practice your shitty coordination? With Apex initiating the team fight, the other Vitality players immediately joined in. Greetings were exchanged one after another, and even the usually introverted Daitavu opened his voice to curse at the other team. For a moment, even with layers of obstructions, some dirty words still accurately fell into the ears of the heroic people. Hunden's face grew increasingly gloomy, but no one from Heroic spoke up for him. This report was made by Hunden on his own accord without consulting them at all. As the saying goes, adults have to pay for their own actions. Apart from that, the relationship between them is just that of ordinary colleagues, not even good friends. If this were a private ladder game, the Heroic players might be able to speak up for Hunden. But now there's so many cameras watching, and Hunden is not in the right. If you speak up for Hunden at this time, it will only backfire and cause yourself to be criticized as well. So the Heroic people had no choice but to keep silent. In their opinion, as long as they didn't speak, it meant they didn't hear anything. Hunden couldn't force them to speak for him, right? One side pretended to be dead, while the other side was passionately attacking. They insulted Hunden for nearly 10 seconds until the referee came to warn them. Only then did the Vitality players stop and shut up. But from their expressions, it can be seen that they are still somewhat indignant. The only one who didn't react excessively during this period was Han Yi himself. He looked at the rapidly growing doubt value and actually felt a little happy about it. Now it is obviously a bit difficult for Han E to insult Hunden, the good guy who helped him to increase his doubt value. The main thing is that Han E secretly wishes there were as many people like this as possible, and the louder the doubts about him, the better. It would be best if everyone in the world could question him. In this way, who knows, when Hani wakes up tomorrow, he might find himself spinning against the spinning top. But his calm demeanor looked completely different to the rest of the Vitality people. As Han Yi's teammates, they felt extremely angry when they saw Han Yi being treated so unfairly. But when they saw that Han Yi, the protagonist of the incident, was still able to remain calm and look at everything calmly, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that he was worthy of being the conductor they carefully selected. His demeanor alone was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Thinking of this, everyone in Vitality looked at Han Yi with a little more appreciation and gave him a thumbs up. As a coach, XDQZ even came behind Han Yi and personally massaged his shoulders, thinking that he had calmed Han Yi's emotions. However, their behavior made Han Yi a little confused. He thought they were mocking him for being cowardly. So Han Yi had no choice but to ignore the referee's gaze and curse loudly himself, which finally made the matter clear. The referee also showed empathy and did not cause trouble for Han, acquiescing to his insults this time. As a result, the only victim in the whole incident is probably Hunden. Not only did he lose his reputation, but he also got himself into a mess and was criticized in the barrage and offline. Thinking of this, his face turned even greener. Before the game officially started, he still had one thing to do. He opened the system panel and looked at the question value in front of him. Now it was time to draw the lottery. Question value, 19,423. Because he had a similar experience before, Han Yi's doubt value this time increased much slower than last time, and the doubt value he obtained was only enough for one draw. It doesn't sound like a lot, but you have to take into account that after the system upgrade, attribute values will no longer be rewarded, and since every talent is extremely powerful, these 10,000 points of questioning value will bring him an extremely strong talent. So it's not a loss if you calculate it this way. Then Han Yi opened the lottery interface, took a deep breath, and pressed the lottery button. Soon, talents kept flashing before Han Yi's eyes and finally rolled slower and slower, and then slowly stopped on one talent. Han Yi looked towards the talent entry, and the more he looked, the more surprised his expression became. Perception. You can sense the exact location of the nearest enemy. Lasts one round, expires after killing the enemy. Limited to once per round. This talent may seem unremarkable at first glance and has many limitations, but if you think about it carefully, you will know that this is not the case. This talent is far more powerful than you imagined. It can be said that after obtaining this talent, Han Yi finally officially collected all the locks and throughs. First of all, compared to mind reading, which can only give a rough idea, this talent can know the specific location of the enemy. This alone can make Han Yi invincible at critical moments. For example, last time when Vitality played against Na'Vi, Han Yi played a shocking endgame when he was fighting S1 Impel in the B area. If the current Han Yi were to fight, there would be no need for so many small movements. He just needed to turn on his perception and chase after the simple behind the smoke. Think about it. When there is a smoke bomb between you and the enemy, you can't see the enemy, but the enemy can clearly know your position, how desperate it is. It can be said that there is no possibility of winning at all. In addition to playing the endgame, another way to use it is to obtain the enemy's specific position through perception at the beginning, and then kill the opponent unexpectedly. Simply put, this talent is flexible and changeable, and is definitely a skill that is not inferior to hot hand feel. After the draw, Han Yi breathed a sigh of relief. After signaling to the referee turned on the console and entered a series of codes. Soon the game countdown returned to normal. Seeing that the game was about to resume and Han Yi was still safe and sound, his fans were proud again. They quickly occupied every live broadcast room and began to hunt down the black fans in the live broadcast room. Where was the dog barking just now? They said they had evidence, so they suspended the order. Where's the evidence now? So annoying. They're coming up with these dirty tricks when they can't win. This Team X has absolutely no shame. Han Xingqing is innocent. Why is he always questioned? Chapter 7. Doubts are fruitless. Han Sheng is crowned king. As the barrage of comments quickly scrolled through the live broadcast room, the second round of the second half ended unknowingly. In this round, Heroic played pistol and chose a 3B2A tactic, while Han E directly chose an A area fast attack tactic. With their defense already weak and only having pistols, Heroic was certainly unable to withstand Vitality's quick attack, and their zone was easily captured. Afterwards, the Vitality team placed an A1 bomb, and when the bomb was about to explode, they, led by Han E, went straight to the B area to hunt down the 3 Heroic players. But this time, the Heroic team did not bring out carbines, and despite being at a clear disadvantage in numbers and firearms, they were able to use USP to beat 3 people. Although Vitality lost a pistol, considering that the second half had just started, the loss of these 3 guns was indeed a big blow to Vitality. The score between the two sides has now reached 12-5. With this score, it can be said that as long as Vitality can get one more point, the victory of the first game of ESL Cologne will basically be in Vitality's pocket. The Heroic people also realized this and frowned. KDN even called for another timeout to calm himself down. After a brief thought, he decided that they had to fight this round. Although they were on the CT side and could only equip Famas with a spear in the second round while ensuring the quantity of items. If they didn't, once the score reached 13-5, the pressure would be too great. As a veteran, Kadian knew clearly that his team was full of young people. If he did not order the soldiers to fire in this round, but instead followed normal thinking logic and left everything to the next round, the pressure on these young people would definitely explode. There would certainly be all kinds of mistakes in shooting by then. So taking this into consideration, KDN decided to start shooting early. In the third round of the second half, he would use the advantage of Famas' gun to hit the hairdryer and get the score back earlier to stabilize the morale of the troops first. This way, although it won't boost morale, at least it will allow the Heroic team to see a glimmer of possibility of winning. The most frightening thing in professional competitions is not how strong the enemy is, but the fear that if the enemy is too strong, you will lose confidence in winning the game, and then you will really not win. KDN, the commander of Heroic, understood this principle, and Han E, the commander of Vitality, also understood it. Therefore, Hani planned to give the Heroic team in front of him the final fatal blow. He first used mind reading to obtain the positions of the Heroic players in this game. After learning that the opponent still chose a traditional 212 formation, Han E once again issued an order to quickly attack Area A. After hearing this order, everyone in Vitality quickly gathered at A1, went to their respective throwing points, and waited for the opportunity. Soon, Heroic gave out the first A1 fire. Han, he stood at A1 and listened to the A1 fire gradually burning. He got close to A1 and began to count the seconds. After about 6 or 7 seconds, the sound of the flame in his ears gradually went out. Hani felt that the time had come and immediately gave the order to attack Area A. As Hanyi's order was given, the Vitality team immediately threw the projectiles in their hands, and immediately A1. The jumping platform and the area under the jumping platform were blocked by Vitality smoke bombs. Looking at the performance of the main A and sub-A duo on Heroic side, they also handled it perfectly. Xiao Nico and B0 RUP immediately threw a smoke bomb at A1, blocking A1. Then the two of them seemed to have discussed it beforehand. One was pulled out from the police house, and the other was pulled out from under the jumping platform. In this way, the two of them, one under the diving platform and the other at the police house, initially formed a crossover targeting A1. The two fought for a while, and when they saw that Vitality did not come out immediately, they fired a few bullets tentatively, giving Vitality people a feeling that it was not safe in the smoke, and then set a fire on building A2. This time, the two's purpose was very clear. They planned to use aggressive defense to delay Vitality's attack, and wait for the rest of Heroic to return to defense. While the two of them were bluffing, he had already slowly touched the inside of A1. Then he looked at the smoke bomb in front of him thoughtfully. Then I activated the perception skill, intending to test its specific usage. With the activation of the perception skill, he seemed to feel at this moment that there were only two people left in the world. One was himself, and the other was B0RUP, who was closest to him. This feeling was not perspective, because there were no strange little people dancing back and forth on the screen in front of Han, but he could clearly feel B0RUP's every move. If I were to explain this feeling, it would probably be that sometimes when you're playing a game, you suddenly have a feeling like there's an enemy in a certain place, and when you go to search, you actually find the enemy there. He has now entered this state, but unlike the vague feeling before, he is very sure that behind the smoke bomb, the enemy is moving quickly from the jumping platform to the long box. He thought about it, and then tried to use the mouse to control the crosshairs to keep up with B0RUP through the wall, and tried to adapt to this feeling to see if he could kill B0RUP through the smoke. After another cheating scandal, he took a short break from playing the machine, drank a sip of water, and sat back in front of the computer. This time was different from the previous time. He vaguely believed that he was not cheating. So he had been speaking for Han. Now that the results are out, he is chatting with the barrage in the live broadcast room. Well, I said Han can't open it. This cologne is a bit outrageous. How can they test people twice in a row? Honestly, Han didn't suddenly become stronger. We've all seen how he got better little by little. There's no need to say he's cheating. You should trust Han. Okay, this game has begun. Vitality chose to attack Zone A. Heroic's defense is quite aggressive. This smoke bomb is not easy to use. To create this smoke, Vitality should use a high flash and then forcefully pull out, but why doesn't anyone on Vitality's side stand in the flash position? Even stuck to the near point of A1. What does this mean? When he got to this point in playing with the machine, he paused, as if he was stuck. I just couldn't bring myself to say the next sentence. It's not just him. All commentators around the world are facing this situation at this time. They looked at the scene before them and had no idea how to explain it. The audience's reaction was also very unified. For a moment, the barrage was completely covered with question marks. Apart from the question marks, no other barrage could be seen. The reason they had such a unified reaction was that from their perspective, he had done something extremely outrageous. The outrageousness of this incident has reached a level that has never been seen before in the professional arena. It is no less than the famous scene when he fought Navi before, with 5 peaks, 5 bullets, and 5 heads. From the perspective given by the director, everything was normal for both sides at first. They exchanged props with each other and pulled each other to attack. At this moment, the director suddenly cut to Han Yi's first-person perspective. Then everyone saw an extremely strange scene. From the X-ray, the audience and commentators clearly saw the movement trajectory of B0RUP. He came down from the diving platform and moved sideways from the diving platform to the long box. During this process, B0RUP was very clean, with clear ideas and goals. While looking for cover, this position could also directly block the enemies coming out of A1. But while he was moving, someone was unclean. This unclean person is he's standing at A1. As B0RUP moved, Yi's crosshairs kept following B0RUP. B0RUP went from the jump platform to the long box, and Yi's crosshairs followed him all the way. No, to be precise, I followed B0RUP's head all the way. The process was extremely smooth, as if he could see B0RUP. This scene is not unfamiliar to all CSGO players because there are some violent headlocks and cheats that don't even act. That's it. Their crosshairs will often lock onto another player's head and then move with that player, even through walls. And he just performed this move in full view of the public at the ESL Cologne game. After the barrage was briefly filled with question marks, a wave of even hotter and more intense discussions ensued. I don't want to eat this yet. Sheng, I want to help you wash, but why is your crosshairs on someone's head? How foolish. Chapter 8. Korean Animals, Crosshairs, and People Incident. Is this because the parameters are not adjusted properly? The crosshairs followed someone through the wall, and you said he didn't fire it? No, buddy, let me ask you, you saw this in the ladder, and you didn't report it? No, I just accepted the setting you didn't open. And then you came up with this? Korean B asterisk 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 D. I think the ESL officials are playing a double game with him here. Such obvious cheating behavior couldn't even be caught in ESL Cologne. I'm really disappointed with this competition. Shadowed secrets. A horrific cheat was discovered during a CS match, and the referee remained indifferent. German CS is ruined. Amidst the barrage of comments, the person who had been lost in thought for a long time playing the machine finally came back to his senses. He tried hard to explain for Han, E, and finally came up with a relatively reasonable answer. It's probably a coincidence. Occasionally, players will make such coincidences. Don't be too surprised. It just happened at the ESL Cologne tournament. It seemed like Han, he was deliberately going against the machine. Just when a machine was helping him make up for it, the police's little Nico suddenly came up and came to the short box. In this way, little Nico became the person closest to Han E. Han E immediately lost his sense of B0 RUP and became familiar with little Nico's position. Because he needed to adapt to this new superpower, Han E didn't think much about it. He moved the crosshairs to little Nico's head and tried hard to move with little Nico. Then the scene that shocked all the audience just now happened again, and B0 RUP's experience was repeated on little Nico. From the audience's perspective, the crosshairs that had been locked on B0 RUP were inexplicably locked on little Nico at this moment, and as little Nico moved, Han Yi's crosshairs also moved with him. If this scene happened to be 0 RUP, it could still be barely explained by coincidence. Then what about locking people behind the wall in this scene? If people are locked out one after another like this, even if Valve does not ban them, they will be banned sooner or later due to too many reports. The director who saw this scene immediately notified the referee on the field. After learning about the situation, the referee quietly came to Han Yi's side and stared at Han Yi's computer screen. But there was no sign of anything unusual. 7 or 8 seconds had passed quietly, and the smoke bomb had only half of its duration left. Han E gradually adapted to this ability, and then he quickly pulled out from A1 and prepared to attack little Nico in the smoke bomb. Nico's position is a little forward than B0 RUP's, and his field of vision is better, so the task of observing A1 naturally falls on him. To be on the safe side, little Nico didn't just hold up the A1 cigarette foolishly, but made a preliminary aim and kept peak. But as Hani pulled out from A1 into the smoke, witnessed by all the audiences around the world, Hani once again performed a move that was completely incomprehensible to ordinary people. I saw that his crosshairs followed little Nico closely, and as little Nico kept peak, his crosshairs kept moving, always firmly fixed on little Nico's head. Seeing this scene, even the guy who was just trying to make up for Han, he couldn't help but shout out loudly. He doesn't even want to act anymore. Hani knew where little Nico was, and now he had a 95% understanding of the map. It can be said that even though his vision was blocked by the smoke bomb, he could still clearly know whether little Nico was pulled out from behind the cover. As little Nico came out from behind the cover again to check the situation, he felt that the time was almost right, and he immediately pressed the left button of the mouse. The MAC-10 bullet shot out from his gun barrel, hitting little Nico's head accurately through the smoke bomb. A series of clang, clang, clang sounds killed little Nico behind the short box, marking the beginning of this attack. These shots completely stunned little Nico. If Han Yi's preemptive shooting or his abnormal shooting skills and command were still within his comprehension, then he could not understand the scene happening before his eyes at all. Little Nico even thought that he had come out of the smoke, but when he looked carefully again, he found that it was not the case. He was in the smoke and seized the timing when he peeked and killed him behind the short box. At this moment, little Nico just wanted to point at the scene of himself being killed and question Hani, "Are you a human being if you play games like this? Why don't you take a look at what you have done?" When little Nico was completely unable to understand how this scene happened, B0 RUP who was behind a long box, saw that little Nico was dead. He didn't think much about it, and decisively pulled out from behind the bunker and fired at A1 in the smoke. On the other hand, Han E in the smoke had lost his perception ability because he had killed someone, but Han E had clearly sensed the location where B0 RUP disappeared before. Combined with the direction of the gunshot now, B0 RUP's location was self-evident. Han E adjusted the crosshairs and shot back at the long box. Also, because of his 95-point understanding of the map, Han Yi's understanding of the angles of these penetration points was also extremely tricky, even better than that of the Danes. After only 5 or 6 shots, a kill notification appeared in the upper right corner. High kill B0 RUP using Mach 10. First killing Little Nico, then killing B0 RUP. In just a moment, Han E tore through heroics a zone defense. Like Little Nico, B0 RUP, who was killed, also felt that the gunfight just now was extremely weird. In the last second, he was still excitedly walking through the smoke, and in the next second, he saw countless bullets flashing yellow light coming straight towards him. It felt as if he was mixed in the smoke, while Han E knew his position clearly, resulting in the accuracy of both parties being completely on different levels. After achieving a double kill, Han E did not delay and immediately gave the order for all the Vitality players to press forward. Looking at Heroic, all the pressure fell on KDN, who had just walked out of VIP and arrived at the Arch. With both duo members in Zona completely killed, he is the only one who can save Heroic's situation. KDN threw a high flash and then pulled himself out from the smoke bomb under the diving platform. Unfortunately, as the captain of Heroic, he failed to perform a miracle. When he was pulled out, 2 or 3 people from Vitality were already holding him at the same time. Even though it was just a submachine gun, under the firepower of 2 or 3 people, KDN could not put up any effective resistance and was knocked to the ground. With KDN's fall, it can be said that Heroic has no hope of winning this game. The player also gave his opinion on the result of the first game of ESL Cologne. Brothers, once KDN dies, the game is over. The score will be 13-5. Heroic has no gold left. Then it will be 14-5. This is basically impossible to win. Better to figure out how to beat Vitality on Nuke. But honestly, this round can't be blamed on Nico and B0 RUP. High's crosshairs follow the opponent's movements. No one can beat him. I can't understand how he did it. When playing the machine here, he paused, thought about it, and read out the barrage he saw. Perhaps this is the first person to cheat. Of course, if we really want to explain High's actions, it's not impossible. That's because Heroic relied on the smoke bombs. They didn't move silently. Maybe High can really do that, relying solely on the sound of their footsteps to closely follow the enemy with his crosshairs. After all, there's been something strange about this player since his debut, and his behavior naturally can't be explained by common sense. If High were to do something that others can't do, maybe he could do it. Although Han E once again performed such an outrageous move, the expected technical timeout did not occur. The main reason is that the ESL officials have checked everything that should and can be checked, and the referee is standing behind Han E. But Han E can still perform such outrageous operations. What can the ESL officials do? You can't just fabricate a false crime and pin on Han E, right? Or maybe there's no rule in the game that says the crosshairs can't follow the enemy, right? Although no one understands how Han E did it, saying that he cheats is actually just a joke. Under such repeated inspections, it is impossible for any plugin to evade such layers of searches. Even the most covert plugin technology, DMA, can leave traces, not to mention that Han E does not have the conditions to use DMA at all now. As for the software, even if Han E really hired a top hacker to create a plugin that the ESL official could not detect. But one thing must be clear, that is, if he wants to perform the operations and magical commands that Han E just did, there must be a frame on his screen, right? But now, let alone the frame, in the eyes of the referees, excluding those outrageous operations made by Han E, he was simply too clean. After Heroic lost this game, it can be said that they had no chance of winning. With this score difference, it is impossible for them to turn the tables. In fact, this was indeed the case. Just 10 minutes later, with Han Yi's precise headshot, the score between the two sides was fixed at 16-7, and Vitality won the first victory of the ESL Cologne finals. The total score between the two sides also reached 1 o'clock. The next map is Vitality's choice. Nuclear Crisis. Han Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The victory in the first map made him feel much more relaxed, and the new talent he had acquired was much stronger than he had imagined. The only pity is that after the game was suspended one after another, many viewers no longer questioned him, and the speed at which his doubt value increased also slowed down visibly. I guess even if he performs some outrageous moves in future games, the amount of doubts he will receive will be very limited. Hani understands that there are still many people online saying that he has opened a movie or that he has stopped acting, but most of them are just making fun of it. After proving himself twice, at least Han Yi at this moment made a super outrageous move. But most players still firmly believe that Han Yi is innocent. At most, Han Yi's talent is a little too abnormal for them. Although it feels a bit outrageous, in this case, the audience generally accepted the view of playing the machine. That is, Han Yi is already very familiar with the entire map. Even if the enemy is hiding behind the cover, he can rely on the enemy's footsteps and use the crosshairs to accurately keep up with the enemy. To use a local saying, a pair of 28,000 yuan worth of headphones means the criminals are listening to the police. We won. Let's take a good rest and prepare for the next game. XTQZ's words were the first to remind everyone in Vitality, allowing them to recover from the joy of victory one after another. Everyone in Vitality stood up one after another and turned to walk towards the lounge. When Han Yi and XTQZ passed by, the latter extended a hand. Han Yi took the opportunity to high-five him to celebrate this victory. XTQZZ looks ferocious, but his personality is actually quite different from his appearance. XTQZ himself has a rather enthusiastic personality, and during breaks between games, it is mostly him, the coach, who helps everyone twist the ropes. Since Han Yi is an introvert and doesn't like doing this kind of thing, the two of them can be said to complement each other to some extent. Especially during the training period, Han Yi got along very well with him. Although with Han Yi's personality, he can get along with everyone very well. After the celebration, Han Yi walked towards the lounge to prepare for nuke strategy. Compared to other maps, Han Yi currently has many strategies that he has not yet used on the nuke map. Not to mention the close cooperation between him and ZYWU in the outfield. He still has considerable confidence in defeating Heroic on this map. Still using the first half of the break, Han Yi kept chattering about his upcoming tactical deployment and what each person should do and when using this set of tactics. After talking for about 5 minutes, Han Yi stopped because his mouth felt dry. Looking at the time, half of the break time had already passed. Han Yi thought about it and announced that the group would disband on the spot. He deliberately left time for everyone to rest, relax, and have fun. However, because mobile phones need to be handed in during the competition, and they're not allowed to access information from the outside world during the competition, the so-called rest time is for everyone to close their eyes and take a short nap. Han Yi closed his eyes and rested for a while. Feeling bored, he simply found ZYW, who was also about to take a break. The two of them played a game that seemed to be played by everyone in the world. That was tic-tac-toe. Han Yi drew a chessboard on the whiteboard in the lounge, and then the two of them started playing. Their level is not very high, and they don't quite understand the so-called winning routines, but it is precisely because of this that the game becomes more fun. After playing a few games of chess, they felt a little bored and switched to rock, paper, scissors. This also gave the two of them a rare opportunity to relax their tense nerves caused by the competition. After the game was over, Han Yi looked at the two games he had just played and suddenly felt a little emotional and fell into wild thoughts. At this moment, he felt as if everyone's childhood was the same and everyone had come into contact with things like tic-tac-toe, rock, scissors, and paper. What's even stranger is that something from childhood will inexplicably become popular. You originally thought that only kids in your neighborhood were playing these games, but when you went a little further, met more friends online, and chatted with them, you would be surprised to find that the popular things were the same when everyone was a kid. For example, yo-yo, spinning top, four-wheel drive car, podgy in the author's dialect, is a small piece of paper. When it is knocked over, the paper becomes the opposite side, etc. Almost everyone will play with one or two of them in their childhood. When they grow up a little, these entertainment methods will be replaced by playing basketball, playing computer games, watching anime, and reading novels. Even Han, a typical homebody who doesn't like outdoor sports, played a few basketball games after being invited by his friends repeatedly. It can be said that these two different gaming styles correspond to childhood and adolescence. When I grew up a little and entered the adult world, it seemed as if overnight I lost the energy to do anything, and everything became a pastime when I was bored. I can never find the feeling I had when I first read novels, watched anime, went to the internet cafe with friends, or played ball on the court. Before I knew it, I was drifting further and further away from my former good friends. Thinking of this, Han recalled that before he traveled through time, the only person he could talk to and call a good brother was probably Chu Hao. As for the others, we have lost contact a long time ago. At most, we would send a copied blessing during the Hushan New Year and other holidays, trying to maintain the relationship and giving people the illusion that we have not completely broken off and lost contact. In fact, both sides have long stopped caring about each other's recent situation. Just occasionally, when talking about each other, I would say that he was my best brother ever. It was as if every little thing they had experienced together in school was just a dream. As the two sides developed new social relations, the relationship gradually faded and was finally completely forgotten. When he thought of this, he suddenly had a lot of insights in his heart, as if many people had heard this sentence. If the spring breeze has pity for flowers, could you allow me to be young again? When I woke up from a dream at night and opened my eyes again, I found myself in the classroom. The white moonlight of my youth was beside me, and in the distance was my best friend who I had not yet forgotten. There is no better feeling than this. When Hani thought of this, he realized that he had already experienced such a wonderful thing once. Before he knew it, he found himself thinking about life from childhood to middle age. Should he now think about old age? It's a pity that Han Yi's two lives combined were never over 30 years old. He started to seriously think about death when he was a child and suddenly realized that everyone will die. One day, the young he suddenly realized that he would grow old and death was inevitable. He began to live in fear every day. Every time he thought about the day he would die, he would not be able to sleep all day and all night. This is especially true when he realized that there is no afterlife after death, and that consciousness will completely dissipate. After living in such fear for too long, he gradually adapted to it and was able to sleep well again. Vitality players, please get ready. The game is about to begin. The referee's voice came from outside the door, and Han realized that the halftime break was over while he was daydreaming. He straightened his clothes and then led the Vitality team into the venue. On the other side, the heroic people pushed the door open and walked in almost at the same time. He stared at them for a while and found that no matter what Kadian said to them, their faces were flushed and they looked full of fighting spirit. Their morale had been restored. However, there is indeed a certain degree of strength gap between the two teams. Even if the heroic team has regained its fighting spirit, the Vitality team is not afraid at all. They are determined to win the championship this time. As both sides took their seats, there was no pre-match garbage time, and the game began soon after the countdown ended. Because Vitality chose the second map, Heroic has the priority to choose the side. Naturally, they locked down the defense and left the offense to the Vitality team. At this time, Nuke was a large CT map, and Vitality still had to bear a certain amount of offensive pressure. Pistol round. Hani calmed down immediately and began to sense Kadian's tactic for this game. Soon Kadian's ideas appeared in Han Yi's mind. This time, play the default of 1 iron plate, 3 infields, and 1 outfield. We can release them when we see people in the outfield. If they dare to come in the inner field with 3 people, as long as Hai doesn't make any outrageous moves, we should be able to hold on steadily. If they attack the iron plate, the 3 people in the backfield can still get to be immediately, so this position should be fine. Besides that, if Hani were to appear in the outfield, ZYWU would most likely be there too. They've been using this main goal strategy too much. At that time, we can command the remaining people to directly counterattack the bandit hall. As long as we can take down the bandit hall in a logical manner, even if ZYW and Han E are strong, it will be very difficult for them to win in this situation. After learning about KDN's plan for this game, Han E also made corresponding tactical adjustments. He himself would serve as the breakthrough player in the outer field, while the others would attack the inner field simultaneously from the yellow room and the yellow gate to see if they could defeat Heroic in one fell swoop. When ZYW heard Han Yi's plan, he looked at Han E and asked his own question. "Don't you need me?" "No, you stay in front." This time, Hani did not bring ZYW, but chose to keep him in the backcourt. The main purpose is to prevent KDN from really doing what he currently wants, which is to lead all CTs to rush into the Bandits' inner field after Han E makes a breakthrough in the outer field. Whether ZYW is in the inner court of the Bandit team or not, this combat effectiveness makes a big difference to vitality. As for the outfield, even though Han E is the only one left, we have to consider that this is the first game and all of Han Yi's talents are there. With his current strength, it is not difficult for him to break through Heroic's outfield. However, before that, Han E still needs to suck the blood of some teammates first. When Han E looked at Misuda, the latter understood everything. He decisively raised a P250 and threw it to Han E, and then raised a Thunder and a Flash for himself. When Han E ensures that he can definitely break through the outer field, the main gate smoke is not that important. On the contrary, a bomb that can blow up the yellow gate is naturally more important to the attacking side. As for things like flash bombs, they're also indispensable props for the attacking side. If Misuda hadn't been completely broke, he would have even wanted to start a fire and burn the yellow house to completely clear the obstacles for vitality. Both sides completed their tactical arrangements, and as the countdown ended, 10 people rushed out immediately. Han E walked straight ahead at the start, climbed up the ladder, and then jumped onto the water tower. Then he didn't rush to the main gate, but instead set up a position near the warehouse to see if the enemies outside would come out to collect information. Because the map is different, the positions of each heroic member are slightly different this time. The 2 people who changed the most were Little Nico and Stavn. Xiao Nico, who was originally the main A, left the A area and became an outfield player from the main gate to the Okura side. Stavn, who was guarding Area B, replaced Little Nico as Deputy A and became the one standing on the yellow room and guarding the yellow door. B0RUP is still the main A, either inside the A site or on the 3rd floor. Its main task is to defend against the enemies in the yellow room. Apart from them, the positions of the remaining 2 players, Tises and KDN, have not changed much. Among them, Tises was responsible for defending the iron plate side, which is commonly known as the main B. KDN continues the main sniper style of this period. He is not fixed at one point, but makes judgments based on the situation on the field, appears randomly at a certain point, and then surprises the attacker. Of course, when KDN does not have a sniper in a rifle round, he usually comes to the outfield to assist Little Nico in controlling the outfield, and the 2 sides fight crosswise in the outfield. As the saying goes, a man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Han E is notorious for his fierceness in pistol rounds, and Little Nico certainly knows how powerful Han E is. I also know that Han Yi's favorite offensive method is the outfield bulldozer. So he chose a safer position and stood behind the gray container outside the police house. From this position, he can hear the sound of enemies on the water tower jumping to the main gate, thereby obtaining information without leaking it to the water tower and the outfield. This is a relatively common position choice in the game. At the same time, if you walk straight in the direction of the container, you will find a corner. Go out from the corner, and you will reach the main entrance. You can attack when you advance and defend when you retreat. This position is the best one that Xiao Nico can think of at the moment. He can complete the task assigned by KDN without the risk of being killed instantly by Han E. As little Nico hid and collected information, time passed by little. The rest of Vitality was in place, except for Han E himself. Seeing that the opponent's outfield was determined not to come out, Han E had no choice but to hold down W and jump from the water tower to the main gate. Little Nico decisively caught the clear sound of the landing, but he did not choose to catch the timing. Little Nico didn't know why, but it was just a kind of intuition that if he dared to pull him out now, he would die. After thinking it over again and again, little Nico decided to trust his intuition and choose to stay put for the time being. Not daring to pull them out didn't mean that little Nico did nothing. He immediately reminded the heroic people to pay attention to the main gate. Then little Nico kept moving towards the end of the container. It could be said that everything was going according to his plan. As long as his teammates in area A started fighting with Han E, he would pull out from the corner and attack Han E from behind. After hearing what little Nico said, the other heroic members also felt as if they were facing a great enemy. They stared at the main gate nervously, fearing that Han E would come out of the main gate in the next second and kill them all. For a moment, a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire heroic team. This can't be entirely blamed on them. It's mainly because when the heroic players think about the fact that Han E has only been playing for more than half a year, but it might take more than an hour to edit his pistol round highlights, they, like little Nico, feel an invisible pressure. It can be said that as Han Yi's strength continues to grow, his fame has gradually grown to the point where people feel fear. This is also a characteristic of supergiants. While it can bring confidence to teammates, it can also make some players with bad mentality nervous and perform poorly. To be more specific, viewers who often watch the game can find it. There are some players who always perform very well when playing against second-tier teams and first-tier teams without star players, and they often give people a bright feeling. But when they meet those star players and compete with them, the audience will find that these players are just paper tigers. Their shooting skills are completely distorted, and they give people the feeling that they are completely different from before. In fact, the fundamental reason is not that these players have become bad, but that when they see that the other side has a superstar player, these players who already have a bad mentality give themselves a psychological hint in advance before they even start fighting. I probably can't beat him. The consequence of this is very simple and clear. That is, the player's gaming style suddenly became timid, completely losing the way he played games in the past, and various low-level mistakes became more frequent. To sum it up in one sentence, the fame of a superstar can make his opponents lose confidence. Although the heroic team was not affected to this extent, the thought that Han E and Zervu might come directly from a main gate to kill them did put a lot of pressure on them, and everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. As time passed, the psychological pressure on the heroic people became greater and greater, and their palms began to sweat unconsciously. The reason why Han E did not launch an attack was very simple. He had previously judged that he could kill Xiao Nico in seconds, forcing heroic to implement the tactic of counter-clearing the inner court. That's when he decided to go alone in the outfield, but now he couldn't even find the shadow of little Nico, let alone kill him instantly. This made Han E hesitate in his decision-making. He had to stop and think about whether he should change the point or continue to force the attack on area defended by 3 heroic players. After hesitating for a moment, Han E chose to continue with the battle plan. The reason was very simple. Now that he had reached this position, there were too many variables if he wanted to go back and organize an attack. After figuring out that he still had to attack area, Han E issued the final order for this game. Attack area. After he finished saying this, Han E jumped from the main gate to the main entrance. As Han E arrived at the main gate, Vitality officially launched the attack. The silent pressure that had lasted for nearly 20 seconds was released at this moment, and everyone in Heroic actually breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. From this point of view, it is conceivable how much offensive pressure Han, who did not show up during the previous silent period, brought to them. This time, the positioning of Heroic A in the pistol round was somewhat unconventional. KDN stood a little in front of the pipe, Stavn chose to stand on the yellow room to cooperate with KDN to directly stand at the main gate, and B0RUP chose to stand on the third floor of the inner field, directly facing the yellow room. Because Hani hesitated for a long time at the main gate, under the command of KDN, Stavn and him had enough time to set up a double frame, one above and one below. With this position, as long as the enemy dared to come in from the main gate, they would be traded 1-for-1. Little Nico on the other side was also listening carefully to the information. After he heard the footsteps of only one person jumping down from the main gate, he decisively told this information to KDN. Only one person jumped down from the main gate this time. I never heard the other person's footsteps. After hearing this, KDN was completely relieved. It was still the same principle. With their current position, they could at least get a 1-for-1 trade. When there is only one person on the other side, even in the worst-case scenario, if one of them is killed instantly by a gunshot, the other person can take over the gun and thus guard the main gate. As long as we guard the main gate, everything will be easy. The threat posed to Heroic by the synchronization of the yellow room and the yellow gate is obviously much smaller than the synchronization of the yellow room, the yellow gate, and the main gate. Just when KDN thought his tactics were flawless, he didn't wait for Han E at the main gate, but instead a grenade was thrown accurately at the edge of the yellow gate. With an explosion, the yellow door shattered into pieces in an instant. KDN's original position was a little in front of the pipe, so that he could maintain the height difference between him and the yellow door. But with this grenade, KDN naturally could not occupy this position. Feeling the pressure near the yellow gate, KDN had to give up the current formation. He began to move quickly towards the dead pipe, leaving the main gate to Stavn to guard. He went to the dead pipe to hold the enemy at the yellow gate, and then formed a defense with Stavn from the inner field main gate to the yellow gate. While he was moving, Han E at the main gate also seized the opportunity and rushed out from the main gate. Because of the change in KDN's position, the first person Han E saw was Stavn standing on the yellow house. Then Han E fired a bullet, which pierced Stavn's head accurately and quickly, leaving the latter no chance to resist. Stavn was shot dead instantly. He looked at KDN, who was still trying to move towards the dead tube, and shouted anxiously, "Main gate, they're coming out." When KDN heard Stavn's words, he immediately stopped what he was doing and started to return the same way, try to fight with Han E. Han E was not to be outdone and continued to use multi-stage preview to gain the advantage in this gunfight. Both of them wanted to fight with each other, so under such circumstances, as expected, they met soon. Although KDN is not a sniper known for his reaction speed was not slow during this period. When the two collided head-on, KDN was the first to fire. However, since both parties were moving at the same time, the shot was quite difficult to fire. As a result, KDN's shot was slightly off target and failed to hit Han E. Instead, he was shot by Han E, who reacted quickly. But Han Yi's shot also made a mistake and failed to take KDN away. It only hit his chest, slowing KDN down a bit. After the first round of confrontation, both of them realized their mistakes and decisively began to adjust their aim. This time Han E completed the adjustment first. He fired another shot. After the adjustment, his shot did not miss. He knocked KDN to the ground steadily, leaving only him pressing the left mouse button heavily and sighing helplessly. After killing two people in a row, Han E successfully broke through the main gate, but no one was optimistic about Han Yi's ability to continue to expand his victory. Because behind him, Heroic's second layer of insurance, Little Nico, has gradually stretched out his body. Everyone knew that after Han E killed two people in a row, he would definitely continue to attack Area A as soon as possible. If he did not look back, Han E would face a situation where he was sure to die. But Han E is such a player. When everyone thought that Han E could not survive, he turned around and aimed his crosshairs at the position where Little Nico was about to come out. Even though this scene has been seen many times, everyone still can't help but be amazed every time it happens. But what amazed them was not Han Yi's spiritual return, but how dark this person's heart must be to think so badly of others. As a result, anyone who tries to kill him could be sensed and killed by him. I can only say that it was not unfair for Rops to lose to such a person with an extremely dark heart. While the audience and commentators were lamenting Han Yi's dark inner world, there was another person whose mentality was almost broken, and that person was Little Nico. When Little Nico thought he had caught a great opportunity and could hit Han E from behind, when he pulled out and saw Han E looking at him, he felt like the sky was falling. Han E seemed to be prepared. He lightly pressed the left button of the mouse and took him away easily. After killing 3 people in a row and looking at the locations where they died, Han E knew where the last person in heroic A area was. He immediately turned the gun and aimed the crosshairs at the 3rd floor. As a bullet was fired, B0RUP, who was about to pull out to hit Han E from the side on the 3rd floor, was also killed instantly by a shot. At the beginning, the player was amazed at Vitality's yellow gate mine that destroyed Heroic's formation, and later he was amazed at Han Yi's personal strength. The tone of his voice became more and more passionate. Heroic's position was destroyed by Masuda's mine. KDN had to give up his up and down position. At that moment, Han E seized the opportunity and pulled in from the main gate. Stavin couldn't react at all. Hai was just too fast. KDN, can you fill in this information gun? He made a mistake. He gave Han E a chance, and KDN fell. Wait, there's a chance this might happen. Little Nico never revealed his location. Hai would never have guessed this. What? He's turned back. He's so shady. Did you even expect Little Nico to be at this point? Hi. Little Nico has also fallen, and only B0RUP is left. Can you win and avenge your brothers? It doesn't seem to be working. Han, he must have guessed his location and set his sights on the 3rd floor. B0RUP is gone sad. 5 bullets and 4 kills. He's spinning around. Han, he got a quad kill at the main gate and captured the entire area. But the heroic players didn't have any particularly exaggerated reactions. After all, they died clearly, and everyone knew exactly how they were killed by Han E. Therefore, they felt that the fall of Area A was a natural consequence. The ones who were really surprised were Han Yi's teammates from Vitality. Because they were about to launch an attack, their attention was focused on the center of the screen. In addition, Han E killed people so quickly that they had no idea that Han E had already cleared the map in Area A. When they came out of the yellow gate and the yellow room with great momentum, and were about to fight to the death with Heroic and his men, only then did they realize that the expected war did not happen. They first took a preliminary look at the 3rd floor, then the yellow room, and then the main gate. As expected, they saw 3 bodies in total, and Han E standing in the middle of them. Many years later, when reporters asked Vitality about the details of this game, they couldn't remember many things, but this scene was deeply engraved in their minds. Apex responded, "At the time, I thought it would be a tough battle after I got out, but when I actually got out, I realized I was wrong. I was so wrong. When I saw Han E standing in front of the corpses, I felt a feeling that no other famous scene could give me. I admit, at that moment, he looked like a god of war to me." In addition to Apex, there's also ZYW, who is over 80 years old. Even after so many years, he still remembers this scene vividly. If he talks about it seriously, it seems like it will take 3 days and 3 nights to finish. Then I listened to him talk about it bit by bit. I was about to leave the yellow room and kill B0RUP on the 3rd floor, but when I got out, I found that B0RUP had already become a corpse. I didn't dare to delay and quickly turned my head to aim at Stav on the yellow room and KDON at the main gate. But when I looked at the situation clearly, I found that there were no enemies in Area A. All we could see were corpses scattered all over the ground and Han E standing in the middle of them. At that moment, I admitted that he must be the best player in the world right now. Note, the above 2 sentences are excerpted from 86-year-old Han. He will represent Team Earth against the Tri-Solarans in the CS2+2+2+2 Universe Cup. Former teammate ZYW expressed his views on this matter. And why can't Gabe Newell's family count to 3? Former professional player Apex explains it for you. 4 heroic players were killed, and Area A was completely lost. The only remaining Teases had no intention of returning to defend. He decisively retreated from the iron plate and quickly hid in the police's house while the Vitality people had not yet reacted. Just when Tesis thought he had escaped, he had no intention of letting him go this time and was determined to kill him. Then more and more footsteps began to gather near the police house, and Tesis was forced to retreat under pressure. As the position continued to move backward, deeper and deeper into the police house, it finally reached the edge of the map with no way to retreat. At the same time, the Vitality members finally completed their assembly, and then they collectively began to charge towards the police house. Hearing the sound getting closer, Tesis did not give up resistance. He aimed the crosshairs at the entrance. Soon a bandit appeared near Tesis's crosshairs, and the bandit chose a big jump to try to avoid the front line. Tesis fired decisively, but unfortunately the shot failed to kill the other party instantly. Then he immediately followed up with his crosshairs, and after the bandit fell to the ground, Tesis fired another shot and took his head. It was just that Tesis' situation was getting worse as he killed someone, because the first person was not killed instantly. So, when he killed the first person, the second person had already been pulled in from the entrance and kept shooting at him. But fortunately, the opponent seemed to be in a state of panic, and several consecutive shots failed to hit Tesis. Then Tesis quickly adjusted his aim and fired another shot, taking the head of the second bandit and completing a double kill. But there was no trace of joy on Tesis' face. Instead, it was replaced by despair, because the remaining 3 bandits had all been pulled in through the entrance and were now watching him. One of the bandits opened fire and knocked Tesis to the ground. As the kill prompt appeared in the upper right corner, Tesis quickly looked at the kill information in the upper right corner of the screen. Tesis used USP to headshot and killed Misuda. Tesis kills ZYWU with a headshot using USP. Killed Tesis with a headshot using AP250. Sure enough, the bandit who killed him was Han. Looking at the scene in front of him, a hint of self-mockery appeared on Tesis' face. He thought that it was because of his marksmanship and the opponent's mistakes that he was able to kill 2 people in a row. But when he saw that the second person he killed was ZYW, he understood that it was not because of his shooting skills or the opponent's shooting mistakes that he got this double kill. But from beginning to end, ZYW never thought of killing him. The rest of the Vitality team had only one goal: to find his position, draw his gun line, and then give Hani the chance to get the kill. This enabled Han to successfully complete a pentakill in the pistol round of the ESL Cologne Finals. In the second game, there was such a wonderful pentakill, which was really a feast for the eyes of most of the audience. They didn't expect that the quality of the second pistol round would be so high. While the 2 sides were clashing tactically, Han also completed a display of shooting skills. It can be said that this time, without either tactics or marksmanship, such a wonderful game could not have been played. With Tesis' death, Nuke's pistol round finally ended. The 2 sides then entered the second round of Nuke competition. This time, Han still chose the configuration of 5 hair dryers, and then he went to the outside alone, letting the other 4 people of Vitality rush to the iron wall. Looking at Heroic again, they chose a 4-inner defensive position this time. Except for Tesis, who was guarding the iron plate, everyone else was moved to the inner field, intending to block Han from attacking the inner field area. Unfortunately, this unconventional blockage is ineffective for Han. In a word, that is it. As gunshots rang out on the iron plate, Tesis alone was no match for the 4 hair dryers of the little bees and was instantly turned into a hornet's nest. The other 4 members of Heroic also took action immediately. This time, no one went to K1, but everyone entered the pipeline together, intending to return to defense from the 2 points of the living door and the dead door. In this way, although they only have USP in their hands, at this distance against the enemy who is out of reach, Heroic still has a little hope of knocking down 1 or 2 guns on Vitality's side. It's just that the Heroic players can quickly return to defense, and Han, he can also switch positions. He immediately stopped Vitality's attack on Zone B and asked them to control the map near the iron plate. Then Han, pressed forward with a hairdryer and came to the top of the pipe. After making sure that there were no other people in Area A, Han immediately ordered the other members of Vitality to go from the iron plate to the third floor, and finally turn to area to complete a position swap with Heroic. As the Vitality team finished planting the bomb in area, Acadian was completely dizzy. It was not until this moment that he realized that he had been deceived, and at the same time, he had to admit that Han Yi's command was indeed amazing. Even though it is just a simple skill of switching positions, when it is actually used in professional competitions, even if all the commanders of the first-line teams are combined, only about half of them can learn how to switch positions. As for the remaining half of the commanders, even if they know it is a trap, they will lead their team members to jump in without hesitation. Simply put, the brain doesn't know how to adapt. Or perhaps it is the lack of on-the-spot judgment ability. With the sound of a bomb exploding, the score between the two sides became 2 o'clock. Because they were on the CT side, it was too difficult to use the long gun in the third round, and the short gun and half gun did not have enough advantages. So this time KDN still chose Eco and directly did an ABGO. When the CT side chooses the ABGO tactic, as long as there are enough bandits in the bandit hall, the bandits can actually have an advantageous position for gunfire. Most of the time, there is only one reason why the bandits in the bandit hall are afraid of CT's ABGO, and that is because they lack firepower and are outnumbered, so they naturally cannot win. So Han did not choose to avoid the attack this time, but chose a hard top, using the same number of people to deal with Heroic's ABGO. It doesn't matter if I die, I can just replace the hairdryer in my hand with an AK-47. If it holds up, you can also accumulate a wave of economic benefits. No matter how you look at it, it is a sure-win business. After hearing Han Yi's battle plan for this round, everyone quickly assigned themselves to their positions. This time, Han Yi defended the yellow gate alone. Zawaidavu and Apex defended the enemies coming from the iron plate and the showroom, and the remaining 2 defended the yellow room. As the game officially began, 10 people met in just over 10 seconds. The yellow gate guarded by Han Yi was the first to end the battle because it had the fewest people. Little Nico was shot dead instantly by Han Yi as soon as he opened the door, and then Han Yi quickly turned around to help his teammates. But before he could run over, the battle between the two sides was over. Except for Zheyu and Han Yi, although the strength of others is generally not as good as that of Heroic, they still stabilized their situation with the advantage of guns. Except for Miss Yuta, who was killed instantly due to his careless positioning, the others just lost some armor at most, and there were no casualties. Just like that, the third game came and went quickly. When the score between the two sides reached 3 o'clock, the first long gun round of both sides came. Hunden also called a timeout immediately, intending to let KDN think carefully about how to play this game. At the same time, as the coach of Heroic, he also intends to provide some valuable suggestions for the next game's tactics. After a quick discussion between the two, KDN and Hunden decided to bet on dynamic defense in this round. The first one is KDN. This time he went directly to the iron plate and participated in its defense, while Tesis, who was originally guarding the iron plate, took a more radical position. But this radical move is not to overwhelm the bandit hall from the iron plate, but to let him go through the pipeline and come to K1 from the pipeline, preparing to form a pincer attack between the main gate and K1 in the outer field. In this way, the outer field has an intersection of the main gate and K1. The iron plate has a large sniper mount, and there are 3 people participating in the defense in area. So, a 3-dimensional defensive fortification is set up. This defense looks watertight at first glance, and it has to be said that it is a rare and good tactic in this era. This also made Han Isai that Heroic is worthy of being the Cologne champion on a normal timeline, and their strength is indeed strong. However, the opponent's seemingly unsolvable tactics have long been solved in later generations. Hani smiled slightly and just chose the simplest outfield smoke tactic. But this first-line smoke is different from the current first-line smoke. The current first line of smoke is mainly used to block the K1 to the red box side, covering everyone to quickly and safely get down to K1. What Han he was going to lose in this round was a line of smoke from the big warehouse to the main gate. In this way, it would be much more dangerous for little Nico at the main gate to sneak behind the red box. As long as he dared to do so, the Vitality players outside would be able to counter-sneak in immediately. Even because of the angle, the Vitality team's counter-confusion is far more accurate than that of little Nico. In this way, Heroic's outfield cross was successfully broken by Han E. Once a flaw appears in the outfield, Han E will have a wider variety of tactics to choose from. The first one is to move to K1 collectively in attack area B from K1. The second method is to split the troops into two groups outside and complete a pincer attack from the main gate to the third floor of Area A. After thinking of the tactics, Han E began to explain them to everyone in Vitality. By the time the tactics were finished, the time was almost up. As two smoke bombs shot up into the sky, Han E led the Vitality team in launching an offensive towards the outside field. At the first moment, little Nico looked at the props in the sky and had no intention of resisting at all. He quickly called KDN, who was preparing to steal someone on the third floor of the inner field, for help. After the communication, he hit at the back point, trying not to die, and then symbolically threw a few props, trying to delay Vitality's outside attack, but with little success. The reason is that once these two cigarettes are given, there are too many places for the Vitality team to stand. It is wishful thinking to want to delay the offensive rhythm of Vitality with just a thunder and a fire. Of course, the two cigarettes that Han E asked the Vitality people to hand over were not without benefits. Otherwise, if everyone threw props like this, there would be no need for a line of cigarettes near the red box. The flaw of these two smoke screens is on the balcony outside the third floor of Area A. If you set up a sniper from here, you can use the feature of hitting low from high to see the Vitality people running past the red box. But then again, if there was a sniper here, Han E would not lead the Vitality team to use this tactic. This is Han Yi's strongest point. He always has the optimal solution tactically. As a K1 flashed, Han E walked to the front of the team and took on the position of the team's breakthrough player. This is also the consistent style of their Vitality team. Those who are capable should do more work. If Han E is in the front, he will take on the task of breaking through and help Vitality open up the situation. If he is not in the front, he will take on the position of free man and share the pressure for everyone in Vitality. Teases listened to the team's voice communication. After realizing that his teammates couldn't help him immediately, he saw the flash of light Vitality through into K1 and the sound of Han Yi's approaching footsteps. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran. It can only be said that Teases may not have the explosive power of a star player now, but in some of his decision-making, he is already close to a star player. The only difference is his shooting skills. To put it more simply, Teases is more suitable for the supporting role. No matter which team he goes to, it is difficult for him to take on the main responsibility, but he generally will not be the breakthrough point in the team. Teases' performance in the subsequent match with Han E fully proved this point. Han E heard Teases' footsteps and realized that he wanted to escape, so he didn't hesitate and decisively took a step forward to chase him. But Teases was determined to run away and did not give Han E any chance to kill him. Seeing Han E chasing him, he decisively threw a fire behind him, handing over the entire upper part of K1 and at the same time blocking Han Yi's route into K1. Looking at the raging fire in front of him, Han E shook his head helplessly and gave up the chase. At the same time, playing the machine also made me sweat for Heroic. Teases' clever defense saved the entire Heroic team. Although he didn't know who was chasing him, he didn't underestimate the enemy and chose the most conservative play style, prioritizing his own survival. Let's assume, for example, that Teases died in this duel with Han E. Have you ever considered that Heroic's formation would completely collapse? The path from K1 to B is clear, and all the information from the outside field has been lost. In other words, Heroic might as well just save the gun together in this round. But thanks to Teases' handling of this wave, Heroic has the capital to fight. Pay attention to KDN's position. He knew that Vitality had a large outfield, so he made a bold decision. He directly let go of the iron plate and is now trying to get to the third floor to support the outfield from this position. The situation on the field has changed. As long as KDN reaches the third floor, Vitality will go from being in an advantageous position to being at a disadvantage. At the moment, they are stuck at the entrance to K1 and are in a bit of a dilemma. In order to avoid the worst outcome, he must act quickly. Of course, I also believe that even if the person in charge is confused with Han Yi's strength, he can't be unaware of this. Now it depends on how he carries out his next plan. Just as the players said, Han Yi was indeed aware of Vitality's current situation. The main reason was that he didn't expect Teases to be so sloppy and fail to kill him. As a result, the plot did not unfold as he had expected, but it was not a big deal, and there was still a chance to make amends. Following Han Yi's order, 2 close-range cigarettes were fired one after another, and the line of smoke from the main gate to the warehouse turned into a line of smoke outside in front of the red box. The purpose of throwing these 2 smoke bombs is very simple. Once these 2 smoke bombs are released, the heroic team will not be able to figure out the attack direction of the Vitality team, and there's a possibility of confusing the opponent. And because of this cigarette, KDN, who had just arrived on the 3rd floor, became in an awkward position again. Originally, he could see the Vitality people from this position, but as Han Yi's 2 cigarettes landed, his vision was blocked again. And now KDN is facing another problem. That is, once the Vitality team attacks K1, it is still a question whether Teases, who has lost the props, can still delay the enemy. After thinking for a moment, under the defensive pressure of K1, KDN had to change the formation and send Stavn in area A to assist Teases. Stavn, go down the pipe and help Teases. Throw items at people you meet and make sure they don't die. The others don't need to move their positions, just hold them back. They're more anxious than us right now. Shortly after KDN gave the order, Han Yi's formation also changed. This time he did not choose to force an attack on K1, nor did he choose to keep all the players in the outer field to control the map. Instead, he left Misuda and RPK among the 5 people near the outer field red box to control the map. As for the other 3, they retreated immediately and planned to take a long-term approach. Although the 2 teams did not fire a single shot in the outfield, their formations and props were changed several times in succession. The game between the commanders had already begun in silence. Because the 3 Vitality members did not reveal their steps when they retreated after the smoke bomb dissipated, KDN could not immediately figure out how many Vitality members were in the outfield and near K1. Considering Han Yi's powerful strength, no one in Heroic dared to act rashly for a while. Han Yi keenly grasped this detail. After retreating to a certain range, the 3 of them began to run quickly, all the way back to the bandit hall, and then began to walk quietly again. It can be said that this round of competition fully reflects the command styles of both sides. One is KDN's dynamic defense. During the game, Heroic's formation has been constantly changing. Another one is Han Yi's unexpectedness and wild imagination. Whether it's his opponents, commentators, or the audience, they can never guess what Han Yi will do next. Just like a normal command, you would never command 3 people to retreat back to the bandit hall from the red box outside the field without any intelligence. After all, if at this moment Heroic's free man got behind the Vitality players and observed this scene, wouldn't Vitality be destroyed? But Han Yi did it anyway. He reorganized the formation, and now the Vitality team was divided into 2 parts. They are Misuda and RPK in the red box outside, and ZYW and Apex who have already started to circle around. There is an advantage and a disadvantage to doing this. The disadvantage is that they are easily defeated one by one because they are too scattered. The advantage is that because they are separated, the Heroic team currently does not know the specific locations of the 3 of them. Han Yi thought for a moment, thinking that since the troops had already been dispersed, it would be better to disperse them further. He immediately left ZYW and Apex in the bandit hall, and he went straight to the showroom and walked toward the iron plate. Here, Han Yi keenly noticed a weakness in Heroic's formation. Because KDN went to the 3rd floor to help defend the outside field, Teases pressed to K1 at the beginning of the game, so Heroic's iron plate is currently in an open state. Also, because Han Yi went around early and didn't waste too much time, No one in Heroic had thought that Han E would get to the Iron Plate so quickly. In other words, from the moment Han E stepped onto the Iron Plate, he had already become a time bomb planted on the Heroic team. Now it depends on whether the Heroic people will discover this time bomb first, or Han E's time bomb will explode first, blowing the Heroic people to pieces. As Han E continued to advance, the tense atmosphere intensified. All the spectators were quietly staring at Han Yi's first-person perspective, the small map in the upper left corner, and the movements of the 5 Heroic players. Many Heroic fans have even started to put their hands together, praying to God that the Heroic members can turn around and discover Han E. Time passed bit by bit, and Han E also came down from the Iron Plate to the 3rd floor. During this process, KDN never realized that Han E had come behind him. However, because the outer field was too quiet, he realized something was wrong and began to arrange people to carry out the anti-Qing movement in the outer field. After the order to fight against the Qing dynasty outside was issued, KDN finally completed his command task in this round and was able to take a look behind him. But just one glance was enough to scare him. KDN's original position was on the iron rack outside the 3rd floor of area, so the direction he turned back was naturally the stairs on the 3rd floor. The reason why he was frightened was very simple, because he saw a person above the ladder, with half of his body exposed, struggling to crawl upwards. Obviously, the bandit did not expect that KDN would turn back at this time, and he was obviously caught off guard. If the model's expression wasn't so limited, KDN felt that at this moment, he could even see the somewhat awkward smile on the other person's face. In fact, Han E was indeed a little embarrassed. He never expected that KDN would look at him at this time. He was just one step away from climbing up the ladder, and then he would have a large space to maneuver. But now KDN has turned back, not to mention the operation. Even his survival is a question. After all, friends who have fired guns on ladders know that in the game CSGO, being on a ladder is almost equivalent to jumping, and the trajectory is completely crooked. Not to mention shooting accurately. Even if you can hit the enemy with a bullet, it is considered good luck and a stroke of luck. So Han E made a quick decision and jumped off the ladder, just to save his life, without any intention of shooting back. On the other side, KDN also opened the scope immediately, ready to kill Han E, the unexpected enemy. However, the sniper that had just been scoped was just like Han E, who had climbed up the ladder, completely inaccurate. In addition, Han E had now begun to fall rapidly, so no matter how fast KDN shot, the shot was still a little off and hit the wall in the distance, leaving a black crater. Han E, who was lucky enough to survive, did not give up. He quickly hung on the ladder again and did not leave. Because the sound of Heroic's counterclear had been heard from the outside, Han E knew that if he could not grab the 3rd floor to help Masuda and RPK, given their strength, they would most likely not survive. So when Han E faces this person on the 3rd floor, he must fight and kill KDN. As for how to climb up the stairs and kill KDN, the only way Han E could think of was to cheat for the gun. In the game CSGO, there are many hidden skills. Many of these skills are bugs at the beginning, but many of them will be retained by Valve later and become part of the game itself. The most famous representative of them is the continuous jump, which is almost a compulsory course for all old CS players. No matter whether you can do it or not, you can try a few times. As for its use, it is not very useful. Most of the time, it is just for developing a feel for it and looking cool. In addition to continuous jumps, another not-so-unpopular technique is fast ladder climbing. Thanks to the excellent game engine, in the game CSGO, the speed at which you climb the ladder by directly holding down W is far slower than climbing the ladder by pressing D plus W or A plus W. Therefore, most professional players climb the stairs sideways. Now, Han E planned to use this technique, using his accelerated body to trick KDN into firing a shot, and then pull him to the 3rd floor to kill KDN. As long as KDN dies, although I have thought about how to fight for a while, whether I can execute it is still a question. After all, as the opponents he encountered became stronger and stronger, Han E had long discovered that it was difficult to carry out his ideas from beginning to end. Take tactics as an example. Most of the first-line teams will respond differently based on the tactics used by Han E. It's as if Han E has written the script, and some second-tier teams are dedicated actors who will shoot meticulously according to the written script. Even if something unexpected happens on the set, they will not be shaken in the slightest. The first-line team is made up of extras. They will also follow the script, but if any accident happens on the set, they are often the first to run away, which creates a lot of uncertainty. When this situation is brought to the professional arena, there's a special term for it called the ability to deal with emergencies. Every team has this capability, but each team has a different level of ability to deal with emergencies. The stronger the team, the more varied their tactics are, and their actions rarely stick to the same pattern. Instead, they will make temporary changes based on the situation on the field. The same is true for individuals. The stronger the player, the more likely they are to make unpredictable moves. So Han E has figured out how to kill KDN, but it also depends on whether KDN cooperates. Han E pressed W+D again and chose to climb the ladder quickly. For a while, the sound of the ladder kept ringing in KDN's ears, irritating his nervous nerves. KDN couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He knew that at this distance, he only had one chance to fire his sniper shot, and he absolutely couldn't make a mistake. The next second, Han Yi's head popped up from under the ladder and glanced at him, but immediately retracted. KDN resisted the urge to shoot and did not press the left mouse button. Seeing that KDN was not fooled, Han E increased his strength again, stretched his head forward again, and then quickly retracted it again. After doing this several times in a row, he looked like a groundhog in an amusement park, repeatedly sticking his head out of the hole and then retracting it. Faced with this kind of provocation, although KDN was very angry, he wanted to shoot and kill this annoying Han E right now. But he knew that he couldn't do that now. If he failed to kill Han E, he would make a big mistake and might even become the center of heroic in this game. After several consecutive teasings, Han E also realized that with his current performance, he would not be able to make KDN fire the shot. So he decided to apply some more psychological pressure, adding a little advance warning every time he stuck his head out. Regardless of whether you can hit the target or not, you should first put psychological pressure on KDN to force him to make mistakes. This is also the method that Han E came up with after awakening his mind-reading ability and gaining a deeper understanding of human hearts. Everything was just as Han E expected. KDN, who had seen Han E playing with ladders, was already very nervous. He was afraid that Han E would rush up at any time and beat him to death. And now, seeing Han E starting to shoot at him continuously, the tension was pushed to the peak. Even though Han Yi's bullets were not accurate, the sound of the bullets hitting the wall was like hitting KDN's heart. A sound, two sounds, until a bullet happened to hit KDN. KDN, whose psychological pressure had reached its limit, still chose to press the left mouse button. Under normal circumstances, if this shot is given to KDN to snipe, what is the probability that he will hit the target? After ESL1 Cologne, KDN conducted an experiment like this with his fans. The result of the experiment was that out of 20 times, he only missed once. But the situation now is different from when he was live streaming. His tense nerves have prevented KDN from thinking calmly, which in turn affects his judgment and reaction. As expected, KDN's shot missed due to Han Yi's high-pressure tactics. With a gunshot, Han E, realizing that he was still alive, decisively crawled out from under the ladder and immediately came to the third floor of Area A. At this time, KDN was about to take out a pistol from his waist and try to make a final resistance. But Han E didn't give him the chance at all. A burst of dense gunfire rang out, and he took KDN away directly. Then Han E picked up the sniper in KDN's hand and pulled it out from the third floor of the outfield. He did not forget that RPK and Misuda in the outfield were still waiting for his support. With KDN's death on the third floor, it can be said that the situation on the field has changed rapidly. From this moment on, the offensive and defensive positions of both sides changed. When a big battle was about to begin in the outfield, ZYWU and Apex from the Guildhall also launched an attack on Area A. For a moment, all the heroic players suffered a comprehensive blow. A few seconds later, he was already in position. The first thing he saw when he pulled out was the little Nico in the outfield with his back to the basket. Little Nico was pulling K1 horizontally from the main gate, intending to kill Masuda and RPK behind the red box. But he did not give him this opportunity. With the blast of a sniper rifle on the third floor, little Nico fell to the outside with a look of disbelief on his face. When he fell down, he looked at KDN first, wanting to see what KDN was doing. How could he not report it? But after taking a look, he found that his commander was already covering his face with regret. The words of reproach that little Nico wanted to say were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say them at all. In the end, they turned into a sigh. With the death of little Nico, Masuda, and RPK in the outfield were completely liberated. They decisively threw a fire at K1, the place where the enemy was most likely to appear, and then the two went straight to the main gate, ready to meet up with everyone in Area A. Looking at Area A, because Teases and Stavn were both in K1, there was only B0 RUP left in Area A besides KDN, who had just died. He was already struggling to cope with the Apex coming out of the yellow room, not to mention ZW breaking out from the Iron Gate. Facing the siege of two people, he was completely unable to resist and ended up being killed by the two of them. By the time Masuda and RPK from the outfield arrived at Area, the entire area, it had completely fallen into Vitality's control. Facing a hopeless situation, Stavn was unwilling to give up. Looking at the flames gradually dying out in front of him, he completely lost his mind and chased out from K1 despite Nico's reminder. Then a gunshot from the third floor helped him calm down. With the deaths of KDN, Nico, B0, RUP, and Stavn, it can be said that the outcome of this round has been decided. The only remaining Teases did not dare to stay where they were, and immediately retreated all the way from Area B, and finally hid behind the iron box. He had no intention of searching for him. He led the Vitality team to complete a wave of weapon upgrades. Except for Masuda, the prop player, everyone else got AK. At the end of the round, he exchanged the sniper rifle in his hand with the AK in Zywa's hand. Because the game was slightly delayed, in the live broadcast room of the player playing the machine, the screen showed constantly putting pressure on KDN. He knew KDN was up there, so why would he still go up there? No, he's playing tricks on Brother Dienzi. I always feel that he's not treating Brother Dien as a human being by doing this. Look at KDN, he hasn't fired yet. He doesn't dare to shoot without confidence. He's still steadying himself. As long as he doesn't shoot, he won't dare come up. The situation between the two of them is a bit awkward now. It depends on who can break the deadlock first. Will it be who climbs up the ladder first? Or will KDM be tricked into firing the shot? Wait, he changed his strategy. He started shooting at KDN from the ladder. But it will be difficult to kill KDN with just a gun like that. He might even make a mistake and accidentally move too far, leading to KDN's sniper shot killing him. Before he could finish his words about playing with a machine, he saw change to another method. He quickly climbed up and down the ladder to peek while shooting. However, the bullets flew everywhere, and he didn't dare to move too far out, so the effect was minimal. Just when the player thought that the fight between the two would end because he had run out of bullets and needed to reload, KDN fired. However, the expected scene of being killed did not come out. Instead, the player exclaimed in surprise. KDN made a fatal mistake. He missed a shot. The constant sound of Yi's gunfire disturbed his mind and made him lose his calm judgment. Now it's Yi's turn. Can KDN escape? It's over. It's too late. He caught up with him and killed him on the third floor. And worse news, KDN's sniper was picked up by Newcomers may rarely see Yi sniping, but some old fans will definitely know that Yi's first famous scene was achieved by sniping. He's considered a traditional sniper expert. Wait, little Nico, why don't you turn around? What's going on? There's a communication problem with Heroic. Didn't they tell us that KDN was dead? Why is little Nico still pushing forward? It's over. Little Nico has also fallen down. Heroic, is the defeat a crushing defeat? It can be said that in this game, The heroic players put all their efforts into it, and KDN also used all the tactics he could think of, but they still failed to defeat Han, and failed to stop the offensive pace of the Vitality players. With the failure of this round, just as the machine said, they began to suffer a crushing defeat. What followed was round after round of competition, with Han using various tactical means one after another. Although KDN tried his best to use dynamic defense to deal with Han Yi's tactics, but the effect was minimal. His movements led to Han Yi's movements as well. In the process of the two constantly changing, KDN was unknowingly at a disadvantage, and Heroic suffered casualties unknowingly. This feels very strange, different from the gunplay of previous matches. This round of competition was completely like Han playing brain games with KDN, and the two sides were engaged in a silent confrontation. The back and forth between the two left the audience with only constant changes in points and the commentators' explanations as to why they were playing in this way. It can be said that this game is a complete test for the commentators. They must have sufficient understanding of the game to understand the various tactics of Han, and KDN. As the game continued, the score difference between the two sides became larger and larger, and finally settled at 16-5. This map is Vitality's active choice, and their combat effectiveness on this map is far stronger than that on map 1. Looking at the failure interface in front of him, KDN's eyes became increasingly dim. He looked up at the lights above. Even though the total score was only 0-2 and Heroic had not completely lost the game, he already knew that he might not be able to win the Cologne Championship this time. When KDN looks back on his career, it seems failure is always with him. He's been a professional for 5 or 6 years, but has never been able to achieve any results. He thought that this trip to Cologne would be a chance for him to fulfill his dream, but failure came so suddenly. The game was just lost, but KDN's spirit disappeared the moment Han climbed the ladder and killed him. It would have been fine if he was pulled out and shot dead instantly by Han, but Han didn't kill him and didn't even pose a real threat to him. The reason why he lost that round was that he was panicked by Han, or he was scared after seeing Hai. This mistake was totally unacceptable to KDN, causing him to be completely immersed in the memories of what had just happened and forget to report the location, which in turn led to the death of little Nico. KDN let out a long sigh. At this point, he had already accepted in his heart the fact that he had failed. Not only him, but the other members of Heroic were the same. They lost both games by large margins, and the gap was far beyond their ability to catch up with any effort. Compared to the size of the Heroic players, Han took off his headphones, stood up, and looked at the Cologne trophy. It seems that I'm only one game. Halftime break. Hunden stayed in the Heroic lounge without saying a word, his face looking gloomy and a little scary. Even though he had checked Han Yi's computer repeatedly, Hunden still believed in his judgment that Han Yi was not normal and he must have discovered some kind of bug. Thinking of this, Hunden felt helpless. It was not a pleasant feeling when you knew something was wrong with the other person, but you couldn't do anything about it. He turned to look at KDN and spoke slowly. "I need you to cheer up." When KDN heard Hunden's words, a trace of bitterness appeared on his face, and then he shook his head, indicating that he was powerless. He had tried very hard to use tactics to fight against Han Yi, but Han Yi's performance was like a monster. Powerful marksmanship, impeccable command capabilities, and all kinds of never-before-seen tactics. How could he deal with such an opponent? In order to defeat the current Vitality, KDN only thought of two possibilities. The first is that all members of Team A have returned to their peak. With the strength of Team A at its peak, it is not impossible to defeat Vitality. After all, CSGO is ultimately a team game, and Hani was able to win 5 or 6 out of 16 rounds with his shooting skills. But the remaining 10 rounds will still depend on the overall performance of the team. In the final analysis, whether it is Apex, Misuda, or RPK, they all have 3 flaws. Facing the peak Team A, they will definitely leak everywhere. In addition to Team A returning to its peak, the only remaining possibility is the emergence of another team with extremely strong members, which will have the possibility of defeating Vitality. This team must have the following characteristics. First of all, the sniper's strength cannot be too weak and must be above the top 3. Secondly, the rifleman must also be strong, at least not worse than Nico. Finally, the commander must be able to use a gun and have his own unique map skills. In addition to the above 3 points, the remaining supports and free men are naturally as strong as possible. It is best if the support can occasionally stand up to save the team, and the free man must be experienced and able to use his experience to help the team obtain more information. But where can we find such a team? KDN thought about it in the current list of first-line teams, but couldn't find any team that met this condition. In other words, as far as the current professional arena is concerned, this vitality is invincible. At least judging from the strength of the major teams, no team can stop vitality from winning the championship. These teams naturally include Heroic. After the fight, KDN realized how big the gap in strength between the two sides was, which is why there was a bitter look on his face. Seeing KDN remain silent, Hunden knew that Heroic was completely finished. The players have lost their will to win, so how are they going to compete next? While the Heroic players were feeling down, the Vitality players in the lounge had already started imagining their expressions when they lifted the trophy. Misuda even came in front of the other 4 people, knelt on one knee, raised his hands to the air, and muttered something. When I win the championship, I must do this move. Seeing his action, Hani grinned and mocked. If you do this, I won't go on stage to accept the award. There's nothing more stupid than this. I'm too embarrassed. Hearing Han Yi's words, Misuda became a little anxious on the spot. No way, he's obviously very handsome. You just don't know how to appreciate it. But just as he finished speaking, the one who teased him this time was not Han Yi, but the usually taciturn ZYW. I don't really want to object to you wanting to embarrass us, but this is our first championship, so please act like a normal person. Faced with opposition from 2 people in the team, Misuda looked a little disappointed. After thinking for a moment, he sighed helplessly and compromised. Okay. In the corner, the oldest Apex and RPK watched everything. Among them, Apex was secretly thankful that he didn't say stupid things like posing. Otherwise, he might be the one who got embarrassed. RPK watched the 3 people bickering with a smile. Since Han E came to Vitality, the atmosphere in the team has obviously improved a lot. He and Apex have not experienced this feeling for a long time. The 2 of them had been playing for the pure French team before, but the French team had developed a new tradition at some point, which was palace fighting. The atmosphere within the team is so good that 5 people can split into 2 or 3 small groups. They compete with each other, can't stand each other, and want to kill each other. It would be strange if we could achieve good results playing in this kind of atmosphere. This also led to the fact that French CS had no improvement for many years and no new players emerged. Any star player was a veteran who had played professionally for 5 or 6 years, such as Shokes, K-God, and him, Apex, etc. He and Apex were the losers in the Palace fight. When they were left with no other options, they went to Vitality to get sponsorship and set up the Vitality stall. There are often voices in the community saying that ZYW is the prize for the successful Palace fight between Apex and him. In fact, it is not true. It is a prize for the losers. Moreover, taking Zywa's personality as an example, if he went to other French teams and continued the tradition of Palace fighting, I'm afraid this kid would not be able to achieve any serious results. Therefore, Vitality, a team full of losers, is the most suitable French team for ZWYU, and it is also the most correct choice he made by chance. RPK had thought too much, and a trace of fatigue appeared on his face. Thinking back on his career over the years, he was a little tired. It was a blessing to be able to win the Cologne Trophy at the end of his career. He was also glad that when ZYW recommended Han E to play in Vitality, he did not refuse. Unexpectedly, this kid's strength is so strong that he can really make Vitality stand on the top of the world. He didn't know what happened after that, and he was too lazy to think about it. He only knew that as long as they won the last map, then at least on this day, Vitality would be the strongest team in the world. The halftime break passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, both sides were back on the field. The director then gave the camera to the 10 contestants and their conditions came into view of the audience. One side is in high spirits, while the other side seems to have already lost the game, giving people the illusion that some people are still alive, but he is already dead. Hani also took the time to take a look at KDN's current attributes. Name, KDN. Age, 24. Attribute, stable period. Status, depressed because of the impending defeat. He is feeling depressed, and all his attributes have declined significantly. Pistol, 73 to 79. Rifle, 76 to 78. Sniper, 85 to 91. Consciousness, 83 to 87. Reaction, 87-92. At a glance, Han-E discovered that KDN's attributes had dropped to the second-tier level. Looking at the other members of Heroic, he found that their situations were similar. Most of them had dropped to around the second-tier level, and only Teases and Stavn could barely be considered first-tier players. However, compared to their usual level, it is definitely far inferior. Heroic's performance also made Han-E conclude one thing. That is, they did not have any backups or trump cards. Otherwise, they would not be in such a low mood. Both players, please prepare. The referee's voice sounded, and Han-E sat back down at his computer desk, ready for the third match. The third map is the Purgatory Town, which was chosen by Heroic, so the Vitality players can choose the side first. Han-E still chose to start the game on the CT side. As the game officially began, everyone in Vitality felt that victory was very close to them. The reason is very simple. Logically speaking, the map of Purgatory Town should be a strong map of Heroic. But their performance was terrible. Not to mention playing as a whole, or having any tacit understanding, they no longer had the necessary marksmanship to win the game. They were deformed one after another, and even Misuda was able to chase and attack the Heroic team. To put in one word, it's completely rotten. And as time went on, the gap between the two sides grew wider and wider, and the Heroic players became more and more impatient. Faced with the team's disadvantage, the young people of Heroic wanted to turn the tide with their own strength, but the result was that they rushed out and then died. To put it more bluntly, when you're anxious, you give up, and when you give up, you bet next time, and then you're even more anxious in the next round, which becomes a vicious cycle. If Heroic could still fight Vitality back and forth in some parts of the first two games, the entire map 3 was a complete crushing defeat. Heroic's movements were completely invisible, and he was completely suppressed by Han-E. Before he knew it, the score had reached 15-2. The game had entered the final stage. Han-E found KDN, who was about to dismantle the package in Area A, and shot him down. In the end, the score between the two sides was fixed at 16-2. KDN looked at his fallen figure, his eyes filled with unwillingness, but he had to swallow the bitter fruit of failure. As a professional player who has been competing in the arena for 5 years, he has not won any S-League championship so far, and is still walking on the road called the Road to Dreams. Han-E looked at the victory screen in front of him and took off his headphones. For a moment, the sound of cameras clicking continued in his ears. He looked up and ahead. Through a group of photographers, he saw the Cologne trophy behind them. It was so gorgeous, shining under the lights. After 3 fierce games, a hint of fatigue appeared in Han-Yi's eyes. Such a high-intensity game, coupled with constant analysis, was a bit too much for even him to bear. But fortunately, it's all worth it. He stood up and looked at the Vitality people around him with a grin. Let's go and hold the cup. Figure 3 won successfully, and everyone felt like a burden had been lifted from their hearts, with joy showing on their faces. It could be said that before this, they never thought that they could lift the Cologne trophy, but now they have done it. The Vitality team walked through the photographers and came to the trophy. They then stood on the left and right sides, leaving the middle space empty, and then collectively looked at Han-E, who was at the end. As a newcomer in the team, according to tradition, he should hold the trophy. Han-E didn't hesitate and strode to the trophy. He looked at the trophy in front of him, and it was exactly the same as he had imagined. There is a black base. Connected to the base is a slender long pole. Above the long pole is a shape similar to a semi-ellipse, and there are 2 handrails on the 2 sides that can be grabbed. Han-E he held the base of the trophy with one hand and the armrest with the other, then raised it high. The moment he raised it, there was a bang sound behind him, and then golden rain fell from the sky, completely covering everyone in vitality. Han, he was bathed in golden rain and held up the trophy in front of all the CSGO fans around the world. He felt that he would probably never forget this day. This is his second S-level championship. The first one was the S1 event of Flashpoint. Of course, this cologne is naturally not comparable to the last Flashpoint. He feels that this trophy is just the first step on his road to becoming a champion. Then Han, he handed the trophy to Apex beside him. As the former commander of the team, Han, he still had to respect this predecessor. Apex took the trophy and held it high again, and another burst of flashes came. The Vitality members took turns passing the trophy, and each of them lifted it once. But this was not the end. While celebrating, Han, he saw the referee coming out from the backstage and running towards him. This time the referee held a black box in his hand. When he opened the box, there was a small medal. The medal was not big, about the size of an adult's fist. The outer edge of the medal is gold, the center is blue, and there is a line of small words at the top. 2020 ESL Cologne MVP medal. Congratulations, Hi, on winning the MVP award at Cologne with a rating of 1.37. Please accept our interview. After hearing the referee's words, Han, he remembered the MVP. Looking at the medal handed to him, to be honest, he really didn't expect that he could win the MVP of ESL Cologne. He had never looked at the rating list before, and he had the impression that his record in ZywOos had always been similar. So Hani thought that the MVP would go to ZYWU. However, if you think about it carefully, you will understand why. When everyone's record is similar, there is generally a certain order in the selection of MVP. That is, Rifleman Sniper. The reason is very simple. In the game CSGO, the sniper is really too powerful. As everyone's understanding of the game map continues to improve, the status of the sniper continues to rise in professional competitions, and it becomes stronger and stronger, and more difficult to counter. This can be seen from the changes in Top 1. From the earliest Olafmeister to Coldzera, they all reached the top as riflemen. But in 2018, as CSGO became more and more popular, more and more clubs began to pay attention to this game, and the style of Top 1 suddenly changed. It became a battle for the Top 1 dominated by two snipers, S1 Impel and ZYW. In addition to them, there was another sniper named Device who firmly occupied the third position. Even Nico in his peak period could only be ranked 4th. However, community players during this period generally believed that Nico's contribution to the team and strength were stronger than Device, not to mention being comparable to the previous two monsters. The reason why his top ranking and rating are not as good as Device is largely because Device is a sniper, while Nico is not. Given that snipers are too strong, judges of major competitions have generally reached a point of view. That is, when selecting MVP, as long as the ratings of snipers and riflemen are not much different, they will give priority to awarding the MVP to the rifleman. This phenomenon continued until CS2. With the epic weakening of the sniper rifle and the emergence of a talented young man named Donk, the situation was rewritten. The gap between riflemen and snipers was no longer so big, and the judges began to look at the rating again to decide who was the MVP of the event. After figuring all this out, Han gladly accepted the MVP medal. After the carnival, he first led the Vitality team and the Heroic team in a post-match handshake, and then, under the guidance of the referee, came to a small house where 5 or 6 reporters had gathered. Some of them were carrying cameras, and some were taking notes with pens. Of course, there was also a red-haired beauty host. Since Han seldom watched foreign commentary and interviews, he didn't know her name. Fortunately, she took the initiative to introduce herself to him. Hello, my name is Frankie. Hello, Frankie. I'm going to ask you a few questions in a moment. You can think about them first. If there are any that you feel you can't talk about, you can tell me and we can change the subject. The first question is... Frankie quickly asked several questions one after another. After listening to these questions, Han, he made an okay gesture to indicate that there were no problems with them. Then he began to think about the answer for a while. How to give some intelligent answers without offending anyone as much as possible, so as to satisfy all parties. After a few minutes, Han, he could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed and became tense. Everyone lost their previous casualness. Frankie looked to Han, and waved to him, motioning him to come over. Our interview will officially begin in 1 minute. Come back quickly. Hearing this, Han, he simply tidied himself up to make himself look neat and tidy, and then walked to Frankie's side. After waiting patiently for a while, the director on site started the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the sound of start was given, Frankie held the microphone in one hand and held up the MVP medal in the other hand, showing it to all the audience in front of the camera. Hi, we're so glad you came to join us for the post-match interview at ESL1 Cologne. First of all, let me ask you the first question. If I remember correctly, this seems to be your second tournament at Vitality. As a result, in this second tournament, you successfully won the championship and won the MVP. What are your thoughts on this? Because Frankie had discussed this issue with Han a long time ago, his answer was very natural. First of all, I should thank my teammates, especially Miss Yuta, who often gave me a P250 in pistol rounds. I think this trust between teammates is the key to our championship victory. Although everyone always calls me the Pistol King, it would be difficult for me to kill so many people without the P250. There is no doubt that this MVP belongs to me at the moment, but I think part of it should belong to Miss Yuta. Of course, it's not just Miss Yuta. The support and trust of my other teammates are also crucial. After hearing Han Yi's words, many viewers sitting in front of the live broadcast room began to refresh the screen, and for a while, Han Sheng's voice was heard everywhere. Han Sheng. Cry. Han Sheng is still so good. Even when he won the MVP award, he didn't forget to mention the worst performing player in the team. Miss Yuta, my Han Sheng is so good. He's handsome, strong, and never gets involved in palace fighting. He gets along with everyone and is a true esports social butterfly. He also promoted newcomers. I watched M0 Nisi's game. He played really well. I think he'll be picked up by top teams soon. If it weren't for Han Sheng, I don't know how long it would have taken for anyone to notice this kid. The same goes for Flames. I saw F0 Rest live stream and saw that Flames was also spotted by Han Sheng and recommended to them. It turns out that without realizing it, Han Sheng has promoted so many new people. After this question is asked, the next question comes. Because they had already greeted each other before, the questions this time were not difficult either. Frankie just spoke. Along the way, have you ever found any opponents particularly difficult to defeat? A trace of relief flashed across Han Yi's face, and he spoke. Na'Vi, after all, I lost to them consecutively in the Majors and Blast. They were very strong, especially the duo of S1 Empel and Dienzi. They gave us quite a bit of trouble. Fortunately, we managed to pull through and beat them in the end. Besides Na'Vi, there's Heroic. They're completely opposite to Na'Vi. Their synergy is really strong. I think they'll become a tough rival for us after a while of working together. After Han answered this question, Frankie asked a few more trivial questions, and Han answered them one by one. At the end, a sly smile flashed across Frankie's face, and he asked the last question. Hi, I haven't told you this question beforehand, and it's not part of the interview plan. I'm just speaking for myself. You don't have to answer it. Listen carefully. This question is, Hi, are you cheating? Hani's expression was obviously stunned because Frankie had never asked him this question before. Judging from his expression, it was obvious that he had come up with this idea on the spur of the moment. The reason why he was stunned was that he didn't expect the other party to be serious with him. He thought that the previous words were just a simple suspense. However, even though he was caught off guard, Hani already had the answer to this question in his mind. Yes, I did. After saying this, Frankie's expression was obviously stunned. She never expected that Han would give such an answer. She thought Han would explain it seriously to the audience. However, just because Hani could say, that didn't mean she could say the same thing. She just grinned. You're so funny. After hearing what Frankie said, Han spread his hands. There was nothing he could do. No one believed the truth these days. It was as if he remembered that he had said something similar to Chu Hao on the first day of his rebirth, but unfortunately Chu Hao's reaction was the same at that time, and he didn't believe him at all. Finally, the two shook hands in a friendly manner and ended the interview. At the Gambit base in Russia, SH1RO watched Vitality win the championship without saying a word, and no one knew what he was thinking. It wasn't until Nafany patted his shoulder that he came out of this state. "What are you thinking about? You're so lost in thought." After hearing Nafany's question, SH1RO pointed at the Vitality team members who were celebrating above the screen. "I watched their games, and to be honest, I don't think they are unbeatable. I even think we have a chance of beating them." As the commander of the team, Nafany was obviously shocked by SH1RO's words. He didn't know how to respond to SH1RO for a moment and remained silent. After a minute, he smiled helplessly and spoke. "You're so bold." Hearing this, SH1RO asked back, "Don't you think we have a chance to defeat them? The biggest flaw in our current lineup is that we don't have a strong star player to serve as a libero. Super is quite strong, but as we gradually started to get involved in some first-tier competitions, his strength has gradually fallen behind ours, and he hasn't wanted to stay in the team recently, so we could just part ways amicably. The next step is to introduce a star libero. By then, with our strength, we may not be a match for Vitality. Take me, for example. When I was in the second-tier competition before, I always felt that the players in the first-tier competition were very strong. But it's not like we haven't encountered the first-tier teams recently. Most of those first-tier snipers are just a name only. When shooting against me, I haven't met one who can suppress me. In fact, it's not just me. Even Ax1Le feels this way. People in the community always say that S1, Impel, and Electronic, High and ZYWU are the strongest rifle sniper combinations in the world, but I think Ax1Le and I are no worse than them. Add to that your command of the tower, Nafany, and just like no one dares to play Dust 2 against Vitality, our tower is equally unbeatable and is no weaker than them in the map pool. After listening to SH1RO finish his inner thoughts, Nafany admitted that it seemed that they really had a chance of defeating this Vitality team. Just as SH1RO said, their current gambit is not weak, at least in recent competitions, except for the libero Supra, whose strength cannot keep up with everyone else. The performance of the other four people can even be said to have the upper hand against other first-line teams. Especially SH1RO and Ax1Le, they were slaughtering everyone, and they gave off a feeling of being star players. Naturally, as a commander, he knew a little more information than SH1RO. The club is currently considering introducing a legendary veteran to replace Supra. The candidate has been decided, and the other party is also interested in coming. This person is the former Gambit player and 2017 Major Champion Hobbit. When Hobbit becomes the flex agent, with the firepower of these four young people and Hobbit's rich experience, they may be able to fight against Vitality. Thinking of this, Nafany looked at the Vitality team with a hint of envy in his eyes. Being able to stand at the top of the world and become the strongest team in the world is undoubtedly the dream of every professional player. And now, this dream does not seem out of reach for them. Gambit is currently ranked 28th in the world. Nafany believes that as long as Hobbit's transfer is successful, and he is given another month or two, he will be able to lead Gambit into the top 20 or even the top 10 in the world, leaping from a second or third-tier team to a world-class powerhouse. By then, defeating Vitality and standing on top of the world will not only be the imagination of the Gambit people in front of the screen. On the car back to Paris, he held the trophy in his hand and recalled his mental journey along the way, as if he were in a dream. It is difficult for to judge what will happen next, but at this moment, he is the strongest player in the world, and Vitality is the strongest team in the world under his leadership. After a year since his rebirth, he finally won the first trophy in his life at ESL Cologne. And as he said before, this trophy means something different to him. The old man's legendary journey began in Cologne, and his legendary journey will also begin in Cologne. Of course, it wasn't just Gambit who watched Han Yi win the championship. Chu Hao was also there. As Han Yi's best brother, he witnessed how Han he went from an ordinary college student to standing at the top of the world step by step. Chu Hao still remembers that a year ago, the two of them were inseparable, eating braised chicken rice, chicken pot, and various snacks near the school together. Then one day he suddenly said that he wanted to become a professional player. Upon hearing this, Chu Hao naturally supported him. But to be honest, he didn't think that his good brother could really become a professional player. The reason is very simple. Han Yi's strength is similar to his, and he is not that much stronger. But he really didn't expect that Han Yi's strength would suddenly improve by leaps and bounds after he said he wanted to play professionally a year ago. In the past, Chu Hao didn't believe that there were really any genius teenagers in this world. He thought that everyone's talents were similar, and the reason for the uneven levels of their abilities was simply a matter of whether they played more or less. Those who play more are naturally stronger, and those who play less are naturally weaker. But now he has changed his mind. After watching Han Yi stand at the top of the world, he believes that there are really talented teenagers in this world, and the gap in talent between each person is indeed frighteningly large. You should know that he and Han Yi downloaded the game CSGO together only a year ago. That is to say, it took Han Yi only half a year from the time he started playing this game to becoming a professional player, and only a year to become the world champion. Chu Hao was sure that Han Yi's talent was unprecedented and would never be surpassed. The gap between people is really huge. However, he did not envy Han Yi, nor was he jealous of Han Yi. Although he always persuaded Han Yi to come back and said some discouraging words when Han Yi was a professional player, it was mostly just a bickering between brothers. Deep down in Chu Hao's heart, he hopes to see Han Yi go further and further on the professional path, preferably to stand at the top of the world, to the stage called the Major Finals, and to hold the Major Championship trophy. During this period, Chu Hao would sit in front of the computer and cheer his good brother on. These are his true words. Chu Hao is sure that apart from his aunt, Han's mother, and uncle, Han's father, he is probably the person in the world who most wants Han Yi to win the championship. All of this has nothing to do with interests and is completely his true words. As he was thinking, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He opened it and found it was a message from Xinyu. Lu Xia Jiangnian, please give me a mouse pad signed by Han Sheng. CN First Love. There's a recent promotion for 21 and 32. Order now for a discount. I'll be at ESL Cologne tomorrow to get Han Sheng's autograph. Order should be placed as soon as possible. Lu Xia Jiangnian. Then give me 2. CN First Affection address. Lu went to Jiangnan, Huashan University. After discussing the address, Chu Hao picked up 2 mouse pads and signed the 3 letters high on them. Then he picked up Han Yi's signature and compared them. He nodded with satisfaction. His signatures became more and more beautiful, and he even had his own style. After doing all this, when Chu Hao returned to the computer, the interview with Han Yi on the computer screen had ended, and the Vitality players were packing up their peripherals. Naturally, Chu Hao's attention was all on Han Yi. As he looked at him, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, because he noticed the mouse that Han Yi picked up when he was packing up his peripherals. It was at the beginning that Han Yi didn't get to go to Tailu, so I gave him the Logitech mouse. Chu Hao really didn't expect that Han Yi, who had been playing professionally for such a long time, was still using the one he gave him. As the live broadcast was turned off after playing on the machine, Chu Hao also sent a WeChat message to Han Yi. My son who likes dogs barking. Congratulations on winning the championship. Han Yi heard the ringing of his cell phone, opened WeChat, and saw this message from Chu Hao. He thought about it and replied, Hi, it was so simple. Before I even used any strength, my opponent fell down. My son who likes dogs barking. When will you come back? I'll pick you up. Hi, I don't think I can do it right now. The DreamHack Online tournament is in a month, and we still need to prepare for it for a while. After this tournament, there won't be any important events in October, so I should be back in Daxia by then. Hi. Next up is I Am Beijing. I'll get you a pass so you can come watch the games live. The son who likes dogs barking. Is this true? Hi. Well, have I ever lied to you about something like this? My son who loves barking dogs. Okay, I'll definitely refrain from smearing you online during this time. Ugh. After the matter with Chu Hao came to an end, Han Yi was not idle either. He turned on his mobile phone and started checking the opponent of the next game so that he could respond earlier. Among the teams participating in the Swedish DreamHack online tournament this time, there are 4 teams that deserve Han Yi's attention. The first is Na'Vi. Although Na'Vi was eliminated early in this ESL Cologne, their current points are still ranked first in the world. Although the Vitality team that won the ESL Cologne Championship should reach the top after the update next month, it does not prevent Na'Vi from still being a strong rival. Besides Na'Vi, there is Heroic. Thinking of Heroic, who had just lost to him, a trace of vigilance flashed across Han Yi's face. He vaguely remembered that Heroic seemed to have been involved in a scandal during this period, which resulted in no audience supporting them in any of their subsequent away games around the world. But what was this scandal? Han Yi's eyes were blank. He tried hard to recall it, but in the end he shook his head helplessly. He couldn't remember it all. After all, at this point in time, 5 years have passed since he traveled through time, and he has long forgotten many things. Apart from these 2 teams, the remaining 2 teams are Team A and Gambit. Han Yi looked at Gambit, which is currently ranked in the top 20 in the world, and typed the name on his phone. He then asked XDQZZ to contact Vitality's data analyst and ask him to pay more attention to this team. At present, other people are not clear about the strength of this Gambit, but Han Yi knows it very well. After this Gambit changes its players, it will not be an exaggeration to say that it will be the strongest team in the world. Among them, SH1 Ro's strength can definitely be regarded as the world's top sniper. At this period, he can even fight against S1 Impel and ZYW. In addition to SH1RO, this Gambit also has a heavyweight rifler, Axe1 Lu. During this period, Axe1 Lu had not yet been troubled by liver disease, and his strength was at its peak, especially when he began to frequently participate in major first-line competitions next year. Axe1 Lu jumped into the top 5, becoming the rifleman's second only to Nico, and also established the name of Human Emperor during this period. Then in 2022, he surpassed Nico and became the world's #1 rifleman. During this period, he contributed countless famous scenes when fighting against the top Na'Vi. During the 21st and 22nd years, Na'Vi and Gambit became the twin stars shining on the field, and the only team slightly inferior to them was Heroic. It can be said that the CSGO championships during this period were basically taken away by these 3 teams. Finally, its team, counting the days, GLA 1v will be back soon. Team A, the former king, will burst out with its final glory. Han Yi still remembers the feeling of meeting Team A in the major. Their meticulous map control, near-perfect defaults, and powerful firepower are still fresh in his memory. But after all, several months have passed. It remains to be seen whether GLA 1v can still create this sense of oppression when he returns this time. After Na'Vi suffered a crushing defeat to Vitality at ESL 1 Cologne, Na'Vi's management has been thinking about changing players. Although they won the runner-up of the Major and the championship of the Blast Spring Finals, the results of 1 championship and 1 runner-up are already quite good. But this time, the performance of ESL Cologne was hard to satisfy them. After watching the entire process of Na'Vi versus Vitality, the management had to admit one thing. Just look at the strength of the Vitality twins. If they can remain so stable, with both sides relying on dual core drive, they will not be Vitality's opponents. So they have to find another core and let 3 players with strong firepower to fight against this Vitality team together. In short, if you want to defeat Vitality, you must make changes. Since the lineup needs to be changed, the first thing that Na'Vi management thinks of is to kick out Flamey, who has always performed poorly in the team. The reason is very simple. His position is too important, but his performance does not reflect that importance. He often gives away points and drags down the team. To be more specific, let's take the 5 people from Na'Vi as an example. There is no need to say much about the current influence of S1, Impel, and Electronic in the arena. Their strength is obvious to all. They can become 2 sharp blades at any time to pierce the enemy, and naturally they cannot be replaced. Apart from the 2 of them, looking at the Commander Bumble 4 it is obviously unrealistic to expect him to kill people crazily. Bumblefour's position in the team is more of a tool man who commands breakthroughs. His biggest role is to help subsequent teammates pull the gun line. If he can complete a head exchange with the help of his teammates, it can be considered a perfect achievement of the goal. After all, not everyone's ID is high, and he is the only commander in the world who can perform at highest level. The same goes for Perfecto. As a support in the team, you can't expect him to do more than that. As long as he can kill the enemy in the crucial endgame, that's enough. Currently, Perfecto can do this very well. In a one-on-one situation, his win rate is a bit scary. As long as he can do this, he can be considered a qualified support. So currently, among the 4 members of Na'Vi, none of them seem to have any problems. The problem lies with Flamey. His biggest problem is that as a rifleman, he does not kill people, which is unacceptable to any team. After kicking out Flamey, the Na'Vi club management already had an answer in mind as to who would replace him. Currently in the Na'Vi youth training team, there are 2 talented young men who are like rising stars, constantly attracting the attention of management and all parties. One of them perfectly meets the conditions to replace Flamey. The management had already started discussing promoting him to the first team, but because the team was performing well, they had not made a decision yet. It was not until they lost to Vitality and realized that they could not beat Vitality with the current lineup that Navi's management made this decision. After a period of discussion, this sentence was finally spoken in the conference room, which determined the outcome of this personnel replacement incident. Let B1T prepare for this DreamHack online tournament. This is his first major tournament, so don't be nervous. As for Flamey, don't rush to demote him. Let him go to the youth team to lead the young players, talk to him clearly, and let him train well. If B1T performs poorly, consider bringing him back. The club will not reduce his salary during this period. Just like that, under the instigation of Han Yi's butterfly wings and coincidence, all the major events unexpectedly came together. Navi's personnel changes, the return of GLA 1VE from Team A, the vicious incident of Team X, the new Gambit, and Vitality with High and ZYWU all gathered in this DreamHack online invitational. It also means that the 5 strongest teams in the world will also be the 5 strongest teams in the future. They will fight each other in this DreamHack online competition and finally compete for a championship. At the Na'Vi Youth Training Club, upon hearing the news that B1T was going to play in the first team, M0 Nisi's face flashed with anticipation, and he quickly asked the coach, "What about me?" The only result he could get was to wait patiently and not be impatient. But how could M0 Nisi not be anxious? Especially when he heard that B1 might compete with High, he was so envious that he almost went crazy. After all, playing against High or being teammates with him has always been M0 Nisi's goal in recent times. But he didn't expect that his good brother B1 would be one step ahead of him and was about to achieve this goal. Pret his hands, saying that he was helpless about this. After all, he had no knowledge of this matter in advance and only found out about it just now. I can't help it. If we talk about strength, I don't think you're any worse than me, but I'm taking over Flamey's position, and you can't really think of taking over S1 Impul's position, right? After hearing these words, M0 Nisi fell into complete silence. Although everyone was optimistic about him and thought he was the next genius, his honors and strength would sooner or later catch up with S1 Impul and surpass CYWU. But the problem is that S1 Impul is still in his prime, and he hasn't been able to grow. Talking about replacing S1 Impul now, even M0 Nisi himself feels that it is unlikely unless the management has completely lost their minds. Realizing this, M0 Nisi sighed helplessly, feeling a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he might not have switched from a rifleman to a sniper. I don't know when I can participate in first-tier competitions. But soon, the dejection on his face disappeared, and he gave his good brother the most sincere blessings. I wish you can defeat all your enemies and win your first S-League championship. B1 nodded, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He knew very well that if he didn't play well, he would probably be sent back to youth training. And if a youth player is promoted to the first team and then is found not to be playing well and is sent back to the youth team, everyone knows what the consequences will be. That is this player, who will most likely never be able to step onto the first-tier field again. Because the impression you give people is that you perform poorly and are unable to carry the banner. With this impression, even if the home team is short of players, the coach will not consider letting you play again, but will give priority to other players with good performance in the youth training team. Naturally, other first-tier teams would hardly consider buying this youth player who performed poorly in first-tier competitions. This has led to a phenomenon whereby almost every year, many youth training players are promoted from the youth training team to the main team for various reasons and go on expeditions with the team. However, the performance of most of these youth training players was not very good. Basically, they played in one game and disappeared in the second game. The audience also did not see them again afterwards. Generally speaking, there are only two endings for this kind of player. Either go to a third-tier team and continue to pursue their dreams, or retire in obscurity and return to real life. In fact, it is hard to tell whether this kind of player is lucky or unlucky. After all, compared with his other teammates, he is qualified to go to the first-line arena. However, it is difficult for this kind of temporary substitute to play well, even if some star players are used to play. So, it is inevitable that there is a sense of forcing things to happen. If you, a good seedling, can hold up and be pulled out, then you will have a place in the first-line team. If you cannot hold up, then you will wither and die, even if you could have grown into a good seedling. Therefore, M0 Nisi and B1T both understand the difficulties B1T is facing now. Even if they cannot win the championship, B1T must perform well in the next games so that they can stay in Navi and continue to stay in the first-line arena. Everything has been arranged, and Navi also released an announcement of personnel changes. By the time Han saw the announcement, he had already returned to Paris and was carrying out the final cleanup work for ESL1 Cologne. XDQZZ took out an email from ESL Cologne officials. Han glanced at the email, and it looked somewhat formal, with a seal representing the official Cologne. It talked about the negative impact caused by checking computers, so they hoped to edit some of Vitality's team voice and send it out to offset these negative effects. It was also noted at the end that this is the right of the Vitality team, and they can reasonably refuse. The ESL Cologne officials also understand and support the decision they made. Han did not agree to this matter immediately. He looked up at XDQZZ. This matter involved the team's tactics, so it was necessary to ask his coach's opinion. Although most of Vitality's current tactics are from Han, his emotional intelligence is not low. Otherwise, he would not be able to get along well with everyone. In this kind of situation, we must respect the coach's feelings so that everyone can have fun together. In response to this, XDQZZ smiled and said, "This matter originally concerns you. You decided." Hani pondered for a moment and spoke. "Then let them go. After all, we can't just compete in this ESL Cologne tournament. If we help them, maybe they'll help us in the future." XDQZZ nodded and then began communicating with ESL Cologne. Hani frowned as he looked at the announcement just released by Navi. He had thought that B1T would play early and the lineup of the 21st champion Navi would arrive early, but he never expected that this time would be several months earlier. It could be said that even Han felt a little pressure facing this Navi. At this time, B1T's firepower was simply terrifying. Only 7 months after its debut, it won the major championship with a headshot rate of 77%. Navi's short period of invincibility during the period of 21 to 22 was inseparable from B1T's terrifying headshot rate. And with the arrival of B1T, Navi has undergone a tactical change. That is, everyone is a breakthrough player, and everyone can play with the firepower they deserve. 21 Navi and the later Green Dragon have many similarities, but the biggest difference is that when you're playing against Navi, you never know when one of your teammates or yourself will be pulled out by the opponent and torn to pieces in an instant. When fighting against the Green Dragon, you only need to be on guard against DONK. Wherever DONK is, that means the Green Dragon will attack. Han is not sure whether the current Navi has started to make such tactical changes, But he knows that once Navi's tactics begin to evolve into what they were in 21 years, it will be extremely difficult for the current Vitality to face Navi. Imagine that when both sides are performing the default layout, Apex, RPK, and Masuda are often broken through by Navi, and Han and ZYW can only return to defense helplessly. The difficulty of the game will increase sharply. It's okay if this happens once or twice. Han, he can still fight back with his talent. But his talent is limited after all. As long as Navi can continue to make breakthroughs, his talent will eventually be exhausted. Once his talent is exhausted, Han Yi's current attributes will probably only be around top 5, top 10. Even with the help of ZYW at this time, it is still difficult to beat Navi with this configuration. So after figuring this out, Han Yi realized that he was far from being as invincible as he had imagined, and that the Vitality dynasty was not so easy to establish. ESL Cologne won the championship more because other teams were not in good shape. Now they have begun to actively adjust, and the pressure faced by Han Yi has naturally begun to rise sharply. It can be said that in this dream hack, every strong team has its own style, and many teams have also been strengthened. Surrounded by strong opponents, Han Yi needs to think carefully and think more about tactics if he wants to win the DreamHack Championship, and how to use different styles and tactics to defeat different opponents. When Han Yi started to think, XTQZZ had already completed the communication beside him. By tonight, ESL Cologne should be releasing a voiceover, and there will also be some championship clips and promotions. They promised to make you the protagonist. Han Yi nodded. This result was not bad. It helped him increase his popularity and also established a connection with the ESL official. That evening, ESL Cologne released its own edited video and team voice. This is different from Blast, which privately broadcasts voice messages without the player's authorization. ESL Cologne made it clear in the video that this action was authorized by the Vitality Club and added some legal statements, including that there was no malicious editing, no shielding, and that all the audio and video were from the scene in real time, etc. Because players have not yet recovered from Vitality's victory, this video received a lot of attention as soon as it was released. It quickly spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100 in the community, and in just half an hour it had more than 100,000 views. The core content of the video is how Han Yi commands Vitality and how he performs those incredible operations from his first-person perspective. The video is very long, almost half an hour, and the edited footage covers everything from the initial group stage to the finals. What made the audience feel most incredible was that Han Yi had many games in which he accurately predicted the enemy's attacks. Take one of the games between Vitality and OG as an example. He accurately predicted that on the map of Mirage, the opponent would attack the middle lane and adopt a slow-paced mid-lane strategy. Then the camera turned, and the ESL official gave a close-up of the small map, and found that the enemy was just as Han Yi expected, and everyone was gathering in the middle lane. The appearance of this scene really shocked the audience, and for a while the barrage was full of exclamations. No, why are you directing the other side? If I remember correctly, Height gave the order for this round right at the beginning, right? I've seen a lot of calls, and most of them start with a default, then predict their opponent's strategy based on their actions. But this is the first time I've seen someone like Hai lay out their own strategy right from the start. No, he just read out the opponent's strategy for this round. This is incredibly powerful. Imagine you knew the enemy's tactics right at the start of the game. How much time would you have to think about how to position yourself and how to play? The world's #1 conductor. Well deserved. I thought you were a great marksman, and that's what I was questioning from the beginning. But after hearing this voice chat, I realized that what I was really questioning was your command. How could you recite the opponent's strategy at the start of the game? How did you steal the opponent's strategy book? Pass it on. Han Chu, during your break, go steal the other team's playbooks. +1, +2. The comments on the barrage thought that Han Yi's highlight moment would end here, but they really didn't expect that there would be something even more jaw-dropping later. The video progressed bit by bit and gradually came to the end. The opponent also became heroic. From here on, Han Yi's command and shooting skills were pulled to the extreme. The video also included the scene where Han Yi's crosshairs were pointed at someone. Honestly, no matter how many times I've watched it, I still feel incredibly shocked when I see it again. In Han Yi's first-person perspective, he was inside the smoke bomb and could not see any enemy information on the monitor from beginning to end. But the footsteps of Heroic and the other man kept ringing in their ears. Naturally, all the audience regarded this only piece of information as the key to Han Yi's ability to be a standard star with people. This first-person experience, where you reveal the sound of your footsteps and are then locked in a headlock by Han Yi, is unmatched by other more intuitive kills. Every audience member who saw this scene began to imagine. When I was playing the game, I suddenly missed a step. Just because of this one step, Han Yi was able to clearly sense my position and accurately place the crosshairs on my head. Why fight for this? As this scene ends, the video is nearing its end. After watching all the videos, all the viewers had only one opinion about Han Yi. This guy is a complete monster. Han Yi is different from all the current star players. He has a unique style and can perform operations that are difficult to understand, especially when you become his enemy and are killed by his incomprehensible operations. You can't help but question in your heart, is Han Yi's operation really something a human can do? This time, whether it was reading out the enemy's tactics before the round began, or locking the enemy's position with just the sound, or the miraculous advanced shot, it was refreshing the audience's perception of Han Yi. It was not until this moment that they realized that their previous understanding of Han Yi was too superficial. This man was much stronger than they had imagined. There is still nearly a month before the next competition, and the Vitality Club gave everyone 3 days off to relax. Since Vitality is not G2, they cannot terminate the contract if the players go home, so the other 4 players except Han Yi went home with peace of mind. We are all French, and our homes are not too far away, so we can go back whenever we have a holiday. But Han Yi is different. He can only stay in a club, play the ladder, do some live broadcasts, and when he has nothing to do, go to the French restaurant downstairs and order some authentic French food. Sometimes Han Yi would secretly feel lucky that he was in France and not England. Otherwise, life would be even more difficult. This went on for 2 days. Just when Han Yi felt like he was in prison, a glimmer of hope appeared in his ordinary days. Of course, it's not that Vitality's teammates returned early, but that Nico came to France. Because FaZe, a legendary club, is a wealthy club but does not have its own base, the players of FaZe will choose some big cities to gather for every game. This time the city they chose was Paris. CSGO events are very chaotic, and there is no unified event management. Valve only provides a set of standards, and everything else is adjusted according to the organizer's own wishes. Some clubs have cooperative relationships with some of the event organizers, which has created a strange phenomenon. Apart from the majors, it is difficult for all teams to participate in other global competitions, whether it is Cologne, Katowice, or Blast. In addition, each team focuses on different games, so it may happen that one team has no games recently, but the other team's schedule is full. It's like Vitality doesn't have any games recently, but FaZe game is about to start. So there is this scene of Nico coming to Paris. Nico was very outgoing. After Han Yi opened the door for him, he felt like he was home when he entered the Vitality Club. He looked around and made a few comments from time to time. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you've made so much money. Why don't you buy a house or a good girlfriend? If you had any of those, you wouldn't be stuck guarding the club by yourself during the holidays. Hearing Nico's words, Han Yi's face darkened and looked a little unfriendly. If you can stay here, stay here. If not, go and sleep at the airport. When Nico heard Han Yi say this, he chuckled and didn't believe that Han Yi could kick him out. He continued to talk nonsense on his own. Honestly, it's strange that you've never been interested in women. In Nico's memory, he invited Han Yi to nightclubs to play together more than once. But every time Han Yi rejected her with various reasons. Every rejection made Nico's eyes flash with regret. Apart from anything else, Han Yi's handsome appearance made him the favorite of those carrying older sisters. Sometimes Nico wishes he could swap faces with Han Yi. When they go to a bar together, With his emotional intelligence and dancing skills, coupled with his face, he might not be loved by everyone, but he will definitely charm a lot of people. This is like a man's white moonlight, which makes people feel pity when they see it. It's a pity that this face was born in the wrong place. Thinking of this, Nico shook his head helplessly, and then he seemed to think of something else and began to look Hani up and down carefully again. You kid, you don't like men, do you? He rolled his eyes and gave Nico the middle finger. Roll. After disgusting Nico felt refreshed. The two of them went to the fourth floor, and he pointed to a room for Nico. There's a bed and a quilt inside, so you can stay here. Leave early tomorrow morning. Why are you so fierce? Nico seemed to have entered his own home. He threw his luggage casually on a chair beside him, then walked straight to the bed, pressed the bed with his hand, tested the softness of the bed, nodded with satisfaction, and felt it felt pretty good. As a professional club, Vitality naturally has guest rooms specially used to receive guests. He took Nico to one of them. The comfort level was no worse than some five-star hotels. The only difference was probably the service attitude. Hani looked at Nico in front of him and asked him if he had eaten. After receiving a negative answer, he ordered 2 French takeouts of his favorite food as a restaurant recommendation to Nico. After the two finished eating, he suddenly remembered something. He led Nico to his room and turned on the computer. Afterwards, he logged into FanFic, pointed at M0 Nisi's ID with one finger, turned his head to look at Nico, and spoke. I have a great new guy here. I think you'll get along well with him. There were only a few people playing in the high-ranking ladder. Although M0 Nisi had not yet participated in the competition, he had already gained some fame in the casual games. Nico had naturally heard of him, so when he saw the ID M0 Nisi, the expression on Nico's face was not surprising. M0 Nisi? I've seen some of his cuts. He's pretty impressive. But it's a bit premature to say I'd get along with him. If I remember correctly, he's only 15 or 16. There's not much to talk about with a kid like that. When he heard Nico say this, he just smiled and didn't say much. Nico is a typical person who likes to be tough, but he believes that what he said has been heard by Nico. Then he added another sentence. In the evening, I'll bring you two together and introduce you to each other. The computer in the guest room can also be used. We'll have 3 rows then. Call Robson Frozen 2. The game is about to start, and I want to win more easily. No problem. The two of them argued for a while, and then there was a knock on the door. He went downstairs to take the takeaway. After handing it to Nico, he returned to the computer and started looking for some anime or variety shows that interested him. If he doesn't look at these things while eating, he always feels that the food has no flavor. While searching, Nico also took his takeaway and sat next to Hani, looking at Hanyi's computer screen. What are you doing? Find an anime to watch. Many professional players are otakus who like to watch anime, and so on. Nico was not surprised by Hanyi's answer. He was curious about what Hani planned to watch and wanted to see if he had any recommendations. Faye's teammates won't arrive until tomorrow, and Nico is really bored at the moment. If he has any good anime recommendations, he could take a look. Ultimately, if either Nico or he has something important to do, it would be difficult for players from 2 different teams to get together. There are currently 2 people who are extremely bored and are just keeping each other company. If they have any entertainment activities, it would be best to share them with each other. When he heard Nico asking him to recommend anime, he instantly became interested. As an otaku who had watched a lot of anime, it was natural for him to recommend a series, so he asked Nico a few questions. What kind do you like? Every day. Is there anything against Beast Girls? That's not the case. I rarely watch anime, so I don't really dislike it. After understanding Nico's needs, he had already thought of an anime that would better suit Nico's current needs. I know a masterpiece called Kimono Friends. It even had a sequel last year. The first part was already great, and the second part is even better. I recommend you watch the first part and then go watch the second part. Kimono Friends? Nico nodded and memorized the name. Then he opened his phone to check out the anime. When Hani saw this, he quickly stopped him and gave a convincing explanation. Listen to me. This anime is good only after you watch it for the first time. Before that, Don't read any spoilers or any reviews, otherwise you will find this anime boring. Nico naturally didn't believe Han Yi's words. He knew that Han Yi was full of bad intentions, so he pressed the query button on his own. Soon, the anime rating appeared in front of Nico. When Nico saw the high ratings of the first part, he realized that he had wronged Han Yi and quickly said sorry to Han Yi. On the other side, Han Yi saw that Nico didn't believe him, and his guilt for secretly feeding Nico shit was alleviated a lot, so he gladly accepted Nico's apology. Then Han Yi found an iSky anime that received good reviews in later generations and started watching it. I can only say that at this time, there are still Japanese comics about the other world, which can be regarded as the last pure land. Later on, they were all the same. I was a super support, but was looked down upon by the team's main C and kicked out. It's just like copying and pasting, a complete regret. I found it interesting at first glance, but after watching it so many times, I inevitably got a little aesthetically fatigued. And as soon as you think about it, you will doubt the IQ of the characters. The whole world knows how awesome the protagonist's auxiliary ability is, but only the protagonist and his teammates are not aware of it, which makes people speechless. After finishing the takeaway, Han Yi closed the web page, asked Nico to go back and log in, and called Rops, Frozen, and M0 Nisi to form a 5-person team. After everyone joined the team, Rops was the first to send a voice message. Congratulations to ESL Cologne for winning the championship. That's amazing. Hearing Rops' words was like opening Pandora's box, and others began to congratulate Han Yi. This scene touched Nico deeply. He still remembered the first game he met Han Yi. The Galaxy battleship directly ran over Han Yi's toy car. Unexpectedly, in just over half a year, Han Yi had already reached the top of the world, and now Vitality's strength is much stronger than their phase. Han Yi responded to everyone's congratulations with a smile, and then clicked the Start Game button. However, he obviously overlooked one thing, that is, in high-end games, many people have friends with each other. Even Han Yi's account has many other professional players and street kings as friends. These people may not be familiar with him, but they have met each other many times, and when they ask him for a friend status, Han Yi can't refuse. This leads to a consequence, that is, many professional players and high-scoring passersby will have a subconscious action when starting to match, that is, to click on the friend list to see who is matching, so that they can estimate who their teammates and enemies are and calculate the winning rate in advance. So when many people opened their friend lists and saw Han Yi, Nico, Frozen, Rops, and M0 Nisi matched at the same time, they combined the various atrocities they had committed against others before. Even the dumbest person would know what these 5 people were doing and cancel their matching buttons. The consequence is that after everyone in Han Yi's friend list comes out of the game, they will enter an idle state, and no one will start the next ranked game at all. After that, more and more people became idle. When Han Yi had been matching for 20 to 30 minutes without entering the game, he realized that something was wrong. When he opened the friend list and saw this scene, he almost fainted. At this moment, he finally understood why some high-scoring players in some games were unwilling to add other people as friends. However, after Han Yi calmed down, he came up with an idea for this situation. Brothers, hide yourself, otherwise you won't be able to get in. After hearing Han Yi say this, the others realized something and began to hide. Just as Han Yi expected, as they began to disappear, the players who had been watching and waiting for a long time finally couldn't help it and entered the matching queue. Seeing this scene, Han Yi smiled slightly. You finally got fooled. Then he pressed the match button and led the 4 of them on a journey of scoring points. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for many CSGO players. Many scores of 16-0 and 16-1 made countless talented young men lie in bed, tossing and turning, asking themselves question, why can't I wait a little longer? Why do I have to click start matching right away? Why am I asking for trouble? In this way, Han Yi spent the entire 3rd day in slaughter. With everyone's current strength, even in the top-level ladder game, they can kill all the opponents while listening to the song. The other side had absolutely no ability to resist them. As the next day dawned, Han Yi woke up early, sent Nico to the airport in Paris, and wished Nico to win the championship. Hearing the word champion, a rare look of loneliness appeared on Nico's face. After a long time, he spoke. In fact, no matter how many other championships I have won, they are not as important to me as a major championship. I only need one major championship at a time, and I will feel like I have no regrets. Nico's words also represent the views of all CSGO players. Although Katowice and Cologne are global-level events, and their value is second only to majors, in the final analysis, they still cannot be compared with major champions. Just by virtue of all the famous teams from all over the world participating in the competition, Valve specially produces championship stickers for the champions. This alone is difficult to compare with other competitions. Just like Hani now, he has already won the Cologne Championship, one of the 3 major competitions. But if you ask him, in exchange for never winning the Cologne Championship in his life, he will definitely be willing. This is the value of a major championship, which is incomparable to any other championship. This can also be verified from another perspective. When many new players are ignorant and just start playing the game CSGO, there's a high probability that they will accidentally enter a competition interface. This competition interface does not have any important content, but it does have a wall of honor. This wall of honor is filled with names of teams. Most new players will find it difficult to understand what this means at first, but after playing for hundreds of hours, they will gradually be attracted to the game and understand the game, and then they will have a feeling of sudden enlightenment. The teams on the wall of honor correspond to the previous major champions. Every new player can learn about each major champion and the roster of players when they won the championship from this wall of honor. It's truly an honor. He was silent for a long time before speaking to comfort her. There's still a lot of time left, and you're still young. As long as you don't retire, you'll always have a chance to win a major championship. Nico didn't say anything at first in response to Han Yi's words. Instead, his face was filled with memories and a hint of pain. I had a chance to win it, but I let it slip through my fingers. Even without saying it explicitly, Hani knew what Nico was referring to. In the 2018 Boston Major, Stewie 2K created an epic scene, killing 3 people with a 3-box sniper, causing Kerrigan to fall into doubts about the 20-second rotation point, and also destroyed FaZe's hopes of winning the championship. But judging from the subsequent results, the 20-second turning point tactic is feasible. The only problem was with Nico. After Stewie 2K killed Guardian, who was walking in first, he should not have had the chance to fire a second shot. But Stewie 2K fired the fatal second shot, taking Nico's life and completely destroying FaZe's offensive rhythm. If we say that Stewie 2K was in exceptional condition in the second shot and performed some incredible operation, perhaps it would be understandable that Nico failed to follow up with a shot. But in retrospect, Stewie 2K's shot was just ordinary and not fast. Even because Nico's selected position was not in Stewie 2K's pre-aim, he still had an aiming action. Since Stewie 2K did not have any amazing performance, it can only mean one thing. This was a famous scene created by a mistake. The person who was most responsible was undoubtedly Nico on the first box. His AK made a fatal mistake even though he knew Stewie 2K's position, and he failed to kill Stewie 2K. It was precisely because of Nico's major mistake that FaZe was defeated. C9 defeated the stronger team by defeating FaZe and won the championship of this major. Because of this mistake, Nico developed a bad habit from then on. Whenever it came to finals or important matches, he would perform poorly and became known as the weakling in competitions. Regarding this situation, he didn't know how to comfort the other party. After all, he had not won a major championship so far, and nothing he said seemed convincing enough. Fortunately, Nico smiled casually and returned to his carefree demeanor. It's nothing. I'm still young and can play for at least 4 or 5 more years. I don't believe that in these 4 or 5 years, I will miss out on a major championship every time. Hani did not respond to this sentence immediately, but also fell into memories. The time he traveled through was before the Shanghai Major Finals. At that time, Nico had already been eliminated by FaZe. He didn't know what happened after that, but calculating the time, it has been almost exactly 4 years from that time and now. During these 4 years, Nico was eliminated as a loser every time and never won the major championship he had always dreamed of. The young player gradually grew older, and the title of nightclub prince became a thing of the past. He was even surpassed by up-and-coming players in the ranking of riflemen. He had a feeling that according to the original timeline, Nico might never be able to win a major championship again. But now everything was different. He patted Nico's shoulder. "Have you told them? As I said, I will probably transfer here after this dream hack, and FaZe has no objections. The only person I feel sorry for is probably Coldzera. After all, if it weren't for me, he wouldn't have come to FaZe. But I didn't expect that commanding would be much more difficult than I imagined, and I simply cannot take on this responsibility. Maybe when they chose to kick out Kerrigan, I should have refused. Now FaZe performance is getting worse and worse, and I definitely have some responsibility. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. No team wins all the time." While the two were talking, they had unknowingly arrived at the gate of Paris airport. Nico looked down at the time and saw that he still had half an hour to board the plane. "Go back and say hello to ZYW for me." "Okay. Then after the game, will you return to Paris?" "No. I'm going straight back to Bosnia and Herzegovina. Be safe." After saying goodbye to Nico, he returned to the Vitality Club and took a nap. When I opened my eyes again, everyone from Vitality had already returned from outside. They obviously noticed the traces of Nico's life and smiled at each other, with a feeling of seeing through everything but not saying it out loud. But after he explained that it was Nico, the expressions on everyone's faces became boring again. It's probably like when you were in school and overheard gossip about someone and later found out that the gossip was false. The expression you showed was exactly the same. Because they just came back from vacation today, everyone in Vitality was a little unfocused. He understood their mentality and did not ask them to participate in the training immediately. Instead, he had a good chat with everyone. By the way, take half an hour to talk about the enemies they might encounter next, so that everyone can have time to watch their latest demo. Then he asked everyone to disperse and go have fun on their own. But at this time, ZYW did not leave. He took out a baguette from his backpack and handed it to Han. "My mom made it. She asked me to bring it to you. She also knows you don't like hard food, so she made it according to your Huaxia's method." He took the bread from Zaiwu's hand and squeezed it, finding that it was indeed soft, completely different from the hard baguette. He first thanked Zaiwu's mother, then broke off a piece and tasted it. He found that the taste was different from what he usually ate, a little sweet, which was indeed more in line with the domestic taste. This has to be mentioned. Before he came to Europe, he believed that the bread he ate every day was authentic Western food. After arriving in Europe, I found that this was not the case. The original bread in Europe was similar to baguette, very hard and difficult to bite even with teeth. It even gave rise to a proverb. The hard bread in your backpack can be used as a shield. You can imagine what authentic European bread tastes like. Even the Europeans themselves could not stand such hard bread. When the Roman legions marched to war, many soldiers would bring some wine. These wines are not for drinking, but to soak the bread to make it softer so that it will be easier to eat later. Therefore, it can be imagined that Zaiwu's mother must have put a lot of thought into making bread that suits Han Yi's taste. Han Yi broke off another piece, put it in his mouth, and praised it again. "Tasty." Seeing Han Yi's repeated affirmation, ZYW finally showed a satisfied smile and then called his mother. He brought the baguette to the table in his room, thinking of eating it when he got hungry after playing games or watching anime in the evening. Afterwards, everyone went out to have a meal together. When they came back, it was dark outside. After completing his daily tasks, he fell into a deep sleep. The days passed one by one, and the Vitality team spent the rest of their time training. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed, and Han Yi's attributes had also seen a rare increase. He added all the 2 attribute points he gained to the preview, bringing it to 97 points. In addition to the preview, Han Yi's rifle positioning also had a natural improvement, reaching 96 points. Although there is only a difference of 3 points, Han Yi's strength is now much stronger than before. But the more Han Yi watched from this first-person perspective, the more he felt like he was playing like Nico, especially some pre-aiming actions, which are at least 80% similar. At first, Han Yi thought that the change was caused by playing with Nico too much and subconsciously learning and imitating him. But after he calmed down and analyzed the situation, he found that this was only part of the reason. Another part of the reason is that Nico's pre-aiming and positioning are close to perfect, and when Han Yi's attributes approach the perfect value of 100 points, he naturally becomes more and more similar to the near-perfect Nico. Coupled with the influence of Nico, the two people's first-person perspectives are becoming more and more similar. Of course, this does not mean that Nico's style is necessarily good, but Han Yi's rifle style is gradually transforming into a perfect Nico. Just like S1 Impel and ZYW, for example, when their sniper styles are pushed to the extreme, they are all 100 points. Then Han Yi is influenced by ZYW. When all the attributes of his sniper rifle reach 100 points, he will definitely become a perfect ZYW, not a perfect S1 Impel. The attribute improvements brought by the system do not change Han Yi's own game style, but help Han Yi improve his current game style to the extreme. In addition to this, as Han Yi's attribute values became higher and higher, he also discovered one thing. That is, his attribute value is not eternal and constant, but will fluctuate downward, and this fluctuation depends entirely on his own state. For example, when he has trouble sleeping and is easily distracted, his reaction time will decrease significantly. For example, when he plays more casually, his pre-aiming is obviously not as good as when he plays seriously. The values displayed on the system panel are the values when Han Yi gives his all, and can also be understood as the values in a normal game. But this value is not a permanent state. After all, he is a human being, not a machine. When he feels tired, his state will be greatly affected. For example, during a training match, Han Yi was thinking about other things, which distracted him. The enemy was almost right in front of him, but Han Yi didn't react. Then Han Yi checked his current attribute panel and various talents. Hostname, Han Yi. Age, 18. Rifle. Preview, 97. Positioning, 96. Reaction, 95. Follow gun, 95. Sniper rifle. Preview, 95. Positioning, 95. Reaction, 95. Follow gun, 95. Submachine gun. Preview, 95. Positioning, 95. Reaction, 95. Follow gun, 95. Map understanding. Dust 2. 95 points. Nuke. 95 points. Rice garbage. 95 points. Town. 95 points. Death amusement park. 95 points. Train. 95 points. Building. 95 points. Question value, 2,416. Extract talent, consumption, 10,000 question points. Daily tasks, kill 5,000 bots and gain 2 attribute points. Current, 0/5,000. Talents, mind reading, Coldzer's awareness, strong body, hot hands, second aim, encouragement, luck, sage points, meticulous preparation, heritage, what's this coin? Perfect item, everyone's peak, let's duel Deadeye, insight, natural born leader, perception. During this more than half month, it was not only Han Yi's attributes that increased, but also the tacit understanding and tactical reserves among the Vitality team members. Thanks to Han Yi's superb understanding of the map, he can start to develop some new tactics with the help of XDQZZ and Apex. These tactics were not something Han Yi had seen in later generations, but were his own original creations. Although Han Yi had studied some tactics before, they were all too simple and could even be considered small routines. The concept of tactics was basically supported by mind reading, and others could not imitate them, and it was difficult to associate them with everyone's impression of tactics. But the tactics developed by Han Yi now are different from those in the past. It is a complete combat plan, including what should be done at what time points, where to be on guard, etc. Even without the ability to read minds, it still works. Taking into account that XDQZZ and Apex's own tactical level is not bad, coupled with Han Yi's superb understanding of the map, the three of them can make the tactics come alive. When Han Yi took the printed tactical paper and distributed it to everyone in Vitality, Everyone was shocked when they saw the more than 10 pages of tactical paper in front of them. They never thought that 3 people could come up with so many tactics. Precisely because there were so many tactics, the Vitality team did not dare to slack off for even a moment during the past half-month, and finally practiced all these tactics before DreamHack officially began. As time comes to September, DreamHack is about to start. 2 days before the official start of the competition, the DreamHack event team released the list of participating teams and the order of the battles. This competition is similar to Cologne and is also divided into the winner group and the loser group. The matching rules are that the team with the highest points will play against the team with the lowest points. Because Vitality won the Cologne championship, they, who were already ranked second in the world in points, successfully replaced Navi and became the new world number 1. According to the rules, they will play against the team ranked last in the DreamHack points ranking. When he looked through the list of participants one by one and saw the last one, the expression on his face gradually became weird, because he saw a familiar team name, Moose. To be honest, when he saw the name of this team for the first time, he thought he had read it wrong. He really didn't expect that his points ranking was first in the world, and his opponent in the first round would be a team of the level of Moose. But when he checked HLTV, he found out what had happened to Moose during this period. After the major ended, Woxic's condition became increasingly sluggish, until the recent ESL Cologne station, where Moose was eliminated at lightning speed. After watching the game, Moose's management decided to change the team's lineup. The first person they kicked out was Woxic, a player who had been performing poorly recently, and brought in a new player, Bimas, to replace Woxic. Before joining Moose, Bimas was valued by FaZe, but because of the major, FaZe gave up the idea of changing the lineup at that time. After the major ended, Bimas went to FaZe for a tryout, but unfortunately he failed to meet FaZe requirements and missed the opportunity to join FaZe. Bimas originally thought that he would return to a third-tier team to play games, but unexpectedly, his luck changed. Although FaZe did not fancy him, the management of Moose saw his potential, praised him as a growing player, and signed him to Moose. This allowed him to jump from the third-tier team to the first-tier team. Although Moose during this period was also known as FaZe Youth Training Team. After all, Moose was still a standard first-line team and could participate in various international competitions. For Bimas, it is no exaggeration to say that it was a leap forward. However, since Bimas itself had no points and Moose's performance had not been good for a period of time, Moose's points dropped 8 places in a row, which led to the encounter with Vitality. Soon Han Yi's phone rang. He opened it and saw that the group chat was in an uproar. Frozen at high. At ZYW, we're not going to play anymore. We're not going to compete anymore. Tell the organizers, we're not going to compete anymore. We might as well get some sleep instead of this game, Rops, it's really difficult. I stole a glance at Kerrigan, and he was scratching his head. Rops, please be gentle with us and leave us some gaming experience. Looking at Frozen and Rops complaining on his phone, he looked up at ZYW. He found that ZYW was also looking at him, and the two of them smiled at each other. Let them both go? How is that possible? Esports never requires mercy. When Frozen and Rops saw that and ZYW had not responded for a long time, they immediately understood what and ZYW were up to, and a sad expression appeared on their faces. But there was nothing they could do. There was no doubt that Moose was in a weak stage now. They secretly hoped that replacing Bimas with Woxic would be a huge reinforcement. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even have the strength to fight back, and it's more likely that they would be beaten by Vitality with a huge score of 116 or 216. Especially Rops. After being beaten by in many famous scenes in the major, he went through a long period of psychological preparation before he dared to read the community players' comments on that game and got out of the psychological shadow of that game. But he had just walked out, and when he looked up, he found that when his team was at its weakest, the man had made a comeback with the Vitality team that had just won the championship. For Rops, this was like the sky falling. However, Rops is a world-class player after all. After a brief panic, he quickly calmed down. He has also become much stronger in the past few months, and some of his decisions have become more reasonable which has repeatedly received praise from Kerrigan. Thinking on the bright side, Rops suddenly had an idea and felt that this might be an opportunity for him to take revenge. However, before taking any specific action, Rops decided to think carefully and study Han Yi's demo. Rops didn't want to repeat the same mistake and be played in that famous scene by Han Yi again. In a flash, 2 days passed quickly and Han Yi sat in front of the computer, ready to face the first game of DreamHack. Because it is an online competition, there is naturally no coin tossing, and it becomes a dice rolling. I don't know if it was because Han Yi's bad luck with coin tossing was inherited from him, or if he was just extremely unlucky with these things. But in any case, when he threw the dice first, he threw out a 1. Then Kerrigan calmly cast the ball, and a 6 appeared on the screen, followed by Kerrigan's voice. Listening to Kerrigan's voice, Han Yi fell into silence. It can only be said that even someone as strong as him has his own areas of weakness. Dice rolling is obviously one of them, and the other is knife fighting. Because it was an online competition, the players had much more freedom than in offline competitions. After both sides determined who would play first and who would play second, Han Yi took out his water cup and took a sip of Coca Pepsi to calm himself. After that, we officially entered the banpick stage. Han Yi first banned the train, which was the map that Vitality was least good at, and then it was Kerrigan's turn to ban the map. During this period, Muz had 2 weak maps, the first of which was Overpass. This map requires high coordination and sophisticated defaults, which are not very suitable for Kerrigan's command style. The second map is different from what many people think. It is Inferno. Because Woxic's condition declined, he played extremely badly on this map, even with Rops. Many times when facing the strong Inferno team, Kerrigan would choose to ban it actively. Because there are 2 options, Kerrigan obviously has a thinking process and is reluctant to press the left mouse button. Time passed bit by bit, and soon 10 seconds had passed, and the referee began to urge. Contestant Kerrigan, please make your choice as soon as possible. Under the referee's urging, Kerrigan finally made a decision and chose to play it safe and disable Overpass. Then it was Han Yi's turn to choose the map. Since it was a competition, Han Yi naturally would not show mercy and decisively chose Inferno, which Muz was not good at, as the first game map. Seeing this scene, Kerrigan in front of the computer could only smile bitterly and shook his head. Then he looked at the people around him and asked them if they had any good suggestions for choosing the picture. Muz and the other 3 looked at each other without saying anything. The reason was simple. They felt that no matter what map they played on, their chances of winning against this Vitality team were not very high, so they simply kept their mouths shut and didn't say anything. Just like the saying goes, the less you do, the fewer mistakes you make. Seeing that they didn't say anything, Kerrigan didn't force them to say anything, but continued talking on his own. What about Nuke? Everyone in Muz knew that if they didn't respond to the previous sentence, it wouldn't be a big problem, but if they didn't give any advice at this time, it would be a bit too unreasonable. Okay, just Nuke. Seeing that everyone in Muz agreed, Kerrigan decisively chose the Nuke map. Then came the second round of map bans for both sides. Han Yi banned the Mirage map, and Kerrigan banned Dust 2, leaving the Death Tower in map 3. Since then, all 3 maps have been finalized. Figure 1, Inferno, Purgatory Town. Figure 2, Nuke, Nuclear Crisis. Figure 3, Vertigo, Death Building. After the referee confirmed that everything was correct, the first game officially began. Because map 1 was chosen by Vitality, Muz had the priority to choose the side. They chose the CT side to start, so the attacking side naturally fell on Vitality. During the pistol round preparation stage, just after entering the game, before Han Yi could say anything, he heard a noise under his feet. He looked down and saw a P250 lying quietly on the ground. He picked up the P250 and found that this time, the gun had a skin, which was his favorite Silver Series. The gun body was snow white and looked quite new. He also heard Miss Yuta beside him, sounding a little proud. How about it? I bought it especially for you. It's really beautiful. Han Yi also praised it. Compared to the original dark appearance, who doesn't like beautiful skin? After this little episode, Han he immediately began to read Kerrigan's inner thoughts, and soon Moose's tactics for this game appeared in his mind. Because he was suppressed by Han once in a major before, Kerrigan's tactics this time were quite conservative. He chose a default tactic and then counter-clear the game, depending on the situation in the midterm. Han Yi's solution to this problem was very simple. He simply followed Vitality's traditional skills and flew directly to the second floor with great excitement. Their tactics were also very simple, with Misuda using 2 flashes and Han taking the first position to break through. With their hot hand, the winning rate of this Vitality team reaching the second floor was terrifyingly high. As the game officially started, Han took the lead and pressed forward from the side. Behind him were ZYW, Apex, RPK, and Misuda. Everyone in Vitality is very familiar with this set of tactics, so it is executed very smoothly. Soon everyone got close to building A2 and started walking quietly. As long as they reached the position, with a flash of Misuda, they would be able to rush out of building A2 and capture Area A. Looking at Moose, because of Woxic's departure, Bimas took over Woxic's position and became the person guarding the connection. But one thing should be mentioned, he did not take over the sniper duties of Woxic. The sniper in Moo's team changed from Woxic to the veteran Chris J, not the new Bimas. So currently Moo's default 3-person team in Area A is Rops, who is the main Chris J, who guards A1, and occasionally goes to Area B to participate in assist defense, and Bimas, who guards a connection. The lineup in Area B is the standard combination of Frozen and Kerrigan, the old and the young. As the Vitality team arrived at building A2, all preparations for the attack had been completed. They were just waiting for Han Yi's order, and the Vitality team planned to rush out of building A2 under the cover of flash grenades. Just seconds before Vitality was about to launch an attack, Rops suddenly seemed to sense something. He noticed that during the early stages of the game, there was no news from the Vitality team, and he felt uneasy. So he immediately called Chris J and Bimas, asking one of them to retreat from A1 to a site to help him build A2 building, and the other to observe the middle lane to see if there were any enemies. As Musa's deputy commander, Rops' orders were quickly executed by the two. A few seconds later, Rops received a message that there was no one in the middle lane. Considering that there was no movement on Banana Lane, Rops had already determined that Han Yi's strategy for this game was to fly to the second floor. He immediately communicated this information to Kerrigan, and without saying a word, Kerrigan immediately asked Frozen to return to defense and plant. Seeing the rapidly changing formations of Moose and his team, a hint of anticipation appeared in the eyes of the man playing the machine. What's going on, brothers? This round is a bit unusual. Is Han going to the police station? Currently, all 5 members of Vitality are inside building A2. Chris J has already retreated from A1 to the A bomb site. Frozen is sprinting towards Area A, and Bimas is also approaching A1. Unless Han has Superman's power and pulls out to instantly kill everyone on the other side. Judging by Vitality's current situation, they're definitely going to the police station. You said that Han killed all the opponents in the pistol round. Playing with a machine does not rule out this possibility, but he thinks that with such a small exit, it is very likely that the Vitality team will find it difficult to deploy and then be blocked by Moose near the exit of building A2 and wiped out. I feel like if Vitality forces it out, something might go wrong. But I'm really looking forward to seeing Han sneak into the police station. It's a scene I rarely see. Can you do it, Moose? Not only playing with a machine, but also the barrage of comments are gradually starting to make people look forward to it. Are you really going to drill? It's a common thread. The whole world knows Vitality likes to fly to the second floor. If they don't guard against this move, something is wrong with Moose. Kerrigan is a veteran after all, and his command this time was quite clever. If Vitality dares to come out, it will most likely explode. Han lost the first pistol round, which doesn't quite fit my worldview. Is it coming? Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the plot they hoped for did not happen. Han braked at the critical moment, interrupted Vitality's offensive plan, and stopped everyone in building A2. The reason was very simple. Before he officially launched the attack, he listened to Rop's thoughts again. The main reason why he was so cautious was because of this ID. He had to be on guard against it. As a result, he learned about Moose and his group's plan just by listening to it. Knowing that the other party was already prepared, he naturally would not continue to attack recklessly. Being cautious was more in line with his characteristics, rather than rushing in blindly. In this way, both sides began a long wait. After 30 seconds, Frozen had arrived at area and waited for a while, but still could not see the Vitality people. Not only him, even Rops began to doubt his own judgment. Could it be that I am overthinking it? Vitality played a map control game to prevent forward pressure, with everyone standing at the back, so there was no information at all. Rops thought about it carefully again and became more and more certain of his judgment. He felt that the possibility of flying to the second floor was getting smaller and smaller. Under the influence of this idea, Rops no longer believed in his original judgment. He asked everyone to return to the initial default position to prevent the Vitality team from losing control of a large area of the map in case they did not fly to the second floor. He personally defended the A2 building, and thus Moose's original A4 defense returned to its default state. Seeing this scene, all the audience looked regretful. The reason is very simple. In fact, at the command level, it is difficult for the audience to tell whose command is better. After all, no matter how strong the command is, it still needs the assistance of teammates to achieve tactical goals. It is very likely that the tactics you designed are better than those of the opponent, but your teammates are not as good as the opponent. In this way, no matter how good your tactics are, you will still be suppressed by the opponent. Therefore, the comparison between commanders is not intuitive. It is not like a rifleman or a sniper. If I can kill people, I am strong. But this formula is not suitable for Han Yi. All the audience can feel that Han Yi's command ability is currently stronger than others. Excluding the factor of shooting skills, his command is never wrong, and the various tactics he uses are novel and imaginative. With the support of these factors, the audience would be more willing to see another commander stand up and ban Han Yi from a tactical level, rather than Han Yi simply crushing others tactically. But these are just the audience's opinions, and Han Yi's opinion on this is also very simple. He just wants to be the big devil, to stand at the top of the world as a commander, and he wants to make all other players unable to match him. He wants to be the highest mountain and the longest river in the command world. After confirming that Moose and his men had already started to leave, he still did not rush to act. He planned to compress the time to the last possible moment and then rush out all at once. The time quickly came to 40 seconds, and Han Yi's 30-second attack plan was about to be implemented in 10 seconds. And this point in time is when Rops likes to do things the most. The reason is very simple. Most teams in this period are accustomed to launching a general attack at the 30-second time point and pulling out to look for opportunities at 40 seconds, which is the most likely to catch the enemy's timing. In addition, the Vitality team has not revealed any information in this game, so the Moose team urgently needs information to arrange defense in advance. And these 40 seconds are what Rops thinks is an opportunity. He wants to take advantage of this time to get some information and make some contribution to Moose. The target chosen by Rops was exactly the A2 floor. After all, almost no team would fly to the second floor within 30 seconds. Most teams would fly away at the beginning. As long as it is confirmed that there is no one in the A2 building, Rops can move forward, collect information from the middle lane, free the connected Bimas, and let Bimas return to defend the B area from the connection. In this way, the entire Moose formation was revitalized. Just when Rops thought that his spiritual detection could revitalize the entire Moose lineup. When he jumped to Building A2 and pulled out to check the situation inside Building A2, all he felt was regret. Because inside Building A2, 5 bandits were looking at him with guns in hand, as if they had been waiting for a long time. After seeing this scene, Rops no longer had any intention of shooting. The only thought left was to run. But he didn't give him any chance to retreat. He shot steadily and successfully took Rops away. Looking at himself falling down, Rops was not angry and even wanted to laugh. At this moment, There was only one thought left in his mind. He wanted to open Han Yi's head and see what was inside. What kind of person could remain motionless on the A2 floor for 40 seconds? After Rops fell to the ground, Masuda instantly switched props and threw a flash of light from the A2 building. As the flash bomb exploded in the sky, it officially sounded the clarion call for Vitality to attack Zone A. Because of Rops' death, the entire A2 building on Musa's side was completely empty. Currently, the only one who can stop Vitality's attack is Chris J in A1. Chris J also knew that his task was heavy, so he set his sights on building A2. As long as he could defeat Han E, there would be hope for everything. But the next second, Han E did a spin and jumped, falling in an S shape from the A2 building at an extremely fast speed. This way of appearance was totally beyond Chris J's expectations. It was obvious to the naked eye that he was a beat slower in reaction. After a brief moment of confusion, Chris J immediately aimed his crosshairs at Han E in midair, trying to kill him before he landed. But in this state, it was too difficult to hit Han Yi's head, so he had to try his best to attack Han Yi's body. After 2 consecutive shots, Han E successfully landed on the ground, and then he raised his head and shot, taking Chris J's head into his pocket. The person playing the machine saw the whole scene, but he didn't know how to explain it for a moment. Not only Chris J, but also he was shocked by Han Yi's way of pulling the gun line. He seems to know where Chris J is. Do you have to play it so cool? Brothers, don't try to imitate Han Yi's strategy. If you can't clearly identify Chris J's position, you'll easily get killed by the enemy in the pit or the bomb site. Only when you're absolutely sure that there's only one person left near Area A, and that person is at A1, can pulling the gun like this be effective. Han obviously guessed that Chris J was at A1, so he dared to play like this. Having said that, he played the machine for a while, then began to speak slowly again. There's nothing I can do. This is Han E. Once the offense starts, he'll find ways to manipulate you and break your mentality. He's always been this type of player. This spin jump. No, he drew an S in the air and killed Chris J instantly when he landed. If this were me, I wouldn't want to play. How cool. How did he know Chris J was an A1? Don't ask. The question is, even if Han Shu is open, what else does he not know? Han Shum, welcome to Check Your Computer. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that every time Han Shung's computer is checked, he looks particularly excited. After killing A1's Chris J, Han E quickly looked at the connection, waiting for Bimas to come out. But Bimas had already been stunned by the sight of Han E killing 2 people in a row. He didn't know what to do at all. Should he wait for Kerrigan and Frozen to return to defense together? Or should he go out immediately to stop the attack of Vitality? Just like that, he stood there in a daze for a moment. Seeing that Bimas couldn't connect, Han E didn't think much about it, but first connected the subsequent teammates. Then everyone placed an A1 package, and after placing the package, Apex, RPK, and Masuda stood in the big pit, small pit, and package site respectively, completing a cross. As for Han E and ZYW, they formed a spearhead, with Han E taking the lead and ZYW finishing up the attack. The two planned to work together to completely empty A1. Although he has the ability to read minds and can know the approximate location of the enemy, a gunfight just happened and Han E cannot be distracted to read the other party's thoughts at all times. So, it is very likely that A1 has some strange timing. He wanted to make sure A1 was completely safe. As long as A1 was sure that there was no one around, with everyone's current positions, it could be said that this pistol round was a sure win. Han E walked in front all the way. After coming out of A1 and arriving at the stable, he first glanced at the connection and saw no one. Then he continued to move forward and continued searching near the boiler room. Just when Han E aimed the crosshairs at the boiler room, Bimas finally ended his struggle. He thought clearly that this was his first appearance in a first-line team, and even if he lost, he had to play to his best. After figuring all this out, Bimas heard the footsteps of A1 and his 2 companions again, and pulled out from the connection to face A1. But he really didn't expect that the moment he pulled it out, the 2 bandits from A1 turned around and looked at him. Then 2 gunshots were heard almost simultaneously, one after the other. Bimas couldn't even resist and fell asleep on the ground. Bimas really didn't expect that his first round in the first-line competition would end in such a confusing way. When he looked at the kill prompt in the upper right corner, a trace of pain and helplessness appeared on his face. There is no way. There are people in the server who are not at the same rank as me. What can I do? I can't blame him entirely for not being able to fire. High killed Bimas with a headshot using AP-250, assist, ZYW. After Bima's death, Kerrigan and Frozen no longer had the intention to return to defense. They stopped halfway back, and the two of them began to retreat into the church to prepare for defense. He had no intention of fighting an annihilation battle. 30 seconds later, with an explosion, Vitality successfully won the pistol round. In the preparation stage of a second round, Rops was somewhat helpless. Oh my god, I didn't expect them to still be inside building A2 at this hour. It's okay. If it were me, I wouldn't have guessed it. No one will blame you if you lose the pistol round, and it doesn't matter even if you lose the game. After all, their strength is above ours, and we have just accepted new members, so they need some time to get used to each other. Bimas, don't put too much pressure on yourself. As a newcomer, I believe in your abilities and that you can demonstrate your strength. Kerrigan is never the type of person who gives strict commands. He provides emotional value to everyone at the first possible moment and helps them stabilize their mentality. Moose and the others nodded after hearing this, then looked at Kerrigan to ask about his strategy for this round. Kerrigan thought for a moment. Currently, he and King Han had armor, so they had two different The first tactic is naturally to force the attack, using two pistols and fighting in an unconventional way. This way, there is a chance of winning the next round. The second tactic is to half-start. He and Frozen start two FN-57s to see if they can kill the Vitality players at close range and hit the Vitality team's economy. To be honest, in Kerrigan's opinion, neither of these two tactics seems to be very good, but he has no choice but to make a choice. After much deliberation, he chose the first method, intending to try his luck with unconventional tactics to see if he could kill the master with random punches. As for the fact that unconventional had an extremely low winning rate against Han E, Kerrigan was certainly aware of it. After all, the two young men in the team had a very good relationship with Han E. Even if he didn't deliberately try to find out, he knew this information. Not to mention that he has actually been silently following Han E since Han E debuted. To be more specific, it was probably from the time Han E just debuted and played against OG. It is true that the winning rate of unconventional matches against Han E is extremely low, but in Kerrigan's opinion, we can't just not use it just because the winning rate is low, right? The current situation is that Vitality is a strong team and Moose is a weak team. If the weak team wants to defeat the strong team, it must rely on unconventional means. Many times when CSGO matches are upsets, it's not because the weaker team is really stronger than the stronger team, but because there's a lot of luck involved. For example, if a weak team successfully makes a comeback by relying on unconventional tactics, it will be counted as 3 points for each comeback. As long as there are 2 unconventional successes, the total will be 6 points. It is equivalent to having a huge advantage. In this case, if the weak team uses some of its best tactics, defeating the strong team will become possible instead of impossible. Therefore, when a weak team plays against a strong team, it must use unconventional methods. This is also the opinion of Kerrigan. As for how to fight this unconventional game, Kerrigan's choice was also very simple. He and Frozen each picked up an MP9 and then led everyone to split into 2 groups and attack the bandits with a bomb. Among them, the mid lane trio is led by Kerrigan himself, followed by Rops and Bimas, and the banana lane duo is composed of Chris J and Frozen. Because the bandits' bomb tactic was simple and Moose was very familiar with it, they did not raise any objections. But precisely because this tactic is simple and many teams are using it, he has long been adept at dealing with this tactic. After a brief thought, he decided to avoid the enemy's attack and directly attack Area A from the side, which meant flying to the second floor again. Considering that Moose was going to force a move this time, Han E also chose to force a move, with 5 neatly arranged hairdryers to ensure victory in this round. As the game officially began, after the command from the commanders of both sides, 10 people rushed out. This time, Han Yi's birth point was relatively far back, so he was at the very end of the team. The one at the front was Misuda, who usually walked at the back. However, time was tight, and everyone tacitly agreed not to adjust their formation. As the Vitality team moved deeper into the side passage, Muza's attack on the bandits' entrance officially began. Soon, explosions were heard one after another from the bandits' entrance, and a moment later, the Vitality team heard footsteps coming from the middle lane. They could hear the footsteps of the Muz people, and the Muz people could naturally hear the footsteps of the Vitality people. They are all professional players, and they have played the game for several thousand hours, if not 10,000 hours. When they heard each other's messages at this time, they immediately understood what the other party wanted to do. Kerrigan immediately gave the order, asking everyone to change direction and intercept the attack of Vitality from the side to prevent them from entering building A2, and asked Frozen and Chris J to quickly rush out from the Banana Road to attack the Vitality people from behind. On the other hand, when Han E gave the order to Da Fei on the second floor, he naturally considered the possibility of meeting Muz and his group in the middle lane. But he was not panicked at all, and had already thought of a way to deal with it. Han E followed the plan and immediately ordered the Vitality team to attack the Muz trio in the middle lane. He planned to use the advantage of numbers to quickly defeat the 3 Muz players in the middle lane. The coordination and execution capabilities between the top teams are naturally terrifyingly strong. The moment the 2 commanders gave the order, the 2 sides confronted each other in the middle and side lanes, and a war was about to break out. First of all, the first 2 people to fight between the 2 sides were Misuda and Kerrigan. One was the support of the team, and the other was the commander of the team. Their ability to kill instantly was extremely mediocre. Han E only heard several gunshots in succession before the kill notification came from the upper right corner of his screen. Misuda killed Kerrigan using MAC-10. The good times didn't last long. Just after Misuda killed Kerrigan, he was pulled out from the middle lane by Rops and shot the kill back with 1 shot. Rops killed Misuda with a headshot using AP-250. The first battle between the 2 sides in this round ended in a 1-for-1 result. This result actually has little impact on Vitality because all 5 of them have a MAC-10. Even if Misuda falls, the next person can just take his place and the firepower will hardly be affected. But this was not the case for Muz. On their side, only Kerrigan and Frozen had submachine guns, while the other 3 all had P-250s and a grenade and did not invest too much money. With the death of Kerrigan, this resulted in a consequence, that is, the people with armor and guns died, and Rops and Bimas were embarrassed. They were asked to rely on P-250 to stop the Vitality team, but it was obvious that they did not have that ability. Following Misuda into the battlefield was Han Yi's most capable general, ZYW. ZYW keenly noticed the weapon used by Rops to kill Misuda, so he chose an unconventional way of pulling the gun line, jumping and pulling. In the game CSGO, it is not accurate to jump and shoot, but some firearms are still within the controllable range, such as submachine guns. As ZYW jumped, he avoided the headshot line while attacking Muz and the other 2 in the air. At once, countless bullets flew toward the 2 of them. Rops, who had no armor to begin with, was knocked to the ground in an instant. However, the newcomer Bimas showed off his marksmanship and took the opportunity to shoot ZYW in the head. It's a pity that the damage of P-250 was not enough to kill ZYW. After successfully landing, ZYW moved the crosshairs again and took him away. Since then, Vitality has achieved a positive breakthrough. Looking at Han E, he immediately turned around and was about to meet Frozen and Chris J, who were following behind him. Because there was a battle going on near the middle lane, Chris J and Frozen came in a hurry, making noises along the way. This resulted in Han E, who was left behind, hearing their footsteps clearly. Feeling that the 2 were about to reach his face, Han E also felt that the time was ripe and immediately attacked them both. But compared to Zaiwa's jump shot, he felt that his position was very hidden, so he chose a big pull plus an emergency stop. His attack was very sudden, and it was obvious that Chris J and Frozen were not prepared. He didn't show any mercy when he saw the two of them looking at him, and fired a volley of bullets at Chris J, who was in the front. Chris J had no armor to begin with, and considering the high rate of fire of the submachine gun and the fact that he was close to Han Yi's face, he was killed instantly by Han Yi's submachine gun. Chris J fell to the ground almost in an instant. Frozen's reaction was not slow. He immediately stopped and aimed the crosshairs at Han Yi. At the same time, Han Yi adjusted the crosshairs and aimed at Frozen. The two men fired almost at the same time, and Han Yi's screen turned blood red at this moment because of the hit, but he did not panic. Instead, he tried hard to control the trajectory, trying to put all the bullets on Frozen. But after all, Han Yi had fired a few shots first, so although his strength was above Frozen, his trajectory was much more difficult to control than Frozen's. Finally, one bullet missed slightly and grazed Frozen's body. It was precisely because this bullet missed that Han Yi fell in front of Frozen first. As second aim is activated again, Han Yi blinked and found himself in the side passage again, just before he killed Chris J. He thought about it and understood the reason. The main reason was that after he killed Chris J, he immediately fought with Frozen. Obviously, the system regarded this as a whole, so the system advanced the predicted time, which meant that he went back to the time when no one was killed yet. Originally, Han Yi was still wondering if he would be unable to react in time if the system pulled him back to the moment when he killed Chris J and would still not be able to defeat Frozen in a gunfight. But now he realized that he was worrying too much. As the footsteps of Chris J and Frozen approached, Han Yi was well prepared this time. And because he had seen the positions of the two once before, Han Yi's actions this time were quick, accurate, and ruthless. He pre-aimed the crosshairs and then pulled out with a big yank. But this time Han Yi's target was not Chris J, who was closest to him, but Frozen, who was a little further away. This time, because Han Yi aimed the crosshairs at Frozen first, the scene of the two shooting at the same time did not appear. Han Yi, who took the initiative, gained the advantage. Just as a series of bullets were fired, Frozen was just like Chris J at the beginning. He had no time to react and was knocked to the ground by the bullets. At this time, Chris J on the other side finally realized what was happening, aimed his crosshairs at Han Yi, and fired a shot. His shot was also very accurate, hitting Han Yi's head precisely, but he also faced the same problem. A P250 shot could not kill a person. Han Yi turned around and did not dare to delay for a moment. He aimed the crosshairs at Chris J, and then countless bullets attacked him. Chris J wanted to shoot again to kill Han Yi completely, but Han Yi's bullet arrived before him. Chris J, who had no armor to begin with, had his screen shaking constantly as a result of the hit, and he was completely unable to control the trajectory of the bullet. As expected, his next shot was deflected by Han Yi. At this point, he no longer had the chance to fire the fatal shot. Han Yi successfully completed a double kill, and Vitality won the round in a way that the audience and commentators never expected. The player who played the machine also asked his own questions after explaining the shooting session. What's going on? Why is Han Yi like this again? It seems like he really knows the enemy's location. Why didn't this guy who took the lead shoot at Chris J, who was closer, but instead shot Frozen? I don't understand this at all. How did he know that Chris J, who was walking first, didn't have a gun and was less a threat to him? This is amazing, guys. Why Han Yi always makes the right choices remains a mystery. This strafing and transfer is the charm of CSGO. The sweeping movement of the submachine gun is really cool. I was almost killed by Chris J. What a shame, the equipment gap. Otherwise, if they had fought these two heads, Vitality might have really been overturned by Muz in this game. It was just a little bit off. Vitality's stats were too high. ZYW and high alone could handle most teams. Right now, I feel like no team can compare to Vitality. Navi was okay before, but they recently changed players. I've never heard of B1T, and I don't think he's as good as Brand. He still needs to grow. After this round, Muz became completely obedient. In the next two rounds, he chose Eco, which allowed Vitality to accumulate a large amount of economy. The score between the two sides reached 4 o'clock, and the first long gun round began. The entire Moose team attached great importance to this rifle game, and Chris J even took out a sniper rifle to participate in the defense. But once he thought of the snipers from ZYW and Han E on the opposite side, he couldn't help but feel a little pressure, so he looked at Rops beside him. "Do you want to shoot a sniper?" When Rops heard this, he quickly shook his head and spoke righteously. "I'm not a sniper. I won't compete with you for a sniper. You can have fun with it. My M4 is pretty good. Really, I really don't want to. Forget it. Let me, an old man, take on everything." Chris J sighed. He had already announced his retirement, but was dragged into the game by Kerrigan. Not only did he become a sniper in his later years, and had to play against ZYW and Han E, it was very likely that his reputation would be ruined in his later years. He felt a headache when he thought about it. At the beginning of this round, Kerrigan called a tactical timeout to think about the tactics for this round. At present, Kerrigan is keenly aware that if they continue to fight like this, they will definitely lose, but how to win has become a problem that bothers him. He wanted to think of a way to defeat Han E, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't come up with any idea. In the end, he ended up scratching his head and feeling restless. At this moment, Kerrigan had a feeling that no matter what tactics he used, he would eventually fail. This feeling came without any reason. It was simply the experience he had gained after fighting with Han E several times. How do you fight? Seeing that he had not given any orders for a long time, the people in Moose started to ask questions. But Kerrigan didn't answer them, so they didn't ask any more questions. Time passed by little, and soon it entered the countdown to the last 10 seconds. Kerrigan still couldn't think of any better tactics, but he knew that it was time to give the orders. "Chris J, go grab the banana lane. We'll start with 3B2A. After we grab the banana lane, everyone should immediately switch to A." No. After hearing Kerrigan's words, Moose and his people silently wrote down his orders. When Kerrigan gave the order, Han E also began to give the order for his own round. "Let's rush a zone directly. Give me a flash in the middle lane, and I'll pull out from the middle lane. Apex, and you, ZYW, will go to the A2 floor. After I break through the middle lane, you two will fly to the second floor. As for the rest of you, follow me." After Han E gave this order, he thought about what might happen and then added, "If they give us props to delay us, we'll switch to default and see if we can grab the banana lane and not let them have too much map control." After taking note of Han Yi's order, everyone at Vitality nodded silently. Then, as the countdown of the game ended, both sides rushed out at the first opportunity. Han E pressed forward from the bandits' entrance. He planned to go straight up from the middle, seize A1, and complete a quick attack. Miss Yuta followed closely behind him. As long as Han E pulled out from the middle, he would throw the flash bomb in his hand immediately to help Han E complete the breakthrough in the middle. After arriving at the middle point, Han E first pressed the silent step button to hide his offensive intention, and then prepared to launch a sudden attack after getting close to the point. When Han E was preparing to attack, Muz had already started to seize the banana road. When 2 fires burned the entire banana road, a flash sent Chris J out to scout, and Chris J provided a particularly critical piece of information to the others of Muz. Banana road is empty. After hearing this, Rops, who was guarding area, immediately guessed Han Yi's tactic for this round based on his understanding of Han E. I definitely played A. We have fewer people in the A section. As Rops finished speaking, Bimas immediately cast a fire on the middle lane to block Han Yi's attack from the middle lane. Rops, who was guarding A1, also immediately came to the boiler room and cast a fire on A2 to delay the offensive rhythm of Vitality. The attack in area A was blocked, and the Vitality team immediately launched Han Yi's second plan, which was to change the formation to the default and then counterattack to seize the banana road. This choice can be considered from a tactical perspective. That is, we cannot let Chris J obtain information too easily in the banana lane and prevent Muz from forming a single banana lane for A formation. The strength of Han Yi's command lies in his ability to attack the enemy's weakest defense points through mind reading. But once Moose successfully sets up his ideal defensive formation, the weakest defensive position that may exist will most likely no longer exist, and Han Yi's command advantage will naturally disappear. Therefore, a certain pressure was put on Moose in Banana Road, preventing them from forming a perfect and ideal formation. This way, Han Yi could find opportunities and defeat the enemy tactically. The Vitality team was seen regrouping near the bandits' entrance while being careful of the enemies that might advance from Area A. By the time they finished gathering, the Vitality team had formed a four-man bandit formation on a single A2 floor. The one who stayed alone on the A2 floor was naturally ZYW. Because Han Yi has not yet decided whether to attack Area A or Area B. As a breakthrough player, he wants to seize the Banana Road. He left his most trusted ZYW behind to serve as a fulcrum in the A2 building. In this way, if Han Yi decides to attack Area A, they can rely on ZYW as a fulcrum to allow the Vitality team to form a battle formation near Area A more quickly. At present, Moose's formation has gradually begun to shift towards 4A. Frozen, the Deputy B, left the B area first, and Kerrigan has also retreated to the back point of the B area. If there is no movement on the Banana Road in more than 10 seconds, he will also go to the A area. In the parking space on Banana Road, Chris J was holding a sniper rifle and observing the movements on the entire Banana Road. According to the current situation, even Han Yi would find it difficult to grab the Banana Road. Because of the winning streak in the previous games, the Vitality players are still holding hair dryers and have no chance to change to rifles. At such a long distance on Banana Road, using a submachine gun to fight against a sniper, even if Han Yi activates the Eye of Death, he estimates that his chances of winning are only 50%. So Han Yi had to consider another way to play, using props to grab the Banana Road and force Chris J to retreat. I'll throw a cigarette to block the bananas, and you guys set fire to the parking space and behind the stone slab to force them back. Then you move forward and seize the area around the parking space and stone slab, and don't give them any information. Good. After hearing this, everyone in Vitality nodded in tacit understanding, and then waited for Han Yi to throw out the partition cigarette. Han Yi didn't let them wait too long. He quickly gestured back and forth a few times and chose a landing point that made him quite satisfied. Then a smoke bomb was thrown out. It shot up into the sky and then landed heavily near the stone slab, a little in front of the parking space. With a puff sound, the smoke bomb exploded instantly, completely blocking Chris J's vision. Chris J's vision was blocked, which forced Kerrigan, who was originally planning to leave, to stop and wait for the situation to change. But it was not over yet. Two fireballs flew straight towards Chris J and hit him directly at his feet. Chris J ran pretty fast, but still lost 30 drops of blood, leaving him in a half-crippled state, and began to retreat into Area B. Seeing that Banana Road was completely out of control, Kerrigan gave up his plan to go to Area A. At the same time, he began to call Frozen, asking him to come to Area B to complete a 3B defense. There are mainly two veterans in Moose's B area. One is the Commander Kerrigan. Needless to say, his firepower is very weak. Another one is Chris J. He hardly ever touched the sniper in the Moose team before, so asking him to use the sniper now is obviously a bit of force move. It is also unrealistic to expect him to provide any powerful firepower. So Kerrigan called Frozen to come to B. And because of the loss of Banana Lane, the defensive pressure in Zone B is now extremely great, and Kerrigan also needs 3B to help him relieve the defensive pressure in Zone B. While Kerrigan was deploying his troops, Han Yi planned to put some final pressure on Moose. Under his command, the Vitality team quickly cleared the grooves and tree positions on the Banana Road. After making sure that there was no one there, they collectively pressed forward and occupied the entire Banana Road. Because some props had been wasted before, they could only produce half a set of props at present, which was used for a feint attack on Area B. But this was enough. Hit B with the explosive bomb, give me a cigarette under the flower bed, a coffin cigarette, and another cigarette for the light. ZYW, wait 10 seconds, then try to move into Area A. as Han E issued a complete set of tactical instructions. The Vitality team immediately understood what Han E was going to do and what they were going to do next. The reason was very simple. They had practiced this set of tactics ordered by Han E many times before. Han E even gave it a special name, called Art. Just 3 seconds later, all the Vitality players were in their positions. As 3 plumes of smoke shot up into the sky, the fire in Han Yi's hand burned towards boxes 1 and 2 in Area B. This set of tactical attacks looks incredibly powerful, just like a real fight. But this alone was not realistic enough. Han E rushed into Area B with a bag under the cover of smoke bombs and incendiary bombs. Seeing this scene, the people playing the machines also shouted excitedly. This is a tactic to forcefully bury the enemy. Han E wants to use these 3 smoke bombs and the fire to forcefully bury the enemy. Moose couldn't do anything about Han E for a while. Chris J in the B bomb site was a sniper. He was in a dead zone and couldn't make any noise. Kerrigan couldn't help him. He didn't dare to get into the smoke and could only protect himself. Kerrigan is under the flower bed, completely isolated by the smoke bomb. Can he kill Han E by mixing in the smoke? As the beeping sound rang out in the headset, Kerrigan shouted into the microphone, asking Alma's players to return to defense, while holding down the left button of the mouse and continuously shooting through smoke towards the position where Han E had placed the bomb in the B area. But it was all in vain for him to do so. Han E had already evacuated from Area B immediately after the bomb was planted and began to lead everyone to retreat towards the bandits' entrance, intending to go straight to Area A to meet up with ZYW. On Moose's side, due to Kerrigan's order, they have abandoned Area A and all gathered in Area B. The player with the god's perspective immediately realized what kind of tactics Han E had used, and he was once again amazed by Han Yi's creativity. He fooled everyone. His target wasn't in Area B at all. Now that Moose's Area A was empty, he placed a fake bag. Kerrigan was completely unaware of this. He was still reloading and shooting. His shot misled him, making him think he had hit Han E, which prevented Han E from planting the bomb. In fact, Han E never thought about planting a bomb from the beginning. Now, ZYW has entered the A zone, and Vitality has taken over the entire A zone. Han Yi's continuous rotation and brilliant deception allowed Vitality to win the spear game with only submachine guns. While the machine was commentating, Han E had already arrived at the bandits' entrance. He led the Vitality team and immediately started moving towards Area, while Kerrigan obviously did not realize what was happening. The smoke bomb gradually dissipated, and Kerrigan looked at the empty B area in front of him. He was still asking Moose and the others to be careful. After hearing this, Moose and his team also began to line up in Area B. It wasn't until a few seconds later, when the sound of the bomb being placed was heard, that Kerrigan realized what had just happened. From attacking Area A to fainting at Area B and then attacking Area A again, Han Yi's tactics can be described as one link after another. It was because of this that Kerrigan personally experienced Han Yi's strength in this game. He really couldn't understand how Han E came up with such a tactic. Han Yi's attack did not stop because of Kerrigan's confusion. Vitality was divided into 2 by him. RPK and Miss Yuta were left in the middle lane and began to head towards the bandits' entrance, preparing to prevent the enemy from coming out of the bandits' entrance. Apex and ZYW, led by Han E, went out of the archway, preparing to attack Moose and his team in Area B. Han Yi's goal was very clear. He wanted to surround Moose and his men. After all, they only had submachine guns in their hands, so he wouldn't feel bad if they died, and he could just trade them for AKs for the next one. His action undoubtedly triggered the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. No, it's fine if you just deceive them, but now you want to kill them completely? Would he really allow him to both rob and kill people? Korean livestock. Doesn't anyone else think this tactic has a bit of an Art Brother vibe? This is too bold. If you get killed, won't you explode? If he wasn't bold, he wouldn't be High. Which of High's tactics isn't bold? He loves to walk on the edge of a cliff, yet he succeeds every time. This is probably the luck that only the strong can bring. As Hani arrived at the police house, he surrounded Moose and his men, and a big battle was about to break out. Moose's current idea is to protect the gun in Area B. They do not intend to seize the Banana Road or perform any unnecessary tactical actions. The reason is very simple. The bomb has been planted, and they are currently in Area B. The chance of returning to defense is too low. The best way is to stay where they are and keep their guns. But the fact that they did not make any unnecessary tactical moves did not mean that they had no defenses against the police or Banana Road. On the contrary, they focused on defending these 2 points. First, they had the police house, which posed the greatest threat. They let Chris J set up a sniper position on the 3 boxes and let Rops prepare to provide support in the church. In this way, when the police come, even if Chris J misses a shot and loses a shooting position, Rops can still surprise the enemy when the enemy approaches the church door. As for Banana Road, Kerrigan stood behind the coffin, and Frozen stood in the dead center of Area B, forming a cross position. Because he wanted to do a cross, Kerrigan did not choose a straight stance. He planned to wait until Frozen in the dead point fired, and then he would pull out and shoot sideways. This is also a characteristic of the player Frozen. His current strength is considered to be in the upper middle level among the first-line teams, but his personal style is that of someone who often sacrifices for the team. This can be seen after FaZe joins the team. Although he is the best rifleman in the team, he always uses the worst weapon and does the worst job. As for the last Bimas, Kerrigan placed him in the garden a little behind the coffin so that he could support both sides at any time. Kerrigan has high hopes for this newcomer, so he gave him such a key position, allowing him to perform some highlights in the first-line arena and build his confidence. Kerrigan is good at discovering and training new talents, and is willing to give them a stage to perform. This is a character trait of his. It is precisely because of this trait that he has gained a lot of little fans in the professional circle. If he didn't have these personality traits, he wouldn't have been able to make Rops and Frozen follow him so wholeheartedly in the next few years. Especially the transfer in 2022, which better reflects Kerrigan's personal charm. The price FaZe offered to Rops was the lowest among several clubs, but because of Kerrigan, Rops still joined FaZe without hesitation and formed the strongest galactic battleship in history. Han E at the police house did not act in a hurry, but stood there for a while with his gun ready, listening carefully to the sounds inside Area B. After waiting patiently for a while, Han E realized that Moose should choose to protect his gun in Area B. Then he asked RPK and Misuda on Banana Road to try to get close to the stone slabs and parking spaces on Banana Road. This will make it convenient for the 2 of them to cooperate with the 3 people from the police family in launching this annihilation campaign when they attack later. After hearing this, RPK and Misuda began to walk quietly in tacit understanding and slowly sneaked into the Banana Road through the bandit entrance. With 5 CT players still alive, it is indeed very dangerous and somewhat irrational to do this. If there is a sniper rifle pointed directly at the parking space, then the behavior of the 2 would be no different from committing suicide. But the 2 of them were submachine guns themselves, and they were prepared to die, so they didn't care about these things. Instead, they walked over quietly, which was more conducive to silent contact and facilitated the annihilation battle later. Fortunately, the 2 made the right choice. They stuck to the parking space all the way without seeing any CTs, and there were only about 10 seconds left before the bomb exploded. Han E calculated the time and felt that it was almost time, so he immediately threw out a high flash, signaling the launch of this general attack. The angle of this high-flying bullet was extremely tricky. It drew a graceful arc near the police house and exploded just above the flower bed. This angle targets only one point, the 3-box sniper. Chris J was instantly hit by a flashbang, but as an experienced person, he deliberately waited for a second after being hit by a flashbang, and then fired a bullet. The bullet hit the Apex, who wanted to be the first to break through. With a gunshot, the Apex jumped out like a kite with a broken string, falling straight from the sky and hitting the ground hard. However, before he died, He saw the information in Area B and immediately informed Han, E, and ZYW. He retreated into the 3 boxes, and no one stood up to him. After learning this information, Han, E, and ZYW rushed out quickly and pulled them out of the police house. After that, they did not dare to stay for a moment and went straight to the church. He was afraid that if he was a second late, Chris J would recover from the full white and snipe the 2 of them to death. Chris J was completely wiped out, which meant he could no longer pose a threat to Han, E, and ZYW in the short term. This made it difficult for Rops, as all the pressure of defense fell on him. Rops also knew that he must not relax at this time. He gritted his teeth, stared intently at the church door, and asked Bimas to come and help him. After hearing this, Bimas did not dare to delay and immediately trotted into the church, standing with Rops, one behind and one in front. Although he came over, his footsteps were heard by Han, E, and ZYW, who were rapidly approaching the church. This made the 2 of them wary of the church. Han, E then rushed ahead, with ZYW following behind. There was no communication or unnecessary movements, but at this moment the 2 seemed to understand each other's purpose and knew what the other was going to do. The next second, Han, E at the front jumped high, making a war god jump, and ZYW behind him immediately followed, and the 2 of them completed a jump and pull breakthrough. Rops and Bima's crosshairs were immediately attracted by Han Yi's jump, and they immediately started shooting at Han Yi. Han Yi's reaction was not slow, and he immediately fought back against the 2. However, Han Yi was in the air after all, and the accuracy of the gun was out of control. Only 1 bullet hit Rops' head, and 1 bullet hit Bima's body, and the rest of the bullets were empty. Then Han E, who was flying in the air, was killed by the 2 of them together, but the real killing move was never on Han E. After Han E fell, another figure quickly rushed out from the church door. ZYW looked at Rops and Bimas in front of him and showed no mercy. They immediately began to pour out their firepower, and Rops, who was already half-blood, fell to the ground in an instant. Because Bimas' gun line was interfered with by Han E, he lost the ability to kill ZYW instantly, and was hit hard by ZWYU in the first time. After a burst of rapid gunfire, ZYW successfully killed Bimas and won a 2-on-2 victory in the church. Then ZYW did not stop for a moment. He pressed forward from the garden, and RPK and Misuda on Banana Road also let go of their pace and launched an attack on the B area. Because ZYW broke through the church's defense, Kerrigan, who was hiding behind the coffin, had to turn back to build the church. A further consequence was that the 2 people who originally built the Banana Road changed from Kerrigan and Frozen to Frozen and Chris J. Because Chris J was in the 3rd box, it was necessary to wait until RPK and Misuda completely walked out of the 1st box before the crossfire could be formed. Therefore, the current Muza's gunline crossover is much worse than the original gunline crossover. But bad luck obviously did not spare Muz and his team. As the gunshots in the garden rang out again, ZYW once again defeated Kerrigan in the gun battle. Muz lost his garden, which made the position of the 3 boxes extremely awkward, and Chris J had to be careful about his side to avoid being stolen. The situation on the field changed rapidly, and in an instant it became 3 against 2. There were only 3 seconds left before the bomb exploded, and Han E decisively ordered everyone to rush out. At this time, ZYW had picked up the M4A4 from the ground and completed the change of equipment. Then he cooperated with RPK and Misuda on Banana Road to launch the final attack on Area B. RPK was the first to pull out, but as expected, he was attacked by Frozen and Chris J and didn't survive for a second before he fell to the ground. But his sacrifice created space for ZYW and Misuda. ZYW took advantage of the situation and pressed forward to the vicinity of the coffin, only 1 box away from Frozen. There's no doubt that allowing ZYW to continue to come out would be a huge threat to the remaining Muz duo, so Frozen had to take the initiative to pull out and stop ZYW. This gave ZYW the opportunity to engage in a gunfight. The moment he heard Frozen's footsteps, ZYW quickly aimed the crosshairs at the dead point and fired a shot. 2 consecutive crisp headshots rang out, and ZYWU killed one more in a split second, completing the quad kill. Seeing this scene, Han-E couldn't help but sigh that ZYWU is indeed one of the strongest players in the next few years. Even fellow superstars S1 Impel and Nico cannot match his ability to be stable and explosive. But Zaiwa's glory ended there, because Chris J, who was in the third box, was also sent out with Frozen. Chris J held a sniper rifle and took down ZYWU with one steady shot. At the same time, with the sound of a bomb exploding, this round was nearing its end. Just when Hani thought that this was the end of the round and accepted the fact that Chris J would keep the sniper rifle, Misuda, whom he did not favor, resolutely rushed towards the 3 boxes. After Chris J, who was hiding behind the 3 boxes, replaced the bullets, he heard the footsteps of Misuda coming and pulled out again, ready to arrest Misuda. But this time, Misuda's reaction was extremely fast and accurate. Almost the moment Chris J pulled out his gun, his bullets poured out. With both sides almost face to face, Misuda fired all the bullets and knocked Chris J to the ground instantly. As a veteran, Chris J, whose reaction is not fast, did not have any chance to shoot at all during this round of game with Misuda. As Chris J fell, Misuda picked up the sniper rifle on the ground. Everyone in Vitality stood up immediately and gave Misuda the warmest cheers. This is just like playing games with friends. It has become normal for the strongest person in the team to fight 2 or 3 at a time. When you see them killing people indiscriminately, the others will hardly have any emotional fluctuations. But when the last one in the team stands out and performs a wonderful move, he will often get cheers from everyone. The situation was the same in the previous game. Before Chris J fell, no one on the Vitality side thought that Misuda would be able to stand up and give Muz a fatal blow, but Misuda did it. He successfully broke out from the banana road and killed Chris J at the last moment, causing his sniper rifle to fall. This also means that all of Muz's efforts throughout the game were in vain. After Chris J fell, they were unable to save anything. While Hani defeated Muz with tactics, the Vitality team worked together to completely beat Muz into hell, leaving them once again in an embarrassing situation with no money and no guns. Compared to the cheers of the Vitality people, Muz's voice channel fell into a strange silence. No one knew what the 5 Muz people were thinking at that moment, or maybe they were just staring at the computer screen in a daze. Time passed quickly, 1 second, 2 seconds. It wasn't until the next round was about to begin that Chris J slowly spoke. My problem is I just need to give a sneak peek at the end. Someone took the initiative to take the blame, and Kerrigan, as the captain, was the first to react and started to agree. Yeah, you should have fired an early shot with that one. What a pity, but it's okay. We can just fight back this round. According to the usual atmosphere within Muz's team, when the 2 veterans said this, the others would join the jokes to liven up the atmosphere. But this time was an exception. The 2 veterans said their own things, but the 3 young men found it difficult to bear this blow and had not yet recovered from the loss in the previous round. It seems that the gap between the 2 teams is even bigger than they imagined. Facing Vitality led by Han E, they couldn't even protect their guns. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Coach Muz immediately called a tactical timeout and then loudly scolded everyone. What are you all doing? Don't you know this is a competition? Why haven't any of them responded? I don't know why I thought we had already lost. Clear your minds. Because it was an online competition, no one brought noise-canceling headphones, so the sound fell clearly into the ears of every Muz team member. This kind of scolding is a common tactic in competitions. It generally has 2 effects. The first effect is to make the Muz people completely cheer up and become more energetic. The second effect is that it will make the already nervous players even more nervous, leading to poor performance. Muz's coach wanted to use this method to cheer up the entire Muz team. It was just that the Muz team had just realized the gap between the 2 teams, and now they were suddenly scolded by the coach. It was obvious that the coach's words only had a secondary effect, especially Bimas, who has just stepped onto the first-line field His mentality can definitely be said to be the worst among the most players. After hearing the harsh reprimand, Baima's right hand holding the mouse began to tremble slightly. It was obvious that this newcomer was under unprecedented pressure. Then in the next round, Muz had no money and had to choose eco. This time he was not in a hurry, but chose a 3B2A offensive formation. The three people from Banana Road, armed with AKs, cleared the points one by one and continued to go deeper. After clearing all the possible threat points, the three successfully killed Kerrigan and Frozen near the coffin. Then he placed a package and won the round. Then in the next round, because of Baima's mistake, the fire in the middle lane was slowed down, and he broke through from the middle lane and took the link in one go. Then he cooperated with subsequent teammates to encircle the enemies in Area A. After several rounds of this, the score between the two sides gradually widened to 8-1. The morale of Muz and his team was even lower. In this round, because of the economic accumulation in the previous rounds, Kerrigan learned from his mistakes and decided to use his best tactics. His tactics are simple, but not every team can copy them. This tactic is double sniping. After the Turkish left-handed sniper god Waksik was kicked out of the team by the management, the Muz team still has two people who can barely play sniping. One of them is veteran Chris J, and the second is Rops. Their level may be slightly lower than the main sniper of some first-line teams, but if they're asked to take one or two shots temporarily, sacrifice for the team, and execute tactics, they can still do it. And now, Muz obviously needs both of them to stand up at the same time to save the team. Friends who often play fishing should know that when you go to play some fishing games, you're not afraid of your opponents using weapons such as Bison, P90, or even AK. The most troublesome ones are those opponents who always use sniper rifles. Because the sniper rifle can force the opponent into a framework where they compete with you in reaction, tactics, map understanding, and props, thereby limiting the enemy's shooting skills. Now it is obvious that Kerrigan has this intention, forcibly dragging all the Vitality players into this framework, using two sniper rifles to bridge the gap in shooting skills between the two teams, just like what he did against Donk in the Shanghai Major 4 years later. This is also a helpless move. Any normal team will not choose such an overly risky tactical style and playing method. But he had forced him into a situation where he had no other tactical options. If they couldn't catch up with the score immediately, Muz's failure in Map 1 was almost inevitable. After hearing Kerrigan's order, Muz's duo Chris J and Rops didn't say much and silently picked up two sniper rifles, while the other three all picked up M4A4. Then Kerrigan began to deploy his plan for this round. First, he asked Rops to go to the connection point, the most common position for snipers, to switch defense with Baimas, and then asked Chris J to go to the Banana Road at the beginning, giving the Vitality players the illusion that there were 3 BS. Finally, Frozen was also sent to Area A to guard the A2 building. The entire team completed a major defense change, completely disrupting the positions of everyone on their side to confuse Vitality, thereby achieving the unexpected effect of the double snipers. However, Han Yi's mouth corners slightly turned up, and he silently said to Kerrigan in his heart, "I'm sorry." Kerrigan thought he was resourceful, but in fact, he had already known all his plans from the very beginning. When one party is already in a bad position and is forced to play the game with open cards, failure has become the inevitable outcome for Muz. After thinking for a moment, he chose to quickly attack Area B. Although there was a sniper on Banana Road, he looked at his Eye of Death and had only one thought in his mind: should I avoid his edge? As the game officially started, the Vitality team immediately moved quickly towards Banana Road. At the same time, on Muz's side, Kerrigan and Chris J were also galloping towards Banana Road, and the two sides were about to start a big battle on Banana Road. 10 seconds later, as arrived at the entrance, Chris J was also approaching the parking space. Kerrigan, under the flower bed, decisively gave a banana and flashed all white. This flash is very common, but very useful. It is considered a must-have flash when grabbing bananas. After the flash bomb exploded, Chris J quickly pulled out and came to the parking space. Then he quickly opened the scope to check the situation inside Banana Road. Generally speaking, CT is a little slower than T in grabbing the banana lane. By the time CT arrives at the parking space, T is usually already standing in the left groove or tree position of the Banana Road. So when Chris J came out, his attention was mainly focused on these two positions. But in this round, because of Han Yi's intention, Vitality did not rush to attack Banana Road immediately, but waited for a while at the bandit entrance. After confirming that Chris J had arrived at the parking space, Han Yi activated the Eye of Death, then pulled him out from the bandit's mouth and faced Chris J at the end of Banana Road. After Chris J in the parking space confirmed that there was no one in the groove on the left and the tree position on the right, he immediately called Kerrigan and prepared to use smoke and fire to gain a firm foothold in the Banana Road. Just as he was communicating, a bandit suddenly appeared at the end of the Banana Road. Chris J was already communicating with Kerrigan and was not fully focused on drawing his gun, and the bandit's reaction was too quick. With the extreme aiming speed, Chris J couldn't react at all in this situation. It felt like only a moment had passed before he fell to the ground. It wasn't until his screen gradually turned gray that Chris J realized that the bandit had been pulled out of the gang. Even in a casual game, pulling out and killing the sniper with one shot is an extremely exciting operation. Not to mention that this scene happened in a professional competition. He was playing with a machine in front of the computer and talking nonstop. Looking at the battle that was about to happen in front of him, he used his tone to push the emotions of the audience in the live broadcast room to a climax little by little. Chris J was directly blocking the entrance to the parking lot, and Han, he was right next to it. In this round, Vitality didn't rush to seize control of Banana Lane, but instead waited at the entrance. What's going on? Should I dodge and then move forward, or use evasive items? Hani, what on earth are you thinking? In this situation, why haven't you made any moves and are just standing there? He's really becoming more and more difficult to predict. Judging from his position right now, Kerrigan is heading towards Banana Lane. Once he arrives, we can fire a cigarette. Vitality won't be able to attack Banana Lane again for a while. Just when I was playing with the machine and thinking about what Hani would do next, I saw Hani move at this time. He used a method that was completely beyond Juan Gigi's expectations to pull himself out of the bandit's mouth. Without any cover of flash bombs or smoke bombs, he used only the AK in his hand to tear apart Chris J's sniper with one shot. The scene happening before our eyes is truly impacting the visual senses of everyone playing the machine and the audience in the live broadcast room. You have to know that Chris J is a veteran. Although he has not spent much time sniping, his positioning is extremely sophisticated. Half of his body is completely hidden behind the wooden board of the parking space, and only half of his body is exposed to observe the entire Banana Road. But even with such caution, he was still shot in the head and killed when facing Han Yi. It seems that in front of Han Yi, no matter how experienced, cautious, or careful all the little tricks are, they are all useless. He conquered Chris J and Banana Road with the most extreme violent aesthetics. Han Yi, he took a method that no one expected and just went out and killed Chris J. He has transformed into a god of war at this moment. Chris J died with his eyes wide open. He was already covering his face in pain, but it wasn't over yet. Han Yi pressed forward again, and Kerrigan threw a fireball. But whatever it was couldn't stop Han Yi. He just stood in the fire and killed Kerrigan instantly. Before Muza's dual snipers could fully play their role, Han Yi broke through. Welcome to CNCS. Hi, you always say my tactics are world-leading, but what about my marksmanship? What European style? I won't do that. Do you really think I'm European? This is too fast. Only by looking at Chris J's perspective can you feel how fast this shot was. I really don't blame Chris J. This shot is really powerful. With Han Yi's breakthrough, the mentality of the two veteran players Kerrigan and Chris J, who were killed, completely collapsed, and they all looked in pain. Although the mentality of the two veterans is much more mature than that of the young players, there is no doubt that they're also human beings, and they will also be affected by emotions. To borrow the words of a well-known commentator, CSGO is a frustrating game. Whether your opponent performs a brilliant move and destroys your team, or you make an operational error and fail to kill your opponent, you can experience this feeling called frustration. The bomb was quickly placed in Area B. Moose and his two companions did not make any effort to return a defense, but calmly accepted the result of the failure and chose to go from A2 building to the second floor of the bandit group to protect their guns. They accepted the failure, but it did not mean that Han E intended to let them go. After the bomb was planted, Han E, who was only half dead, still rushed to the first place, intending to kill all the Moose people. They first searched the area, and after finding that there was no one there, they followed the same route as Moose and others, and went straight to the second floor of the bandit building from the A2 building. Finally, they successfully captured the only 3 remaining members of Moose on the second floor of the bandit group. After Han E sacrificed himself to kill Rops, the remaining Frozen and Bimas were naturally unable to resist and were eventually killed by the Vitality team on the second floor of the bandit group. After all of Moose's players fell, the outcome of this round was already a foregone conclusion. The following game was a one-sided massacre by Vitality. Although Rops and Frozen, as star players, had some highlights, they were completely suppressed by Hai and ZYWU. Moose, which had just changed its lineup, lost its sniper and was completely unable to fight back against Vitality, the newly crowned ESL Cologne champions. In the end, the score of the first map between the two sides was fixed at 16-4. As the victory prompt came on, Han E simply stretched his limbs, stood up from his chair, walked to the refrigerator, and added some ice to his Coke to keep it always cold. The summer in France is not too hot, but who can refuse a sip of ice cola? Then Han E took advantage of the break to start planning the next round of nuke-related strategies. It's just that the tactics Han E arranged were somewhat old-fashioned or had been used before. The reason is very simple. In this competition, Han E knew clearly that his opponent was never Moose, but the 4 teams mentioned before. Only those 4 teams are worthy of Han Yi's serious attention. Before that, he had to keep as many cards as possible. During the halftime break, after explaining the tactics to everyone, Han E did not sit idle. Instead, he turned off the camera, sat in front of the computer again, and started running the map. Based on Han Yi's current understanding of the map, running around the map will only improve him minimally. But it doesn't matter. This was not Han Yi's original purpose. His real purpose was to return to his old job and continue updating his small account. The frequency of Han Yi's secondary account updates has obviously dropped a lot in the past period of time. The reason is that he can also obtain a lot of questioning points by playing in the game, so he doesn't care much about the questioning points of the secondary account. But the good times didn't last long. As Han Yi's computer was checked again and again, the doubt points he could get in the game became less and less. Now, it is almost difficult for him to get any doubt points in a game. This is the story of the boy who cried wolf. Most people believed it the first time, but by the last time, almost no one believed it. After Han E performed various outrageous operations, the audience's threshold became higher and higher. Some operations that seem outrageous to other players may happen to Han E. The audience will have a strange feeling that it is you. So, it is normal to perform such operations. With this kind of mentality, naturally there would be no room for doubt. So Han E had to return to his old business and continue his career of cheating and deceiving others. He just hadn't decided on the content of the video yet, so he just looked around to see if he could get some inspiration. Time passed quickly, and the game was about to begin. Han E also has a rough idea of the content of the next video, but whether it will work or not will have to be studied after the competition is over. At this time, all the Vitality players also began to return to their computers one after another. ZYW even teased Han while watching him running around the map. Training and running maps so hard. No, I was just bored and had some fun, not really running. If you win this round, let's go out for dinner together. I'm so tired from training lately. Okay, where to go? I don't know. Just pick one. I'll see what you usually like to eat. After hearing what ZYW said, Han E thought about it in his mind. He had been in Paris for some time, and there were indeed some good restaurants. Okay, I'll treat you then. Good. ZYW was not polite in response to Han Yi's generosity. The two of them had been together for such a long time that they no longer cared about these trivial matters. It was just a situation where you treat me today, and I treat you next time. But this is not over yet. Hani looked at Apex, RPK, and Misuda, and then spoke. Why don't you come along? We can have a meal together. Naturally, the three of them would not refuse Han Yi's invitation and agreed one after another. He had already decided to invite the three of them. He had a good relationship with ZYWU and could be considered friend with the other three people, but his relationship was far from that with ZYWU. So he took advantage of this opportunity to invite the three of them to improve their relationship. In Han Yi's opinion, the team he wants is one where everyone plays games happily together, with less cliques and scheming. It is definitely not a game of intrigue, where teammates who were fighting side by side in the last second secretly told the management that they were going to kick someone out in the next second. Anyone with normal values would detest this kind of behavior, and Han Yi is no exception. After confirming with everyone on Vitality that they would celebrate together after the game, he heard the referee's voice in his headphones. Are both players ready? Because it is an online competition, many steps require the referee to communicate with both players in advance to avoid various accidents. When Kerrigan and Han Yi heard this, they immediately started communicating with their respective teammates. After confirming that there were no problems, the game officially began at the referee's signal. In the second map, Nuke was chosen by Muz, so Vitality had the priority to choose the side. Without any thought, Han Yi naturally chose the defensive side to start. After warming up, they entered the preparation stage for the pistol round. Because he was on the defensive side, he did not suck blood from Misuda this time. He adopted the classic combination of 4 armors, a bomb disposal pliers, and a cigarette. The person responsible for the props is naturally the team's assistant Misuda. Then Hani began to sense Muz's tactics for this round. After the loss in the first round, Kerrigan's tactics in this pistol round were obviously much more conservative, adopting a combination of 3 inside and outside courts plus 2 outside courts. The 3 infielders are naturally the 3 young players from Muz's side. As for the 2 veterans, Kerrigan and Chris J., they were assigned to the outfield. The reason for this distribution is very simple. Based on Kerrigan's research on the Vitality team, he found that most of the time, either High or ZYW was defending Vitality's outfield. If 3 young players were to go, it would easily affect their mentality if they failed in a duel. But if the veterans go, even if they cannot win or are killed, they can adjust their mentality in time. The young players can deal with the other 3 players of Vitality to develop their touch and condition. Kerrigan is not from Huaxia, so he doesn't know that there is a term in Huaxia that has long been used to describe this tactic, and its name is Tianji's horse racing. Faced with Muz's default, Han Yi really couldn't think of a better way to deal with it for a while, so he had to choose the default. Vitality's positions have not changed much, with ZYW still guarding the outfield and Han Yi himself guarding the main gate. As for the upper and third floors of the Yellow Room, they are guarded by Apex and RPK respectively, and the last iron wall is still guarded by Misuda alone. After Han Yi gave the order for this round, the countdown for the pistol round on the top of the screen also ended, and both sides rushed out immediately. Han Yi moved forward from the outer field of the police house and arrived at the main gate as soon as possible. Then he cooperated with Apex, who had just jumped from the 3rd floor to the Yellow Room to hold up the yellow door, being careful of the enemy opening the door and rushing out from behind the yellow door. Vitality's current formation gives Han Yi a lot of autonomy. If Muz attacks the outfield, Han Yi can be pulled out from the main gate to help ZYW defend the outfield. If Muz forces K1 or Vitality's iron wall is lost, Han Yi can go down the pipeline in the first time and return to defend the B area through the Death Gate. It is precisely because of this feature that Han Yi chose this formation. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. In the default confrontation, Han Yi must ensure that he can help his teammates at any time. Soon Muz's first round of testing began, and the target they chose to test was the ironclad Misuda. It is obviously difficult for Muz and his team to try to break through from the outfield or area so Misuda became a very good target. Misuda was also much more cautious. He knew that the current Vitality lineup did not require him to perform any brilliant operations. The only two things he needed to do were not to die and to provide information. The rest could be left to Han, E, and ZYW. Because Misuda had a clear understanding of his own position, the Moose people who came near the Iron Plate were unable to do anything to him for a while. Misuda only missed it briefly at the beginning. After confirming that the enemy was coming, he immediately shrank to the vicinity of the iron slope and then quietly began to listen to the footsteps of Moose and his men. After finding out that Moose and his men had not caught up with him, he was not in a hurry and just stayed on the slope to get information. There are only two choices left for Moose. The first is to retreat and make long-term plans, and the second is to rush forward and kill Misuda. But neither of these two options seems very good to Moose. First of all, let's take the first option. The reality does not allow them to make long-term plans. The reason why they choose to test the Iron Plate is because this is the easiest position to attack. But now they have exposed their position once on the Iron Plate. If they retreat now and wait for the second attack, whether it is only Misuda who will succeed, probably only Han, he can say for sure. In addition to the first option, the second option is that they rush up and beat Misuda to death. However, this choice is not very good either. Because of their default formation, there are only two people in Moose who can attack the Iron Wall. They are the combination of Rops and Frozen. As for Bimas, they left him in the bandit hall to control the map. The firepower of two people against Misuda alone could indeed kill him. But neither of them could guarantee that there would be any members of Vitality coming to support them from the third floor, thus forming a 2-on-2 situation to attack them from both sides. Under normal circumstances, the two of them probably wouldn't be so timid, but after Figure 1 had just experienced a major defeat, both of them were inevitably affected and began to become hesitant. This situation has happened to most players. After repeated failures in gun battles, or when playing solo with very powerful friends, they will feel timid and afraid to operate. But they are both professional players after all, especially Rops, who is the future world's #1 free agent. Although his current strength is far from reaching his peak, he still has the most basic judgment ability. After a brief hesitation, under the command of Rops, the two of them launched an attack on the Iron Plate together. We must attack the Iron Plate. We can't let Misuda live. As long as we kill him on the Iron Plate, we can deploy our formation, and Vitality's formation will be disrupted by us. With Rop's reminder, Frozen seemed to have suddenly realized something and understood everything in an instant. Then the two of them strode forward and headed straight for Misuda. As for Misuda, the moment he saw the people, he retreated towards the iron slope and called RPK on the third floor to help him. Now that RPK has come down from the ladder, he can support Misuda at any time. A 2-on-2 battle between the two sides is about to break out. Moose has the advantage in shooting, while Vitality has the advantage in guns and terrain. The outcome is hard to predict. As Frozen was pulled out of the exhibition room and came to the Iron Plate, Misuda immediately started communicating with RPK. The two have been teammates for many years. So, after just a few words of communication, they instantly understood each other's thoughts. Then, Misuda pulled out from the Iron Plate and launched an attack on Frozen, who came out first. But he didn't stop the gun steadily, and the crosshairs couldn't move to Frozen's head. He fired a shot, and Frozen was safe and sound. Then Frozen fired a backhand shot and hit Misuda's screen, and he was about to die. At this critical moment, RPK took action in time. He fired a shot, and the bullet hit Frozen's head steadily, saving Misuda. But Rops did not rush forward to kill Misuda with a second shot when Frozen was fighting with Misuda, but was always on guard carefully downstairs on the third floor. Although RPK fired too quickly, which resulted in Rops failing to prevent RPK from killing Frozen instantly, Rops still made up for the kill and successfully killed RPK. As RPK died, the low-health Misuda immediately retreated to Area B, but it was too late. With one person dead on the third floor, Rops had no more worries. He jumped from above the Iron Plate and came to the slope of the Iron Plate. Misuta's fleeing back immediately appeared in front of him. Rops shot him lightly and took his head. Muz won a great victory in the first round of confrontation, successfully scoring 1 for 2 on the iron board. He had anticipated this, and he quickly entered the pipe as planned, preparing to return to defend Area B through the dead end. Bimas heard this information accurately in the bandit office and provided it to Kerrigan. For a moment, both sides started a mental game. Hani knew that Rops was about to arrive at Area B, and Kerrigan also knew that he had returned from Area A to defend Area B, so their next choice would be crucial. In just a moment, the veteran made his own decision. Let's not go to B. Let's all attack Area A. Although there is ZYWU and Apex in Area, there's only E in Area B. However, Kerrigan showed his respect for this Emperor of the Pistol Round. As Kerrigan's order was given, everyone on Muz's side, except Rops, launched an attack on Area A at the same time. The first one to go into battle was Bimas from the Bandit Hall. He was quickly pulled out from the Yellow Room. Apex was prepared for this and shot him decisively. But the shot missed Bima's head and only hit his arm, slowing him down considerably. Bimas reacted extremely quickly. He immediately looked up at Apex and fired a bullet, hitting Apex right in the middle of his eyebrows, knocking him back. Then, without waiting for Apex to react, the second bullet followed and took Apex's life. With Apex falling in Area, all the pressure fell on ZYW in the outfield. Now E is defending in Area B, and he's the only one who can stop Muz from entering Area A. Although ZYW is very strong, he is not like E after all, who can achieve continuous kills very stably in the pistol round. When facing two veterans in the outfield, although ZYW killed Chris J, who was in the front with one shot, he himself was killed by Kerrigan, who arrived later. From then on, Muz successfully broke through the defense of Area A and entered Area A. While he had to face this 1-on-3 endgame alone. Bimas quickly returned to the Bandit Hall and picked up the bomb from the Bandit Hall. Then he downloaded a world pack near the bottom of the 3rd floor, which could be seen from the main entrance and the top of the 3rd floor. After the battle in Area A above came to an end, the battle between E and Rops below did not happen. After Kerrigan decided to attack Area, Rops immediately changed his target. He did not continue to go to B, but walked all the way to the 3rd floor. He wanted to climb the ladder to the 3rd floor and meet up with his teammates in Area A. At this time, E had also realized that Rops would not come to Area B. He turned around and walked out of the death door and jumped into the pipe. It happened that Muz had just placed the bomb at this time. At this point in the situation, E could basically determine the positions of the remaining 3 members of Muz. One is Rops on the 3rd floor, one is Bimas, who just planted the bomb, and the last one is Kerrigan, who just killed ZYW in the outfield. Now that the locations of the 3 people were determined, E naturally would not sit and wait for death. He chose the most radical way, climbing directly up the pipe and facing Muz and the other 2. Naturally, his movement was clearly heard by everyone in Muz. As E climbed out of the pipe, the first person to fire a shot and react was Rops, who arrived on the 3rd floor first. Rops remained calm and fired a bullet, but because Ye's character model moved very quickly when he climbed the stairs, his head was naturally more difficult to aim at, and the bullet only hit Ye's body. The next second, E climbed out of the pipe and shot Rops in the head with a precise shot, killing him first. Then he immediately adjusted the crosshairs and moved it below Area A. He waited for Bimas to come out from there and shoot again. But 2 or 3 seconds passed quickly, and Bimas, who had just placed a bomb, seemed to have no intention of coming out at all. After he confirmed that he was near the pipe, he huddled inside the bun, not moving. After realizing that Bimas didn't dare to come out, he thought about it and decided to take the initiative to find Bimas. However, considering the Kerrigan near the main gate, he first aimed the crosshairs at the main gate and the warehouse. After failing to see the enemy, he let go and rushed towards Bimas. He wanted to end the battle quickly and then turn around to deal with Kerrigan behind him. But he didn't expect that as his footsteps were released, the footsteps inside the bun were also heard immediately. But the opponent did not try to press forward, but hid in a more central position. Baima's intention was clear. He planned to hide completely behind the cover of Site A and try to delay the enemy as much as possible. Seeing this, Han Yi hurriedly continued to press forward, and at the same time, his whole mind was focused on Baima's at the bomb site. Just when Han Yi arrived near the shelter bomb site A and was about to kill Baima's with a big move, he heard the footsteps of another person above his head. But his surprise only lasted for a moment, and he knew who the visitor was. It was Kerrigan, whom he had not been able to find at the main gate before. After killing Zhuai, Kerrigan did not choose what Han Yi had originally envisioned, that is, to stay at the main gate and make a cross between the main gate and the bomb site. Instead, he chose to go directly from the outside to the third floor and cooperate with Baima's from a high vantage point to make a vertical cross. This is also the reason why Baima's has been hiding after Rop's death. Rop's is to determine the specific position of Han Yi, while Baima's and Kerrigan's front and back attacks are Muz's real killer move. Thinking of this, Han Yi decisively changed his course of action. He originally planned to launch an attack from the side below the third floor. But now that he knew Kerrigan's location, he decisively changed his mind and planned to go over to the yellow room to kill Baima's, who was hiding behind the bunker at the bomb site. One advantage of taking this detour is that it allows Kerrigan and Baima's to be directly in front of Han Yi, preventing him from being attacked from both sides. As Han Yi changed direction immediately, Baima's also informed Kerrigan, who was above him, of this information. By the time Kerrigan heard Han Yi's footsteps, he was almost reaching the back of the bomb site. He carefully poked his head out and completed the double move, one up and one down, to fight against Han Yi, the king of the pistol round. Han Yi pulled out quickly. Knowing Baima's position, he positioned himself very quickly. In just a few tenths of a second, his crosshairs were on Baima's head. Then there was a gunshot, and the USP bullet quickly passed through Baima's head, knocking him to the ground. Then Han Yi saw Kerrigan on the third floor out of the corner of his eye, and he immediately moved his crosshairs upwards, ready to kill Kerrigan. But it seemed a little too late, and at this moment Kerrigan fired a shot. A burst of rapid sounds rang out, and 3 bullets were fired at Han Yi in succession. One of the 3 bullets was a little off and hit the floor under Han Yi's feet, while the other 2 hit Han Yi's head and body respectively. This is also Glock's exclusive firing mode. It has 3 bursts of fire that the USP does not have, and its burst capability in an instant is not even worse than some pistols that require extra money to buy. But this firing mode is not all advantages. The disadvantages are also very obvious. First of all, after 3 bursts of shots, the pistol will have a huge stiffness, during which time it will be impossible to fire. In addition, the recoil of the 3-shot burst is difficult to control. Unless in a close-range situation, professional players generally will not use the 3-shot burst rashly. The distance between Kerrigan and Han Yi was obviously not close. It could be said to be medium distance. There was only one reason why he took the risk of using 3 bursts. That is, Kerrigan knew clearly that if he could not kill Han Yi instantly with 1 shot, as long as he gave Han Yi a slight possibility, or as long as he gave Han Yi a chance to shoot, he would definitely be the one to die. That's why we had the scene where Kerrigan fought hard in the middle distance and chose 3 consecutive shots to kill Han Yi instantly. Han Yi looked at his fallen figure. A trace of helplessness appeared on his face, and he spread his hands towards the camera. Honestly speaking, Han Yi has forgotten the last time he lost a pistol round. Muz did give him a pleasant surprise in this match. Looking at Han Yi spreading his hands in front of the camera, the commentator and the audience also felt a little curious. They also couldn't remember the last time Han Yi, the king of pistol rounds, lost in a pistol round. I saw that the words of the people playing the machine were full of anticipation. Honestly, Vitality fell behind at the start, which is a rare situation. Because Vitality had been winning pistol rounds before, it was impossible to predict what strategy Han Yi would choose after losing the first round. I'm still looking forward to it. Wait, Hai has already made a move. He chose to force a Desert Eagle. I don't respect Muz anymore. Are you going to force this? This isn't a proper eco. Besides the Desert Eagle, They also built an armored vehicle. I don't understand. If I haven't beaten him yet this time, it would be hilarious. Who still remembers Han Yi's famous scene with the Desert Eagle? Wait, it seems like only Han Yi has joined. Amidst the various discussions among the audience, Han Yi picked up a Desert Eagle and an armor by himself. As for the other 4 people, Han Yi asked them to save money honestly. Although the other 4 people didn't understand what Han Yi was going to do, they had developed a habit after getting along with each other for a few months, which was to not think too much and just follow orders. Anyway, Han Yi has always proven that he is right, so why bother considering anything else? Han Yi's way of starting the game obviously goes against the general command thinking. After losing the second game, a normal commander would either have everyone attack together or simply eco-control the team together. However, Han Yi chose a tactic that no one expected. He attacked himself while his teammates eco-controlled the team. But if you look at it from Han Yi's perspective, none of this is surprising. Because he was unable to engage in a gunfight with Kerrigan, his talent Second Aim was still there. Combined with Eye of Death, the 2 talents combined could completely turn Han Yi into a humanoid monster. This gave Han Yi a chance to turn the tables, but the other teammates did not have the help of these talents. Letting them play hard, from Han Yi's current perspective, would not help him much. It's better to treat them as 4 large bait bullets to help you pull the gun line. As long as the enemy shoots, and it's not Han, he can blend into the crowd and kill the enemy instantly. This is one of the tactics Han Yi came up with, using the talent the system gave him to play a 4-protect-1 strategy in this FPS game. After determining the starting gun and lineup for this round, Han Yi began to eavesdrop on Kerrigan's tactics for this round. Winning against Han Yi in the pistol round was beyond Kerrigan's expectations, which made his previously planned tactics useless, so he had to start thinking again. Because Han Yi has failed in pistol rounds so rarely, there are no cases to refer to as to what tactics Han Yi will use after losing a pistol round. Kerrigan could only rely on his own guesses to arrange the tactics for this round. According to normal logic, he guessed that Han Yi would most likely choose eco in this round. So he chose a tactic that focused on the inside field and controlled the outside field. First, veteran Chris J picked up a sniper rifle and set up a large warehouse in the outer field of the bandit's house. Then the other 4 players of Moose controlled the inner field and looked for opportunities. Because Vitality had experienced a failure in the pistol round when facing Moose's attack, unless they forced a comeback, it would be a fantasy for Vitality to defend the outfield with just a pistol. Secondly, the 4-man inner field is enough to deal with unconventional situations, and there is enough power to attack the area or the iron plate. In Kerrigan's opinion, this formation is already quite perfect. As for the specific tactics, he plans to gather some intelligence first and then consider which position to attack. After learning about Kerrigan's tactics, Han Yi thought about it for a while and then issued a tactic for this round. His tactic was simple and very easy to execute. That means everyone will push out from the iron plate and attack the bandit hall. During this period, everyone else had only one task, which was to help Han Yi draw the line of fire. As long as Moose and his men didn't kill Han Yi instantly and chose to attack the rest of Vitality first, Han Yi would be confident that he could kill them all with one shot. Soon the countdown ended, and both sides rushed out according to plan. The first one on Vitality's side was Miss Yuta. He decisively rushed from the iron plate to the showroom. Inside the showroom, Rops was still responsible for attacking the iron plate on Moose's side. The cautious Rops was the first to hear the Vitality team's aggressive footsteps. He immediately stopped and began to call on the other 3 members of Moose for support. Following Rops' call, the rest of Moose moved quickly and immediately began to gather in the showroom. But they were still a little slow. Miss Yuta jumped like a god of war, jumped from the iron plate into the showroom, and met Rops' eyes. Rops decisively pressed the left mouse button, and the hairdryer's bullet instantly pierced Miss Yuta's body. But the next second, Han Yi's figure was pulled out from Miss Yuta's body, followed by a gunshot, and Rops fell to the ground instantly. Han Yi's follow-up shot was so fast that Rops, who had just killed someone, had no time to react when facing Han Yi, who was pulled out. Because I wrote the offense and defense the wrong way yesterday, I reset the second half of the previous chapter. Good news for readers who followed the update before 1 o'clock yesterday. I've eaten shit again, and now I can read it again. They came from the showroom. I saw two, but from the sound of their footsteps, there were probably 3 or 4. After his death, Rops immediately reported the location to his teammates and provided the information of the Vitality team to Kerrigan. After getting the information, Moose and his people were as if they were facing a great enemy and stared at the showroom cautiously. Just when Moose and his men thought that a big battle was about to break out in the bandit hall and the showroom, Kerrigan thought for a moment, then used a smoke bomb to block the exit from the showroom to the bandit hall, and then gave the order. Let's go into Area A and plant the bomb. Chris J., if there's no one outfield, come over here. Go clear the outfield now. As a veteran, Kerrigan still made the most correct decision at this critical moment. His idea was very simple. Since Vitality had many people attacking the showroom, coupled with Han Yi's terrifying strength, he felt a little unsure about facing them directly. So he chose to avoid the attack. If I can't beat you, I will simply avoid you and occupy Area A, and then use the more complex terrain to prevent you from exerting your full strength. I have to say that Kerrigan's approach is indeed much better than setting up a gun and confronting Han Yi head-on. As time goes by, the life of the game CSGO is gradually coming to an end. Han Yi has been playing professionally for more than a year, and his biggest feeling is that all the teams are obviously getting stronger. It is not difficult to see that from the beginning his various tactics could easily crush his opponents, to now almost every game requires him to constantly adjust the formation and engage in tactical games. Even though his marksmanship has gradually made him one of the best in CSGO, he still feels constrained when facing some tactics. The stronger he is, the more he can appreciate the importance of tactics to a game. So when Kerrigan figured out a way to take advantage of the complex environment of Area, avoid his edge, and prevent him from successfully carrying out his original combat plan, Han Yi was not surprised at all. However, as mentioned before, Han Yi's formation and tactics will also be adjusted and are not static, so he gave the order immediately. ZYW, go pick up Rop's weapon, then go up to the 3rd floor. Be careful outfield. Apex and RPK, follow me. After Han Yi gave the order, the Vitality team immediately split into 2 groups. ZYW immediately turned back after picking up his weapon, intending to climb the ladder from the 3rd floor to defend. Han Yi, Apex, and RPK stayed where they were, waiting for the smoke in the showroom to dissipate. Because no matter what outrageous operations Han Yi performs now, it is difficult to gain any doubts, and he has to wait for ZYW to reach the 3rd floor. So Han Yi now knows that there are no Moose people behind the smoke in the showroom, but he still does not choose to blend into the smoke and go out. Instead, he waits patiently in the showroom for the smoke to dissipate, which is commonly known as acting. This was also part of Han Yi's plan. He planned to act like this for a while to lower the audience's expectations of him. And then when the finals came, he would make a big splash, harvest the doubts he had received during this period in one go, and then use it for the lottery. As the smoke bombs in the showroom gradually dissipated, Moose successfully completed the area arrangement and placed a main gate package. The veteran guarding the main gate was Chris J. Except for Chris J at the main entrance, the remaining 3 people are located in the yellow room, the bun room, and the dead pipe. The main purpose of Frozen on the yellow room is to stop the enemies on the 3rd floor, while Bimas in the bomb site is responsible for guarding the yellow room, and finally Kerrigan is responsible for guarding the iron gate. Their formation arrangement is a position that Kerrigan is quite satisfied with. Not only can it hold various points, but it can also launch a crossfire. After Moose and his team formed their formation, Vitality was also ready and was about to launch the final attack. ZYW on the 3rd floor was just waiting for Han Yi's order, so that he could suddenly rush out and cooperate with Han Yi in the bandit hall to deal a heavy blow to Moose and his men. Looking at the bandit office, Han Yi and his 2 loyal wingmen had also arrived at the bandit office after clearing the smoke. After the 3 of them had a brief communication with ZYW and made sure everyone was ready, Han Yi gave the order to attack Area A. Hearing the sudden footsteps coming from the bandit hall, Bimas felt like he was facing a great enemy. He immediately aimed his crosshairs at the yellow room, not daring to slack off for a moment. He just waited for the moment when the enemy came out of the yellow room, and then he pressed the left button of the mouse to deal the enemy the most painful blow. Vitality's attack was very fast and didn't make him wait too long. This time, the first one to rush out was the veteran RPK. After he arrived at the yellow room, he immediately found Bimas, who was holding him up. The USP in RPK's hand immediately burst into flames, and a bullet flew straight towards Bimas, hitting him accurately on the head. But because Bimas was wearing a bulletproof helmet, the shot failed to kill him, but instead woke him up. Without waiting for RPK's next bullet, the MAC, 10 in his hand, fired countless bullets at RPK. Needless to say, RPK's fate was miserable without armor. His screen was shaking so much that he couldn't see anything, and the crosshairs had long been out of his control. Under a series of blows, RPK fell to the ground after Misuda, becoming the second team member to sacrifice for Hani. After killing RPK, Bimas briefly put away his gun. It was not because he didn't realize Hani was about to come out, but because he realized Hani was about to come out, so he prepared to escape. Then he moved his crosshairs and jumped towards the cover behind him, trying to get back behind the cover as quickly as possible. At this moment, Hani moved. Considering that the current situation was somewhat disadvantageous, he absolutely could not make any mistakes, so he decisively activated the Eye of Death. Seeing the world in front of him slow down again, Hani decisively entered the yellow room from the bandit hall. He saw Bimas jumping back in the air at a glance. Because Bimas escaped very decisively, by the time Hani pulled him out, half of Bima's body had already been hidden behind the shelter, and his head was only a quarter of its usual size. With Han Yi's current strength, under normal circumstances, he would definitely not be able to kill the enemy instantly when facing this shot. But for Hani now, this shot is not very difficult. He operated the crosshairs and moved it to Bima's head. Then there was a gunshot, and the bullet instantly penetrated Bima's head. His whole body tilted and fell diagonally into the bun. Hai killed Bimas with a headshot using the Desert Eagle. After Han glanced at the upper right corner of the screen and confirmed the news of Bima's death, he immediately communicated with others and asked them to cooperate with him. ZYW, you initiate the attack, and Apex will help me draw the line. After hearing Han Yi's order, ZYW and Apex immediately took action. After Misuda and RPK, Apex became the third man standing in front of Hani. Then, like his two previous predecessors, he launched a death charge towards Area A. Because no one went to the third floor on Muse's side, Frozen knew that there was someone in the yellow room, but he didn't dare to step directly on the yellow room and approach the entrance. Instead, he always kept his crosshairs aimed at the third floor, being careful of possible enemies on the third floor who might attack him. In this way, after Bima's death, the task of defending the entrance to the Yellow House fell on Kerrigan at the Death Pipe and Chris J at the main gate. Chris J stood on the side of the main entrance close to the dead tube. He planned to get closer to Kerrigan so that when the enemies in the yellow room came out, their gun lines would be similar and they could attack the enemies at the same time. But before the two of them could take action, ZYW took the initiative to clash with Frozen. ZYW relied on his awareness to detect where Frozen was in advance. When both sides were roughly aware of each other's positions, the battle came down to equipment and marksmanship. In terms of marksmanship, Zaiwa's strength is definitely much better than Frozen's at this period. But in terms of equipment, although both sides are holding MAC 10, Frozen has armor and ZYW does not. In the confrontation between submachine guns, there is a huge difference between them with or without armor. The consequence was that although ZYW fired first and crippled Frozen, by the time Frozen reacted and fought back, ZYW was beaten and lost his ability to attack in just a moment. After being shot, Zaiwa's bullets started flying everywhere in an instant. The way he died was almost the same as RPK. Both of them died because they had no armor and could not control the trajectory of the bullet, so they were killed by the opponent. After Zywa's death, the situation on the field became 3 against 2. Kerrigan and Chris J were both at full health. Frozen was beaten to half health by ZYW, but he was still alive after all. Considering that Vitality only has Desert Eagle that can pose a threat to Frozen, it is not a problem to say that he is still full of health. On the surface, Muz seems to have the upper hand in the battle with Vitality. In fact, this is not the case. Considering that Muz was the one who won the pistol round, they had already lost 2 guns in this round, and their performance was actually not satisfactory. If a few more people lost points, they might not have enough props for the next round. In order to ensure that the combat effectiveness in the next round is not affected, Kerrigan knows that he must not drop the gun again in this situation. In the next game, they need to be more cautious. The 3 of US will hold the entrance to the yellow house together to prevent it from falling. Just as he finished speaking, the entire Apex team bravely pulled out from the yellow room to create an opportunity for Hani. Facing 3 lines of guns at the same time, without any props to support, it was just a death sentence for Apex in every aspect. As the gunshots rang out, Apex couldn't even fire his gun this time, and was knocked to the ground by the 3 men. Looking at the fallen Apex, Hani knew that this was his last chance. He had to take advantage of this opportunity and kill at least one person in order to win. But he had used this tactic twice before, and everyone in Muz knew that there was a high probability that he would be pulled out after Apex died. So their eyes were fixed on Huang Fanko, not daring to slack off in the slightest. The atmosphere was extremely tense for a moment. Muz and the other 2 could feel their palms filled with sweat and becoming sticky, but they didn't dare to wipe the sweat off. Just when the Muz people were nervous, he held down the W key and took the lead in attacking the Muz people. He slowly left the yellow room, and the first enemy he saw was Frozen, who was standing in the yellow room and obeyed Kerrigan's order, heading straight for the exit of the yellow room. Logically speaking, Frozen should have the advantage by attacking from a high position, but Hanyi's operation cannot be explained by common sense. The moment he saw Frozen's scalp, he had already sentenced Frozen to death. With a gunshot, Frozen had no time to react to Han E in this state and was shot dead by Han E on the yellow room. This shot made Frozen gasp and filled his heart with confusion. He simply couldn't understand why Han Yi's reaction was so quick. After killing Frozen, Han E held down the A key on the keyboard and slowly pulled out from the shelter behind the yellow room to face the dead-end Kerrigan. Kerrigan also had a serious expression. After Frozen died, he had wanted to change positions, but except for the front, there were obstacles in the other 3 directions, and he had nowhere to run. As for getting out of here first and then turning around, Kerrigan said there was no need to ask. He would definitely be the first one to disagree. That's why there was a scene where Kerrigan was stuck in a dead-end pipe and had to fight a desperate battle. Chris J next to Kerrigan also cheered up and stared at the exit of the yellow room. After killing Frozen, he waited briefly for the crosshairs to recover. Then he pulled out again, facing Kerrigan in the dead tube, and fired another shot. Because he knew Kerrigan's position in advance, and with the help of Eye of Death, Han Yi's shot was even faster than at any other time. From Kerrigan's perspective, it seemed that he had not yet completely emerged from behind the cover when he had already fired. Looking at himself suddenly falling down, Kerrigan couldn't help but sigh. He's a real freak. This reaction is incredible. After Han E killed 2 people in a row, the situation on the field was left with only Han E and Chris J fighting one-on-one. The gap in strength between the 2 was quite large. Fortunately, Muz downloaded a main package, which gave Chris J room to operate. With the lessons learned from Frozen and Kerrigan, Chris J didn't dare to continue to fight directly, but chose to hide inside the main gate, waiting for Han E to drop the package. As long as Han E didn't drop the package, Chris J would never come out. His style of play did cause some trouble to Han E. After Han E was completely pulled out of the yellow room, he was unable to see Chris J at the main gate, and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. As his strength grows, his opponents become more cautious and respect him more and more. It is foreseeable that the situation where a single Eye of Death can kill everyone will occur less and less in the future. When Han E walked near the bomb, the feeling of the world slowing down disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Having experienced this feeling several times, Han E knew clearly that the duration of Eye of Death had expired. This is also one of the limitations of Eye of Death. Although it gives Han E a reaction ability far beyond that of ordinary people, due to the duration limit, if Han E cannot kill all the enemies in one breath, he will encounter the current dilemma. Even if you kill 4 enemies, there is no guarantee that you can defeat the last one and win the round. Han E thought for a moment and came up with an idea. He first opened the package so that Chris J at the main door could hear it. Then he immediately gave up opening the package and aimed his sight at the main door, alert for Chris J's sudden withdrawal. Because of the design of the CSGO game, the CT side cannot shoot while defusing a bomb. This means that when facing a bandit who suddenly appears, the CT side needs to first release the E key with their left hand, and then use their right hand to press the left mouse button to shoot. This action sounds simple, but in reality, it can stump 90% of people in the game. Even professional players often make mistakes because of this action. The reason is very simple. In the game CSGO, pressing the left mouse button when seeing someone has almost become everyone's instinct. But when unpacking, everyone needs to suppress this instinct. After seeing people, they have to think about releasing their left hand first, and then press the left button to shoot. As a result, the reaction will naturally be much slower. In games like CSGO, not to mention being much slower, even being slower by 0.1 second can change the outcome of countless gun battles, and this is even more so in professional competitions. So no professional player would be stupid enough to forcibly dismantle the package in front of the enemy. Han Yi's idea is very clear at the moment. He wants to rely on the tactic of pretending to unpack the package and then letting go immediately to trick Chris J out, kill Chris J first, and then really unpack the package to win this round. It is obvious that as a veteran, Chris J has rich competition experience, so Han Yi's little tricks could not be hidden from him, and he saw through them easily. He didn't believe that when all the members of Vitality were silent and only Han Yi was armed, he could still equip himself with a bomb defuser. And there was no bomb defusal device, and it was a real 10-second smokeless defusal. To be honest, Chris J had never seen this in a competition before. At least in his impression, he couldn't remember it. All I can say is that Chris J's guesses were all correct. He accurately grasped Han Yi's current situation and didn't give Han Yi any chance to kill him at all. Now Han Yi feels like he's in a difficult situation. He was very sure that even though Chris J was near the main gate, as long as he chased him, the veteran would definitely circle around him as soon as possible. At that time, if I was delayed for a little while, even if I killed Chris J in the end, I would definitely not have enough time to unpack the package. Han Yi looked up at the status of the bomb. There were only about 20 seconds left before the bomb exploded. He didn't have much time to think. He needed to come up with a solution to the current problem. 1 second, 2 seconds, time kept passing, and finally when the bomb had 20 seconds left to explode, Han Yi came up with a solution. He planned to break all the barriers with one force and use the last Eye of Death here to completely break the mentality of moves and win this round. The specific implementation method is also very simple. The duration of Eye of Death is exactly 10 seconds. Han Yi plans to use these 10 seconds to complete a real demolition. As long as Chris J dares to come during this period, Han Yi in this state will have enough time to release his left hand first and then complete the shooting operation. Do it as soon as you think of it. With the sound of bomb disposal again, Han Yi and Chris J entered the second round of the game. Chris J heard the sound of bomb disposal again, and he moved closer to the main door to make sure he could be pulled out through the main door as soon as needed. But he only did this. Chris J still didn't really go out to take a look at Han Yi. At this moment, his brain was working frantically and he was very confused. He was wondering whether the sound of the bomb being dismantled just now was real or fake. Compared to Chris J, Han Yi on the other side stared at the main gate with his eyes fixed. Under such extreme tension, time seemed to be passing unusually slowly, Not to mention that he had activated the Eye of Death, which made the passage of time seem even longer to him. He stared at the progress bar on the screen. Every time it moved forward, it seemed like a long time had passed for him. As the demolition progress bar continued to rise, half of the 10-second demolition time had passed unknowingly. Chris J also started to make more attempts. His first choice was to loosen up his pace, to put psychological pressure on E and force E to let go. This is also a common move in competitions. Some professional players, in this tense state, will think that the enemy is about to pull out and thus subconsciously let go, further causing irreversible consequences and losing the game. But it is obvious that in this state, E has not only improved his reaction speed, but also a lot of thinking time. Ye's current goal is very clear. E will not let go until he sees Chris J officially pulled out. His left hand was still firmly pressed on E, without moving at all. Time continued to pass. The beeping sound of the bomb became faster and faster, and there were only 2 seconds left for E to successfully defuse the bomb. During these 2 seconds, Chris J became more aggressive. He began to peek actively, sometimes even exposing half of his arm, to continue to put pressure on E. But E still insisted on not shooting as long as Chris J did not come out in full force. For 10 seconds, he did not fire a single shot from beginning to end. Finally, with the sound of a bomb being successfully dismantled, the whole game came to an end, and E breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Chris J, who thought he had seen through Ye's little thoughts, was completely dumbfounded. During the 10 seconds, he had considered the possibility that E, who had not fired a shot, was actually demolishing the house. However, as his actions became more and more bold, Chris J did not believe that anyone could be so bold as to continue to demolish the house when he could be pulled out at any time. After all, any professional player would not be able to resist the urge to shoot when he could be pulled out at any time. That is why Chris J concluded that he must have given up on defusing the bomb and was now standing on it, waiting for him to step out and fall into the trap. But he really didn't expect that Ye's heart was much bigger than he expected. He actually did it right under his nose and completed this 10-second demolition.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.